Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou. Chapter 1, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 1. At the borders of the Land of Rain, in the camp of the Konoha ninja, light rain fell non-stop outside the tent, and the dampness in the air was somewhat unpleasant. Hey, Uchiha brat, learning medicine won't save the ninja world. Inside the tent, Tsunade, the logistics commander on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, wore a rare teasing expression beneath her heroic demeanor. Uchiha Shirou, with a determined look on his young face and a Konoha forward protector, met her gaze. Captain Tsunade, for the sake of Konoha, for the will of fire. Uchiha Shirou spoke resolutely, but in Tsunade's eyes, his expression inspired only annoyance. Typical Uchiha, so stubborn? Just another brat brainwashed by the will of fire. Uchiha Shirou, who had graduated at the top of his class alongside Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, had been assigned to Tsunade's command after the Second Ninja War. Alright. So, how's the logistics report coming along? And how's your progress with the mystical palm technique? Tsunade's teasing made young Uchiha Shirou's face flush with a hint of embarrassment, and his voice softened. Captain Tsunade, I haven't mastered the mystical palm technique yet, but the logistics report is ready. Despite his lack of combat strength, the young and handsome Uchiha Shirou assisted Tsunade diligently with logistics data. Seeing this, Tsunade allowed herself a small, relaxed smile. Although he didn't have much power, his work ethic was impressive. Almost all logistics tasks had been left to him, lightening her workload significantly. While Tsunade enjoyed this rare moment of leisure, a hint of seriousness crept into her expression. The battlefield situation was far from optimistic. As she reviewed the logistics report, her peripheral vision caught sight of Uchiha Shirou. No wonder he graduated top of his class, his mind was sharp. And while Uchiha Shirou appeared a simple, stubborn devotee of the will of fire, inwardly, he scoffed. The best hunters often look like prey. Oh, Captain Tsunade. After finishing the logistics report, Uchiha Shirou hesitated. Tsunade, striking in her prime with golden hair and a teasing smile, looked at him. What is it? If you behave, I will keep you safe on the battlefield. Staring at the blonde beauty before him, Uchiha Shirou feigned hesitation before steeling himself and saying a name. The clan elder. In an instant, Tsunade's smile froze. Uchiha Shirou, pretending to brace himself, spoke in a low voice. This matter concerns the Uchiha elder. There was only one Uchiha elder, Uchiha Setsuna, no ordinary figure. Even in Kishimoto's records, he was noted. A hawkish Uchiha who inherited Madara's will, he had once stirred rebellion during the Second Hokage's reign, inciting his clan to revolt. Captured and imprisoned by the Umbu, he was only released due to the onset of the Ninja World Wars, which necessitated the Uchiha's strength. Brat. Tsunade's face darkened as she regarded Uchiha Shirou seriously. This person is dangerous, you should know that. Uchiha Shirou nodded firmly in response. Captain Tsunade, I know, but the elder secretly gave me a scroll, saying it concerns the survival of the clan. He instructed me to deliver it to you at all costs. With that, Uchiha Shirou resolutely took a green scroll from his pouch and presented it with both hands. Captain Tsunade, for the sake of the village, if there's any issue with this scroll, I, Uchiha Shirou, will take full responsibility. At that moment, Uchiha Shirou looked every bit like the Konoha loyalist, fully indoctrinated by the will of fire. Tsunade gave a slight nod. This brat had been under her watch for over a year and had proven reliable. Though sharp, his loyalty to the village seemed comparable to her younger brother's. All right. As Tsunade took the scroll, Uchiha Shirou lowered his head, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. He'd been in this world for 12 years now. Though the Uchiha weren't well liked and often isolated, they remained a prestigious clan. Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha. Surely it was time for a Uchiha to take a turn as Hokage. Yet the Uchiha were treated worse than even the Inuzuka, who worked with dogs. Damn it! In his past life, he'd been the top sales representative, leading Japan's market for 3 consecutive years in northern Myanmar. How could he tolerate such treatment now, especially with world-shaking power in his grasp? What is this? When Tsunade opened the scroll and saw its contents, her expression darkened, and she looked up angrily, glaring at Uchiha Shirou. This brat she'd come to somewhat tolerate had brought her such a vile document? Captain Tsunade. Facing her wrath, Uchiha Shirou lowered his head, his expression resolute. Konoha ninja Uchiha Shirou is willing to accept any punishment. After taking a deep breath, Tsunade calmed herself. She wasn't just a brute or a battle tactician, there was a reason she would eventually become the 5th Hokage. Aren't you curious? Tsunade sneered. Any favorable impression she'd had of this Uchiha brat vanished instantly. But Uchiha Shirou, with a resolute expression, nodded and took the scroll. When he saw the contents, his face changed dramatically. The next moment, he looked up sharply at Tsunade in agitation. Captain Tsunade, you absolutely cannot believe this. The old traitor Setsuna still harbors evil intentions, trying to sow discord between you and the village. He's despicable. At that moment, Uchiha Shirou's face was filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to kill the old traitor himself. Seeing his reaction, Tsunade frowned. It seemed this brat was being used. It made sense. Who would expect a fool brainwashed by the will of fire to deliver such information? The old man must have banked on this. But still, no matter what, you mustn't breathe a word of this. Otherwise, Faced with Tsunade's intimidating gaze, Uchiha Shirou appeared frustrated and angry, but he suppressed his rage and nodded firmly. Captain Tsunade, I understand. With the ninja world war ongoing, the village must not experience any turmoil. Seeing his intense reaction, Tsunade nodded. It seemed he truly was being used. Meanwhile, despite his aggrieved expression, Uchiha Shirou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Let the dust settle for now. He had delivered a substantial gift to Konoha. Chapter 2, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 2. The scroll given to Tsunade and the so-called Uchiha Elder Setsuna were merely parts of a larger scheme. Tsunade was about 70% certain not to meet this person, understanding the implications better than anyone. Even if she did meet him, what difference would his admission or denial make? In Konoha, the blame always fell on the Uchiha. After all, the evil Uchiha title wasn't given without reason. As long as the information in the scroll proved accurate, a significant problem would indeed arise. No one would suspect Uchiha Shirou, who had been out of the ninja academy for just over a year. Such a scheme was beyond his capacity to devise. Hey! Inside the tent, Tsunade's expression softened, hinting at a touch of regret over her earlier anger. This was her nature. Her temper flared quickly but dissipated just as fast. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shirou remained steadfast. Captain Tsunade, trust the village. That traitor certainly hasn't given up. At that moment, he cursed his clan's elder so fervently that he seemed like nothing more than a kid entirely brainwashed by the will of fire. Tsunade let out a proud snort. I don't need you, brat, to tell me. In 2 days, Haytake will arrive at the front lines to take over here. You'll return to the village with the squad and rest for half a month. The war in the Land of Rain had yet to fully escalate, leaving Konoha's forces relatively abundant. Hearing this, Uchiha Shirou was about to respond, but Tsunade cut him off with a stern warning. Don't forget my warning. The information on that scroll is top secret. Yes, Captain Tsunade. Uchiha Shirou took a deep breath, his face reflecting firm resolve. After respectfully returning the scroll, he left the tent. Once alone, Tsunade frowned, staring at the scroll's contents. Is that old geezer still scheming? Or could this be true? The scroll contained only a simple message, yet it was enough to shake any Konoha ninja. The descendant of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Naoki, was assigned to Orochimaru's team by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The day after his birthday, he was sent on a mission. The first part of the message didn't surprise Tsunade. Anyone with effort could uncover this information. The second part, however, was troubling. It suggested that the mission was an ambush with Naoki as the target. Though it didn't specify who orchestrated it, the implication was clear. Suspicion pointed towards the third Hokage's faction. That old geezer. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. This information suggested that the current Hokage's higher UPS were wary of not only the Uchiha but also the Senju. It even hinted at sinister motives. Outside the tent, Uchiha Shirou pulled up his hood, annoyed by the endless rain, the constant weather on the border of the Land of Rain. But his lips slowly curled into a smile as he recalled his plan. The Uchiha were weak and isolated. To reach the Hokage's position, they needed allies. The information he provided was entirely accurate. Naoki was a classmate, and his birthday was August 9th. Based on his calculations, Tsunade would be in the village for Naoki's birthday, which perfectly matched her current return to Konoha. More importantly, in the original story, Naoki turned 12, and Tsunade gifted him the first Hokage's necklace for his birthday. The very next day, he went on a mission and tragically died. It was shockingly sudden, on a mission close enough to return to the village in a day, protected by Orochimaru, an elite Konoha Jonin. Without this intelligence, the blame could have fallen on Orochimaru. But what if Tsunade had known about it in advance? Whether there's a conspiracy or not doesn't matter. What matters is that Tsunade knows about it beforehand. Who could believe such a coincidence? Uchiha Shirou smirked. He didn't believe the ambush could be so precisely timed, so close to the village. This was wartime. And the target was none other than the Senju heir. Shirou. A familiar voice came from behind, and Uchiha Shirou turned to see who had arrived. Captain Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, slightly older but with a mature appearance, was already a special jonin. He rarely smiled but managed a slight one now. Shirou, I've told you many times, there's no need to be so formal with me. The two were close. Fugaku was reserved and mature, loyal to Konoha throughout his life. In contrast, Uchiha Shirou appeared cheerfully driven by the will of fire, and the two got along well. As they walked, they arrived at a small waterfall in the Konoha camp, where the Uchiha clan always seemed to congregate for private conversations. Seeing this, Uchiha Shirou internally shook his head. The sound of the waterfall allowed Fugaku to let his guard down, revealing even more weariness on his usually composed face. Shirou, how do you think the clan can earn the village's trust? Good grief? Seeing the worry on Fugaku's face, Shirou was speechless. The Uchiha were known for their intensity. After all, here they were, the clan's elite, fighting in the Land of Rain. Instead of worrying about the battle or their safety, Fugaku was fretting over Konoha's trust. Truly, the Uchiha were extreme. Shirou sighed, feigning a troubled expression. Captain Fugaku, it's not about how the clan can earn the village's trust but about how the village can trust the Uchiha. Seeing Fugaku's confusion, Shirou realized that this man still held hope. Fugaku's loyalty was split between his clan and Konoha, a balance that was nearly impossible to sustain. He was loyal to both but often lived in confusion. If only he could have chosen? If he had sided with the village, taking action against the clan's rebellious elite, would Konoha have still acted so hastily? Captain Fugaku. Shirou's expression grew serious. He had to keep Fugaku from succumbing to despair. This man was valuable, not only as the clan leader's son but as a power Shirou needed to unite. The Uchiha couldn't just be victims as they were in the original series. They had to resist, to charge in the right way. To earn the village's trust, look at how many of our elite have come to the front lines. Even you, the clan leader's son, are here, fighting in the land of rain, terrain highly unfavorable to us. Shirou's expression hardened, as though the clan had laid its heart bare just to earn the village's trust. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku finally smiled and nodded. Indeed, the clan has sent its best this time. People say the Uchiha are evil, but in reality, from the first ninja war to the third, they always fought in the harshest conditions, either in the land of rain or the land of water. What more could they endure? Only after the Nine Tails incident, when they were treated as criminals under surveillance, did unrest truly begin. Seeing Fugaku's smile, Shirou's next question made his face darken. By the way, Captain Fugaku, why are there rumors of White Fang being touted as the fourth Hokage in the village recently? Isn't the third Hokage still in his prime? The question caused Fugaku's face to become serious once again. Chapter 3, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 3. At the waterfall, Uchiha Fugaku, after nervously confirming no one was around, finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, as he looked at Shirou, his face showed a helpless expression. Shirou, you need to be more careful when speaking like this in the future. Shirou, with a confused look on his face, pretended not to understand, though he had already guessed what Fugaku was thinking. At this moment, White Fang was undoubtedly the brightest star in Konoha, enjoying a reputation across the ninja world, where encountering him made abandoning a mission acceptable. This hero, White Fang, was even being considered as a candidate for the next Hokage. It was surprising Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was only in his early 40s and still in his prime. Why had talk of a future Hokage already started? Without forces pushing this idea from behind, no one would believe it. Shirou scoffed inwardly, while Uchiha Fugaku, after a slight hesitation, lowered his voice and spoke seriously. During the First Great Ninja War, the third Hokage was only a temporary appointment. That war was won because all the clans worked together. However, after the war, the clans suffered heavy losses, but the lost benefits. As Uchiha Fugaku's words echoed, Shirou's expression turned to one of realization. It was just as he suspected. Though White Fang was strong, the fact he was being considered for the next Hokage indicated forces were pushing for this. And these forces were likely the major clans. The fact that even the third Hokage was silent on the matter hinted that the Senju clan might also be involved. From the First to the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha had experienced 20 years of peace. Based on some knowledge from the original series, certain things could be deduced. For one, the number of civilian ninjas in Konoha had greatly increased, but training ninjas required extensive resources, and Konoha's resources were limited. The outcome was obvious. When the village was first established, the Ninja Academy hadn't fully allowed civilian ninjas to rise to prominence. After the First Ninja War, though Konoha had won, the major clans suffered severe losses. The third Hokage took this opportunity to build his power base and nurture civilian ninjas. I see now. No wonder our clan has been getting closer to the Heitake family. When White Fang becomes the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha will finally gain the village's trust. Shirou feigned sudden understanding, which made Uchiha Fugaku smile and nod. Exactly. By then, the fourth Hokage will act as a bridge for our clan, easing tensions with other clans in the village. Damn! Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's reasoning, Shirou was speechless. Following the Uchiha always seemed to lead to failure. In the original series, even the fourth Hokage Minato had a good relationship with Fugaku, proving that the Uchiha's ability to place bets was truly remarkable and ill-fated. Yet, Shirou looked excited. The clan leader is indeed wise. The third Hokage was a disciple of the second Hokage. I've heard about this before. As he spoke, Shirou suddenly seemed to recall something and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, softened his expression slightly and waved his hand dismissively. It's all in the past. Seeing it was just the two of them, Shirou, acting like a close confidant, whispered. Captain Fugaku, I've heard about the policies during the second Hokage's rule, but I understand. At that time, it was necessary to be cautious of the Uchiha clan. During that period, there had been an incident with Uchiha Madara and later troubles with Uchiha elder Setsuna. Anyone in power at that time would have been wary. Seeing Shirou's cautious demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku reassured him. It's fortunate. While the third Hokage inherited the second Hokage's caution toward the Uchiha, the new Hokage won't. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku didn't realize he had fallen into Shirou's trap. He had just acknowledged that the third Hokage inherited the second Hokage's caution toward the Uchiha. Though he felt something was off, Shirou, with a resolute nod and bright smile, said, Brother Fugaku, I believe the fourth Hokage, White Fang, is a true hero, and the clan will receive the treatment it deserves. Beneath Shirou's smile, he didn't give Fugaku a chance to reflect. In one sentence, Fugaku had condemned the third Hokage, while Shirou had seemingly said nothing but simply agreed. From another perspective, had the third Hokage truly trusted the Uchiha during his reign? and as a disciple of the second Hokage, how could he not have inherited his teacher's caution toward the Uchiha? Normally, such thoughts would make Fugaku frown in slight disagreement, but Shirou had already introduced the idea of White Fang as the future fourth Hokage. In comparison, everything else seemed insignificant. Fugaku even smiled and reassured Shirou. Don't worry, Shirou. I know White Fang well. He has no prejudice against the Uchiha, especially since he wasn't around during that time. And he wasn't the third Hokage's disciple. Naturally, he hadn't inherited that mindset. The thought flashed through Uchiha Fugaku's mind, but he dismissed it with a self-deprecating laugh. The clan had already placed their bets on the future fourth Hokage. Why was he overthinking it? Recalling the time of the second Hokage when Madara controlled the Nine Tails and then the first Hokage passed away, calling it a special period was no exaggeration. After all, it was almost as if the Uchiha had indirectly caused the first Hokage's death. The third Hokage had lived through that period, how could he not have been influenced? But Uchiha Fugaku's worries faded. Now, all he could think about was White Fang, the future fourth Hokage, and the smile on his face grew. Whatever happened in the past would soon be history, all they needed was to build a good relationship with the future Hokage. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's smile, Shirou smiled inwardly. First, make him accept that the third Hokage had inherited the second Hokage's suspicion of the Uchiha, then introduce the hope of a new fourth Hokage. When he eventually realizes White Fang, the fourth Hokage, is gone tisk tisk. With that thought, Shirou's lips curled into a smile, his expression sincere. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it wouldn't show immediately, but with a little watering, it would sprout and grow. Eventually, it would become a towering tree. After all, Uchiha Fugaku held an important position within the clan. Shirou was determined not to let the Uchiha repeat their past mistakes. He refused to believe that a Uchiha who saw the truth early could still be led to the same fate of clan extermination. As the two continued talking, a tiny slug hidden among the leaves observed them from the shadows. Back in the tent, Tsunade opened her eyes and snorted proudly. Those Uchiha brats sure have wild ideas. But she couldn't suppress a smile. At the very least, it proved one thing. For now, the Uchiha were focused on gaining the village's trust and improving relations. That was a good sign. At least, Uchiha Shirou and the Uchiha clan leader's son weren't the ambitious types. Chapter 4, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 4. 2 days later, Konoha's White Fang arrived at the front lines, and the morale of the Konoha shinobi soared. Meanwhile, Shirou, from an outsider's perspective, appeared lucky to be returning to Konoha to rest with Tsunade's squad. At that time, among the graduates of his class, the top students Uchiha Shirou, Noeke, and Namikaze Minato were each assigned to be guided by one of the third Hokage's disciples as their Jonin mentor. Kid, hurry up? Yes. Along the way, Tsunade's mood was noticeably tense, perhaps due to the message scroll she'd received 2 days prior. Even so, with her golden twin ponytails and youthful vigor, Tsunade looked as heroic as ever. Shirou, maintaining a determined expression, kept his guard up, scanning the surroundings as the group moved toward Konoha at a brisk pace. Perfect version, Chimera Jutsu. In Shirou's mind was a forbidden technique perfected to a level that shouldn't have existed at this time. This was something he had acquired after reborn. Spending his free time playing games, who would have thought he would end up in this world? This forbidden technique is powerful, but extremely challenging to control, especially at the perfect level. Now, in the real shinobi world, Shirou understood the true dangers of forbidden techniques. This one allowed him to absorb and strengthen himself with the bloodlines of others, but each use demanded time for his body to fully integrate the new power. If that's the case, using this technique to devour bloodlines will also require some kind of gene-stabilizing medicine. As this thought crossed his mind, Shirou glanced at Tsunade, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. A skilled medic was right in front of him, someone who could be his perfect ally. If things went as planned, he would need Tsunade's help after using this technique. After all, relying solely on his knowledge of medical ninjutsu would make creating such a medicine incredibly time-consuming and costly. A few days later, the group finally returned to Konoha. The Senju clan. Grandma Mito, regardless of whether this information is true, we have to prioritize Noeke's safety. Upon returning, Tsunade headed first to the Hokage's office to submit the mission report before going to the Senju clan grounds to find Uzumaki Mito. When she found her, Tsunade's face showed clear anger. Uzumaki Mito now looked very old. The yin seal on her forehead could no longer hold back the passage of time. It was evident that she was nearing the end of her life. Yet, upon hearing Tsunade's news, Mito's kind face turned serious. That Uchiha Setsuna has changed significantly, she muttered. Seems he's gotten smarter, or perhaps he learned to bide his time in the shadows after his last imprisonment. Grandma? Noeke, seeing Tsunade's anxious expression. Such impatience? How will you accomplish great things with that attitude? Uzumaki Mito reprimanded her harshly. Though fiery by nature, Tsunade was respectful toward Mito and could only sigh. After a pause, Mito spoke solemnly. Noeke's safety must be ensured, but if someone is scheming even under Orochimaru's supervision, you must realize the gravity of this. Tsunade's face grew somber as she nodded. Orochimaru is one of Konoha's strongest jonin, and few surpass his skill. His vigilance is also extremely high. If someone intends harm toward Noeke, it could only happen if he leaves the village. Tsunade's expression darkened with anger. Damn it! Do they think the Senju clan no longer exists? Seeing Tsunade's fury, Mito was silent for a moment before sighing. Despite her noble status, she was, after all, the village's weapon as the Ninetales Jinchuriki and now, more like Konoha's prisoner. Tsunade, I'm old and don't have much time left. If this information is accurate, perhaps you should take this chance to send Nawaki away. Her words left Tsunade shocked, staring at her grandmother in disbelief. But Mito shook her head, sighing again. You may protect him this time, but what about the next? Konoha no longer needs the Senju clan. The weight of Mito's words bore down on Tsunade, reminding her that Konoha had changed. After a long silence, she nodded, her voice low. I understand. This was no longer the era when the Senju ruled Konoha. Finally, we're back. In Konoha, Shirou basked in the warm sunlight, appreciating it more than ever after the dampness of the Land of Rain. The Uchiha clan may have been sidelined, but their grounds were still in the bustling heart of the village. Shirou, welcome home. As Shirou opened his door, a voice from inside made him freeze. Sister M. Mikato. Inside stood Uchiha Mikato, a long Uchiha-style sword on her back and a gentle smile on her face. But there was a certain edge in her eyes. Seeing her, Shirou's expression tightened. Mikato approached him and, as if it were natural, gently cupped his cheeks with both hands. Shirou felt a flash of panic. Sister Mikato, don't. I still. But before he could finish, Mikato pulled back his eyelids, and with that gentle smile said softly, still haven't awakened your Shirou, Shirou? You are such a little failure. Little failure. Who else but a Uchiha could say something so cutting with a smile? And there, behind her words, was the unstable temperament of a new Shirou user. Shirou couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and helplessness. As expected, Mikato's Shirou had evolved. The awakening and evolution of the Shirou were always triggered by intense emotional stress, often through significant loss or great pain. The evolution flooded the brain with special chakra, intensifying the user's emotions and making them prone to irritability. Sister Mikato. With the door closed, Shirou abruptly pushed Mikato to the ground, grabbing a whip he had prepared long before. Chapter 5, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 5. Having just returned from the front lines, the first thing Shirou had to do was report to the Hokage's office and then back to his clan. He had only just gotten home when he encountered Uchiha Mikato, who was visibly emotionally unstable. Inside the house, no one could say how much time had passed, but the sound of intermittent sobbing filled the silence. From the moment they entered, Shirou could see the place was in disarray, with signs of battle and destruction everywhere right up the stairs, leading to the bedroom. Shirou, I'm sorry. Uchiha Mikato, her body marked with red bruises, turned her head, looking at Shirou with guilt in her eyes. Shirou, equally exhausted, shook his head. Sister Mikato, just lie down. I'll use some medical ninjutsu to heal your injuries. So, Mikato lay down on the bed as Shirou's hands began to glow faintly green with healing chakra. It was just basic medical ninjutsu, but as he worked, tears welled up in Mikato's eyes, and she began to cry softly. Shirou, on this mission, my teammates, I watched Sakurako get killed right before my eyes, all because we were careless. When we passed through a village after completing the mission, we saw an old man who looked pitiful, and Sakurako kindly gave him some food. But in an instant, he went berserk. As she spoke, the two tomo in Mikato's eyes flickered with blood-red light, her gaze filled with regret and endless hatred. That man was terrifying. He didn't have any chakra at all, but in a moment, he turned into a monster, and then Sakurako. Sakurako had her neck bitten off by that man. I could only watch as she gasped for breath, looking at me. Listening to Mikato's story, Shirou frowned. No chakra, yet suddenly going berserk and transforming into a monster? It felt eerily similar to information he had come across before. However, seeing the sadness in Mikato's eyes, he let out a long sigh. This brutal shinobi world, though advanced in some ways, was full of cruelty. Uchiha Mikato had grown up with him, but her status was far from simple. She was the granddaughter of Elder Setsuna, a rare prodigy among female ninjas in the Uchiha clan. When a Uchiha awakens their Shirou, their emotions are already teetering on the edge of collapse. The special chakra flooding the brain only makes their emotions more unstable, leading to mental turmoil. Throughout Uchiha's history, every Shirou awakening had been followed by a period of emotional turbulence before stabilizing. Later, in the bathroom, Shirou, thank you, Mikato said softly, her energy utterly drained yet finding some emotional peace. Meanwhile, Shirou yawned as he stepped out of the bath and threw on a robe. This life of privilege, he was starting to enjoy it. Sister Mikato, your elder Setsuna's granddaughter. I'm taking a huge risk here. If the clan finds out, you know what'll happen. Shirou rubbed his fingers together in a gesture hinting at payment, making Mikato burst into laughter. Well then, how much do you want this time, little brother? Sister Mikato, even though we've known each other since we were kids, I can't compare to you. Ninja swords, explosive tags, steel wires, soldier pills, all of these are precious resources, especially since I haven't even awakened my Shirou. Shirou spoke eagerly, while Mikato closed her eyes, soaking in the bath and displaying a rare expression of relaxation. She knew Shirou was just trying to distract her and lighten her mood. I don't have that much, so how about I pay with my body instead? Normally so gentle and ladylike, Mikato's boldness since awakening her Shirou was startling, a stark contrast to her usual self. Her words made Shirou choke and cough, and he quickly clasped his hands together in mock prayer. Sister Mikoto, you shouldn't joke like that. If anyone overhears, Elder Setsuna will skin me alive. In this light-hearted exchange, Mikoto's tense emotions gradually eased. She slowly stepped out of the bath. Young Uchiha Mikoto, though her curves were hidden beneath her clothes, her figure was flawless. Even though he had seen it many times ahem, this scroll contains advanced shurikenjutsu and sword techniques from the clan, along with a B-rank lightning release ninjutsu, lightning release, false darkness. Make sure to practice diligently, especially given the battles in the Land of Rain. After changing into fresh clothes, Mikoto returned to her gentle and composed demeanor. She pulled a scroll from her robe and tossed it to Shirou. Catching it, he immediately smiled. Sister Mikoto, you're the best. Now calm, Mikoto blushed slightly at his praise. Normally, she wouldn't be so bold. Each time she awakened her Sharingan, it was due to emotional trauma, and this time was no different. In such moments, the darker sides of human nature often surfaced. The Uchiha clan's shurikenjutsu was renowned throughout the shinobi world. Opening the scroll, Shirou felt a deep sense of gratitude. He knew Mikoto was giving him these techniques to ensure his survival. Though he'd graduated just over a year ago and was still a genin, his wartime growth, combined with the Uchiha clan's arsenal of ninjutsu, had already put him on par with an average chunin. However, even chunin-level chakra wasn't always enough on the battlefield. For a ninja of his skill, mastering swordsmanship and shurikenjutsu could conserve chakra, proving crucial in battle. As a Uchiha, he carried an arsenal of explosive tags, kunao, and other tools beyond what his peers could dream of. Don't rush the lightning release. Take your time, but you must learn it. In the Land of Rain, fire release is greatly limited, Mikoto reminded him, her tone serious. B-rank ninjutsu was jonin level, after all not easy to master. Sister Mikoto, I can handle the swordsmanship and shurikenjutsu, but this advanced lightning release. Shirou's face showed hesitation, but Mikoto nodded confidently. Don't worry. The battlefield is in a megakure this time. Since you have a lightning release affinity, I've already gotten approval from the clan. At her words, Shirou smiled. As he expected, even within the strict Uchiha clan, personal favors were possible. Shirou, meet me at the village gate in 3 days. I'm going to avenge Sakurako myself. As Mikoto's emotions threatened to surge again, Shirou feigned surprise before flashing a grin. Sister Mikoto, what just happened clears our debt, but this mission is risky. I'll need extra pay. With a loud thud, Mikoto threw a pillow at him, which Shirou caught swiftly. Sister Mikoto, let's discuss this calmly. Just a little extra, since we'll be leaving the village. Alright, we won't talk about money, but the cost of tools for this mission. Before he could finish, Mikoto leaped out the window and disappeared. Just before vanishing, a cool breeze brushed against her face, and a small smile of relief appeared. Watching her fade into the distance, Shirou narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile crossing his face. P.S. Don't worry guys, they only bathed together and Mikoto needs to be naked to be examined perfectly. Chapter 6, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 6. Konoha. Despite the outbreak of the Ninja World War in the scorching heat of August, most conflicts are localized, allowing the village of Konoha to enjoy a brief period of peace. On the rooftop, leaning against the railing, Tsunade, who had recently returned to the village, stood with her hair tied up in a ponytail. She wore a refreshing short-sleeved shirt that exposed her midriff, layered over a mesh outfit. Noeke, happy 12th birthday. Standing there, Tsunade smiled brightly as she offered her congratulations. Opposite her stood Noeke, wearing his Konoha headband. Upon hearing his sister's birthday wish and seeing her pull out a gift, Noeke displayed a somewhat prideful expression. I'm not a kid anymore. There's no need to give me any birthday gifts. Though he said this, the joy in Noeke's eyes was unmistakable, and his hands eagerly reached for the gift. Seeing this, Tsunade chuckled and teased, go on, open it. You might like what's inside. Leaning casually against the railing, she watched Noeke open the gift with a doting expression, though a trace of seriousness lingered in her eyes. The gift was a beautifully packaged metal box. When Noeke opened it and saw the contents, his expression turned to shock. Sis, could this be? Noeke's face was full of astonishment, instantly recognizing the gift. Tsunade chuckled softly beside him and said, that's right, this is from our grandfather, First Hokage's necklace. Upon hearing this, Noeke's face lit up with excitement. I love it, sis. Seeing his excitement, Tsunade couldn't resist teasing him further. Noeke, it's your birthday today, and I hear you're going out on a mission tomorrow. Still elated, Noeke didn't notice the hint of concern in her casual question. He enthusiastically nodded and, without hesitation, shared his plans. That's right, sis. I was assigned this mission yesterday, and I'm heading out tomorrow with Lord Orochimaru. In an attempt to reassure his sister, Noeke raised his head and smiled sincerely. Tsunade returned the smile, though a shadow of worry lingered deep in her eyes. Is Orochimaru involved in this? She tried not to imagine, but this was her younger brother, the future of the Senju clan. As Noeke's laughter echoed, Tsunade casually teased, well, I heard that Uchiha kid from your class beat you to the top rank. Otherwise, you'd already be working under your big sister. Noeke grinned. Don't worry, sis. Even if I were at the top, I'd still choose to work with Lord Orochimaru. But I bet Uchiha Shirou is going to give you a headache, sis. At the mention of Uchiha Shirou, Noeke couldn't help but smirk a little. And so, the siblings spent the day laughing together, celebrating Noeka's 12th birthday. The previous day, the sun blazed, but today, the sky was overcast, as if the weather mirrored the foreboding events to come. At the gates of Konoha, Orochimaru led Noeka's team out of the village to carry out their mission. Once they'd departed, Tsunade quietly appeared under a large tree outside the village, hidden in the shadows. Standing in the shade, Tsunade examined the scroll in her hand with a solemn expression. A simple C-rank mission involving a group of rogue samurai? In times of war, intelligence on activities within the Land of Fire should be handled carefully. How could such a basic error happen? Especially so close to the village. As she analyzed the intel in her hand, she couldn't shake a feeling of unease. This mission should have been straightforward and short, with plenty of time to return. If not for her gut feeling, she would have had no reason to doubt it. But this was her younger brother. With a grave expression, Tsunade melted into the shadows. She chose not to follow Noeka's team directly, knowing that Orochimaru's presence would make it easy to detect her. Instead, she headed straight to the mission's location. With the team slowed by their members, she would arrive first. Half a day later, in a dark forest, shadows darted back and forth. A scream echoed as a figure's eyes lost their light, a snake crushing their neck before retracting back into Orochimaru's sleeve as he chuckled sinisterly. Just then, Noeka excitedly appeared behind him, followed closely by his teammates. Orochimaru smiled to himself, thinking, Noeka is already getting the hang of it. Soon, he'll fully adapt to the battlefield. True to his Senju lineage, Noeka's chakra reserves were exceptional, setting him on a path to becoming an elite Chunin. But just as Orochimaru's satisfaction peaked, an explosion resounded, and towering flames illuminated his pale face. His golden, serpentine eyes narrowed in shock as he stared into the distance. Impossible. The two genin froze, terrified. They had faced life or death moments before, but this time, someone significant had fallen. The blaze cast a somber light on the trio's faces. In the distance, Tsunade's eyes burned with rage, reflecting the flames. Why are there so many explosive tags here? And in such large quantities? She had arrived over an hour before Orochimaru and, while watching from the shadows, had detected nothing unusual. But now, she'd seen everything. The explosive tag trap had ensnared Noeka. There was only one explanation: it was premeditated. Could it be a coincidence? Noeka, came the panicked shout of his two teammates. Amidst the flames, Tsunade suppressed her anger, throwing a decoy corpse and the necklace she'd given Noeka the day before into the fire. She hadn't expected to need them, but now, she had no choice. In a flash, Tsunade, carrying Noeka, disappeared into the night, leaving only flames behind. At this time, the Sunnins hadn't yet earned their legendary titles. Among them, Tsunade was the strongest, followed by Orochimaru, with Jiraiya trailing. Being a ninja requires resources, and Orochimaru had yet to begin his research into forbidden jutsu or achieve near immortality. During his defection, he nearly perished from explosive tags. Jiraiya, too, had yet to master Sage Mode. As the Senju clan's princess, Tsunade had access to resources most could only dream of. Chapter 7, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 7. Konoha. The continuous rainfall seemed to echo the countless fallen ninjas on the battlefield. Flashes of lightning occasionally illuminated the dim sky. The Senju clan. Damn it! How could there be such a coincidence? Tsunade shouted, smashing her fist through the table, which shattered to pieces. In front of her, Uzumaki Mito remained silent. Who would have thought they had almost lost the direct bloodline of the first Hokage? Tsunade, what if it was just a coincidence? After a long pause, Uzumaki Mito spoke in a hoarse voice, but her face betrayed her doubt. Even she didn't believe her own words, and Tsunade gritted her teeth, muttering darkly. A coincidence? Those rogue samurai had nothing suspicious on them, just some explosive tags for protection. Traps are common enough. Tsunade looked up, a sarcastic smile crossing her face. Everything checks out. There's not a single flaw to be found. Yet on such a simple mission, within the borders of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru lets his guard down, and a ninja with Chunin level strength falls into a trap. And then, killed by explosive tags. But, Grandma, don't you think the number of tags was excessive? Even if the sources look legitimate. The more flawless everything seemed, the more suspicious it became. Without prior intel, they could have spent ages investigating, confirming details, and never reaching an answer. But they had received information in advance. And everything matched up perfectly, especially considering the mission was practically at Konoha's doorstep. Noeka celebrated his birthday one day, went on a mission the next, and by that evening, Jiraiya was back, telling her to go see a body. Their backyard, practically. And as for the Uchiha are currently isolated and ostracized, always trying to prove their loyalty to Konoha. Even if they had a reason to target us, could the police force pull off something like this? The Uchiha were indeed powerful, one of the top clans not just in Konoha but in the entire ninja world. However, most of their elite forces were deployed to the front lines. The remaining members in Konoha were never fully trusted and were under constant surveillance. If the Uchiha clan were truly behind this, the risk would be too great for such a seamless plan. Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito sighed deeply, her aged face etched with sorrow. Noeka is my dear grandson. We should use this opportunity to send him to the daimyo's residence, where the Senju clan can protect him as he grows in secret. Konoha may no longer be what it once was, but with the war approaching, you must not act impulsively. Though filled with fury, Tsunade looked up, her face returning to a calm expression that left Uzumaki Mito silently contemplating. Don't worry, Grandma. Tsunade, impulsive by nature, was also sharp-minded. She had both strong opinions and a political acumen beyond that of an average ninja. Seeing her quickly regain her composure, Uzumaki Mito felt a sense of relief. Tsunade, I won't live much longer. The future of the clan and Kushina will depend on you. At that moment, they both tensed, sensing someone approaching. Tsunade. Jiraiya's familiar voice called out. The door opened, and Tsunade pretended to be angry. Jiraiya, if you don't have a good reason, you'd better explain yourself. But Jiraiya's grave expression made Tsunade's anger fade, a sense of dread creeping in. Jiraiya, don't tell me the front lines have worsened. After a long pause, he lowered his voice. Tsunade, Orochimaru is back. He's at the morgue. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated Tsunade's vacant, disbelieving face as if she already knew. The next moment, splash! Water sprayed as Tsunade moved at top speed toward her destination, with Jiraiya quickly following. Under the dark sky, the rain poured down heavily. At the morgue, hurried footsteps and heavy breaths echoed. Tsunade stood frozen in shock as Orochimaru leaned against the door, his breathing tense. When Tsunade, trembling, stepped forward, Jiraiya caught up, his expression sorrowful. It's better if you don't look, he advised softly. For Jiraiya to say this it had to be horrific. Orochimaru, partly obscured by a strand of dark hair, spoke in a low, calm voice laced with bitterness. What difference does it make? You wouldn't recognize him as your little brother anymore. Shut up, Orochimaru. Jiraiya snapped, but Orochimaru only let out a cold laugh, hiding his sadness. He's just another body now, mangled and unrecognizable. There are no doctors on the battlefield. Too cruel for a child, maybe, especially the day after receiving a gift. Orochimaru's casual tone made it sound almost trivial. As he spoke, he took out a pendant from his pocket. At the sight of the familiar necklace, Tsunade's pupils dilated, her gaze hollowing. This is war. Her trembling hands reached for the necklace, and tears began streaming down her face. Noeki. Her heart-wrenching cry echoed through the rain-soaked night, and the Konoha ninja nearby wore solemn expressions. In the ninja world, they were always companions of death. Especially during wartime, such anguished cries were an almost daily occurrence. Within the land of fire, the drizzle fell softly, filling the air with the earthy scent of damp soil. August 10th yesterday was Noeka's 12th birthday. Today, Tsunade should have found out by now. Even if Noeka's death had been a coincidence, once it was known in advance, it ceased to be a coincidence. This is human nature. Standing on a tree branch, Uchiha Shirou suppressed his presence, glancing up at the night sky. Shirou. A dark figure flashed behind him, drawing his attention. In a rainy night, Uchiha Mikato appeared, a clan-made longsword on her back, her double tomo shurinon focused on a distant cave. According to the ninja cats, the target is inside, she said, her usually gentle eyes now cold and murderous. In the next moment, Shirou placed a hand on her shoulder, dispelling her killing intent. Sister Mikato, he murmured, bringing her back to her senses as she looked solemnly toward the cave. Inside, a gaunt old man slowly lifted his head, as if sensing their presence, his calm voice filled with an eerie malice. I've decided if it's a woman who enters, I'll kill her. His previously calm eyes now glinted with madness, fixed on the entrance. P.S. Tsunade deserves an Oscar for acting. After 8, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 8. Inside the cave, a pair of bloodshot eyes stared intensely at the entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, a flurry of sharp kunai flashed by, embedding themselves into the hard rock walls around the cave entrance. However, when the strange man saw that the first thing to come in wasn't a person but rather a heap of kunai tied to sizzling explosive tags, his pupils suddenly contracted. None of them? Haha, in that case, I'll just charge out and kill them all. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted inside the cave, coinciding with the thunder in the sky. He's coming out. With a loud crash, as the figure emerged, Uchiha Mikato shouted a warning. But upon seeing the figure rushing out of the cave, Uchiha Shirou's expression revealed a sense of confirmation. As expected, Mikato's intel matched exactly what he had imagined. Haha. The monstrous figure that charged out laughed maniacally, terrifying black markings spreading across its face, visible to the naked eye, still growing and evolving into a full-fledged monster. This wasn't a tattoo, it was a cursed seal? The cursed seal? A natural sage body. Upon seeing the figure, Uchiha Shirou showed a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikato, standing beside him, gasped, Shirou, you know about this. At that moment, seeing the monster, especially the black markings continuing to spread, Shirou shouted, I've heard similar rumors. Let's finish this quickly, don't give him time to let the cursed seal evolve. Without hesitation, the two acted in perfect harmony, leaping onto two large trees. The monster, upon spotting its targets, let out a crazed, bloodthirsty laugh. Haha, blood. I want your blood. The frenzied monster charged directly at Uchiha Mikato, while Uchiha Shirou immediately formed hand signs on the other side. Zzzzz. A sharp sound echoed as steel wires snapped into place. The monster had fallen right into the prearranged steel wire trap. However, under the power of the cursed seal, the monster roared, breaking through the tough, sharp wires one by one. At that moment, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Shirou quickly gathered chakra in his throat and spewed out a massive fireball, aiming directly at the monster's back. Shirou. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto finished her hand signs and spewed out an even larger fireball than Shirou's. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Two massive fireballs, one from the front and the other from the back, closed in on the monster. At such close range, the monster had no chance to dodge. More importantly, it had no intention of dodging. Instead, it roared and charged straight into the fireballs. Boom, boom. The fireballs exploded in the rain, while the thunder and lightning in the sky masked the sounds of battle. Explosions from the explosive tags and ninjutsu echoed through the forest. In the aftermath of the destruction, the monster had fully transformed, no longer resembling anything remotely human. Damn it! This monster has evolved to such a strong state. Panting heavily, Mikoto stood on a tree branch, staring intently at the distant monster. Shirou, on the other side, frowned, recalling something. In the original timeline, Orochimaru only discovered Yugo's existence later, leading to the development of the Cursed Seal. This clan didn't possess a Kekii Genkai but rather a special sage body constitution. Unable to control their absorption of natural energy, they would go berserk, emotionally unstable. Realizing this, Shirou made a quick decision and shouted, "Sister Mikoto, use Genjutsu?" His emotions are unstable. He can't control this power. Use Genjutsu to draw out his inner fear. With their natural trust in each other, Mikoto didn't hesitate. Her Sharinon, with its two tomo, spun rapidly as she formed hand signs. Genjutsu, Hell Viewing Technique. In an instant, the monster, drenched in the rain, met Mikoto's spinning Sharinon, and its pupils trembled violently. Soon, its deepest fears began surfacing. "No, I didn't kill everyone. Don't chase me away, please, don't." Countless memories flooded his mind, and the monster roared in madness, clearly gripped by intense fear. From his frantic words, it was clear he had lost control, killed the people of his village, and been cast out. As his mental state became increasingly unstable, "Now's our chance." Seeing the monster's breakdown and frantic cries, Shirou seized the moment. He deftly threw kunai, each tied with explosive tags, aiming precisely at the monster's mouth and throat, its vital points. Boom, boom. As the explosive tags detonated, the monster's frenzied roars were drowned out by the explosions. Mikoto let out a muffled groan, clutching her eyes in pain. Using Genjutsu had drained her mental and ocular strength, and blood tears began to flow from her eye sockets. Meanwhile, Shirou took advantage of the chaos, drawing his ninja sword and disappearing into the smoke. "I didn't kill everyone. I didn't." Squelch. Blood splattered as a ninja sword pierced through the monster's throat. The creature's body, already half destroyed by the explosions, continued to rasp weakly. Forbidden technique, Chimera Jutsu. Through the smoke, Shirou activated a forbidden technique sealed in his mind for 12 years. He raised one hand, revealing a unique rhombus-shaped cursed mark in his palm, pressing it onto the monster's forehead. Instantly, the cursed mark generated a powerful suction force, continuously absorbing the monster's unique sage body power. Visibly, the monster's transformed body began to revert, revealing its original appearance: a withered old man, white-haired and gaunt, with no trace of chakra, yet after absorbing natural energy, he had transformed into a monster. Shirou. With a loud shout, the smoke gradually cleared, and Mikoto rushed in, filled with concern. But when she arrived, what she saw was a mutilated body pinned to the ground by a ninja sword through its throat. "I didn't kill everyone." The rain washed over the scene, the ground soaked with blood, as the old man rasped his final words. His pupils began to lose focus. Shirou, panting heavily, shook his hand, his expression serious, though inwardly, he was deeply shocked. To think that this person was just an ordinary old man with no chakra. This wasn't Yugo, who naturally had the strength of a jonin. This old man, with the cursed seal sage body, was terrifying indeed. "Sister Mikoto, the intel must be wrong. If we hadn't brought enough explosive tags, we might not have made it out of here." Despite Shirou's remark, Mikoto's Sharinon remained fixed on the lifeless figure, her gaze intense. Shirou sighed as the rhombus-shaped cursed mark on his palm gradually faded, leaving faint cursed seal markings under his skin before disappearing completely. The perfected Chimera Jutsu could absorb and fuse with bloodline limits, though this perfected version required considerable time and genetic stability medication to allow the body to adapt. Although perfected, the technique still required resources. Thinking of this, Shirou cursed inwardly. His original plan had been to target Uchiha with an awakened Sharinon, as the bloodline rejection would be minimal. But the cursed seal sage body was a rare and precious opportunity. Moreover, he wanted to test a hypothesis, and it just so happened that this could be used in his plan involving Tsunade. With this thought, Shirou's expression became serious. Chapter 9, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 9. On the second day, the rain stopped, and under the sunlight, Konoha was filled with a thriving vitality. A rainbow arched over the village, bringing innocent, joyful smiles to the faces of villagers and children alike. Even passing shinobi couldn't help but smile at the sight. "Congratulations, Mikoto. You're about to become a special jonin," Shirou said, smiling as he returned to the village and heard the news from Mikoto. However, upon hearing this, a trace of sadness and heaviness appeared in Mikoto's eyes. "My grandfather's health is failing. Although my Sharinon has only reached 2 tomo, I must start taking on the responsibilities of the clan." With just one sentence, she revealed a great deal. Uchiha Setsuna, the elder, was nearing the end of his days. As his only bloodline descendant, Uchiha Mikoto would inherit his legacy. The elder. Shirou's face showed worry, though he felt a hidden thrill within. Mikoto gave a self-deprecating smile at his expression. It's fine. It might be best if that old man leaves sooner. It would bring the clan some peace. The two walked side by side toward the Uchiha clan grounds, while Shirou's mind raced with the implications of what Mikoto had revealed. Though her promotion to special jonin was somewhat forced, Mikoto, with her Tutomo Sharinon and young age, was still needed as an heir by the hawkish faction of Elder Setsuna. This seemed like an opportunity. Suddenly, Mikoto turned to him, her slender hands cupping his face as she gazed deeply into his dark eyes. Shirou, she began, her expression becoming complex and solemn. We don't have much time. Your Chunin appointment will come soon, but you must awaken your Sharinon as quickly as possible. I will need you in the future. Shirou nodded firmly. Sister Mikoto, don't worry. I'll help you. Determined not to let her down, he understood that with Elder Setsuna's health declining, only Mikoto could inherit his power. But with her current limited strength, she urgently needed his support. That urgency explained her desire for him to awaken his Sharinon after she'd unlocked hers through emotional struggle. Just as they reached the clan grounds, they heard shocking news. The first Hokage's grandson, Naoki, has met with misfortune. Both Mikoto and Shirou were stunned. Mikoto was taken aback because Naoki was the last male direct descendant of the first Hokage's bloodline, while Shirou was shocked that even with Tsunade aware, such a tragedy could still occur. In front of the memorial stone, rows of stone markers lay before Tsunade, who stood silently, wearing a blue coat that day. Clutching a necklace in her hand, her face was full of grief, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Beneath the silence, a palpable aura of killing intent hung in the air. Naoki. Footsteps sounded behind her. Shirou, just back from a mission, arrived at the scene still in his travel-worn clothes, carrying a bouquet of white flowers. He walked up to Naoki's gravestone, bowed his head, and quietly spoke. I just got back this morning and heard the news. Captain Tsunade, wasn't it already? Boom! Before Shirou could finish, Tsunade swung her fist, sending him flying over 10 meters away. The white flowers scattered across the sky as Tsunade, her face full of fury, glared at him. Cough, cough. Shirou slowly rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. He remained silent, carefully gathering the scattered flowers. Captain Tsunade, this must be an attempt to sow discord between you and the village. Shirou's face showed disbelief as he met Tsunade's grief-stricken gaze. Could Naoki's death have blindsided the Senju clan? Although he had already relayed the intelligence, Naoki still perished? Whether true or not, Shirou had to take this seriously. Shut up. Tsunade, recognizing that Shirou was merely a pawn, nevertheless maintained the deception to mislead any hidden enemies. That information came directly from your clan's elder Setsuna. Shirou's face fell, eyes flashing with determination. Captain Tsunade, he declared, his expression resolute. This made Tsunade wary. Was this guy truly taking matters this seriously? Suddenly, Shirou proclaimed, Captain Tsunade, as a genin of the Uchiha clan, I will personally eliminate the village's traitors. Shut up. Tsunade's fierce gaze swept over him, silencing the impassioned Shirou before he said anything more dangerous. Assassinate Uchiha Elder Setsuna? This guy is truly bold? The circumstances of Naoki's fake death were known only to her and Grandma Mito, yet this guy's presence added a new headache. Still, Tsunade couldn't expose the truth lightly. Remember the secrecy rules for shinobi. Tsunade's cold warning echoed as Shirou lowered his head further. A gentle breeze passed, and Tsunade, still cold and distant, turned back to Naoki's gravestone. Shirou moved forward, laying the white flowers before it, his head bowed. Tsunade felt a twinge of regret for him. Naoki's death carried great weight, and her hands were tied in what she could reveal. Finally, she spoke hoarsely, this was the work of enemy spies. Her statement made it clear to Shirou that the incident was classified, his information suppressed. He nodded, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. Because of the war, then, he murmured, implying that the matter's secrecy would prevent unrest in Konoha. With neither truly mourning Naoki, Shirou finally turned his back on Tsunade, clenching his fists with resolve. To Tsunade's surprise, he suddenly turned back, his eyes determined. Captain Tsunade, I request to go to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. At that moment, Shirou resolved to head to the battlefield, ready to bury this knowledge forever if necessary. Tsunade clenched her fists in frustration. This stubborn Uchiha? But in the next moment, Shirou's face contorted in pain, his body beginning to tremble. Shirou. Tsunade, ever the skilled jonin, immediately sensed something was wrong with him. Not good. Chapter 10, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 10. In Konoha, in front of Naoki's gravestone. Shirou. As Tsunade frowned, she noticed black, flame-like curse marks spreading across Shirou's neck. His entire body trembled, and as he forcefully activated the curse seal's sage body, a wave of overwhelming negative emotions surged through him. His eyes turned bloodshot, and an intense killing intent grew deep within him. This isn't good. At that moment, Tsunade realized something was seriously wrong. This guy had awakened some kind of power, but it wasn't the Sharinon. Shirou groaned in pain, his face twisted in agony. Seeing Tsunade in front of him, he gritted his teeth and fully unleashed the curse seal sage body, removing its restraint on his body. He had finally caught this chance, and the woman before him was the greatest medical nin in the entire shinobi world. As a shinobi, one must be ruthless with oneself? This is bad, what is this? With her medical skills, Tsunade quickly assessed Shirou's internal condition and was shocked. He's awakened some kind of power inside him, causing his body to suffer backlash. But isn't this guy a Uchiha? The power he had awakened wasn't the Sharingan, but some other force. Something was wrong. Captain Tsunade, I request to be sent to the battlefield. Shirou gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke hoarsely. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck, and the backlash, along with the flood of negative emotions, overwhelmed him. Under Tsunade's shocked gaze, Shirou's bloodshot eyes slowly revealed a single black tomo. The Sharingan had awakened? Was it the incident with Noeki, or the tension between the village and the clan that triggered this? Keep quiet. Tsunade snorted coldly, grabbed him, and disappeared from the memorial stone. At the Senju clan. When Shirou opened his eyes again, he found himself in a room filled with medical equipment. An N4 was hooked into his hand, and as he heard the faint drip of the fluid, he tried to speak but was immediately overcome by sharp pain. Where am I? Shirou's face twisted in agony, his entire body feeling as if every cell were being pierced with needles. It seems you're not dead yet. Tsunade, who had been reviewing scrolls at a desk, raised her head. What happened to me? Shirou feigned confusion, but Tsunade just snorted. You're lucky. You've awakened 2 kinds of Kekii Genkai. Awakening 2 Kekii Genkai? While an average shinobi might consider this a fantasy, with Tsunade's vast knowledge of the shinobi world, she knew it was rare but not impossible. Kekii Genkai. Shirou's face showed a complex expression as if he had realized something. Seeing this, Tsunade grew even more irritated. This guy was truly obsessive, awakening 2 Kekii Genkai from emotional shock. And for what? Her brother was the one who had died, fake, and even she hadn't awakened a Kekii Genkai, yet this outsider did. Typical Uchiha? That's right. You should know that in every Kekii Genkai clan, there are rare cases of rejection, known as Kekii Genkai diseases. The Uchiha clan has these as well. Kekii Genkai disease typically happens due to overuse or excessive strain on the body from these powers, causing irreversible damage over time. There's also a congenital form, where the body cannot adapt to the power. Tsunade explained in technical terms, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. After all, for a medical nin, cases like this were precious research materials. And you have some kind of brain issue, simultaneously awakening 2 types of Kekii Genkai, which has caused your body to reject them. As she spoke, Tsunade glanced at Shirou's 4 and snorted. In the entire shinobi world, only a handful of people are capable of concocting this kind of cellular stabilizing medicine. Each bottle is worth a fortune. Tsunade's voice echoed in the room, while Shirou weakly reached out as if trying to pull out the 4. What are you doing? I don't have that kind of money. Shirou's weak response, though concoct the medication for your condition. The dosage has to be precise, and we have to constantly monitor your body's changes. Do you have any idea how much it cost just to examine your body earlier? Faced with Tsunade's laugh, Shirou was left speechless. 20,000? A B-rank mission in the shinobi world only pays between 80,000 and 200,000, not counting the portion taken by the village, the cost of ninja tools, and post-mission medical expenses. According to official mission payout data in the Naruto world, D-rank mission, 5,000 to 50,000, C-rank, 30,000 to 100,000, B rank, 80,000 to 200,000, A rank, 150,000 to 1 million, S rank, over 1 million. Seeing Shirou's stunned expression, a hint of amusement flickered in Tsunade's eyes. It seems she had successfully scared Shirou. In recognition of your service to the village, I'll help you concoct the medication regularly. Before Tsunade even finished speaking, Shirou nodded solemnly and replied in a serious tone. Captain Tsunade, I will repay you. The determination in Shirou's eyes made Tsunade pause for a moment. But upon reflection, it made sense. A stubborn mindset, proud nature, and an unwillingness to owe anyone, this was exactly what being a Uchiha was all about. Thinking about it, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Any Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan never seemed to be normal. They all had issues in their heads. In the silent medical room, Shirou stood up and respectfully bowed. I'm sorry, Captain Tsunade. That apology seemed to come from Shirou's deep sense of guilt. As Shirou turned to leave, Tsunade calmly tossed him a scroll and then crossed her arms, blocking her view. This is the research report on your new Kekii Genkai. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. After respectfully bowing again, Shirou left the room. With a creak, the door closed, and after Shirou's footsteps faded away, Tsunade finally let down her guard. In the quiet room, Tsunade gently crossed her long, graceful legs, revealing her black high heels and the delicate, jade-like toes painted with red nail polish. She absent-mindedly swung her foot back and forth, her face no longer marked by the sorrow of Noeka's death, but instead by exhaustion. That Uchiha brat, and the one lurking in the shadows. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting out the window toward the Hokage rock, a look of irritation crossing her face. Is the Senju clan really something you all fear so much? At that moment, Tsunade, staring at the Hokage rock, was filled with a deep sense of dread. The Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan compound. Shirou, you've awakened your Sharingan. After returning to the clan's territory, the first person Shirou told about his awakening was Mikoto. As expected, upon hearing the news, Mikoto was first shocked, then broke into a joyful smile. Shirou, I knew it. It was only a matter of time before your talent would lead to the awakening of your Sharingan. Seeing Mikoto's excited smile, Shirou felt a warmth in his heart. In this world, the people who were truly happy for him awakening his Sharingan were probably only from the Uchiha clan. Sister Mikoto, don't get too excited. Here's Captain Tsunade's report. This time, Shirou didn't hide anything as he explained the entire process of his Sharingan awakening to Mikoto, including the fact that he had awakened 2 Kekii Genkai. With the Uchiha name, he could not rely on anyone else, he could only depend on the clan. After all, why would he forsake a prestigious clan like the Uchiha to align himself with the third Hokage? He wasn't stupid. The Uchiha clan could provide him with things the Hokage never would. Not to mention, the third Hokage would only see him as a double agent. Within the Uchiha clan, as long as you displayed your talent and strength, you could have everything. That's why, from the start, Shirou never considered hiding his dual Kekii Genkai. He was eager to progress. Only by progressing could he gain more resources. Dual Kekii Genkai. After listening to Shirou's story and reading Tsunade's report on the Kekii Genkai, Mikoto's initial shock turned into a crescent moon-shaped smile. Shirou. Holding the report, Mikoto's expression turned serious after her initial excitement. Do you want me to give this Kekii Genkai report to the elders, or should I deliver it to the clan leader? The clan leader or the elders? This was a choice between two paths. The current clan leader was part of the more peaceful faction, while Elder Setsuna, who had once dared to stage a rebellion, was undoubtedly part of the Hawks. Shirou understood Mikoto's intentions and smiled as he nodded. Sister Mikoto, haven't you always been waiting for me to awaken my Sharingan? The two exchanged a look, and Mikoto smiled sincerely. Mikoto was the only blood relative of Elder Setsuna and the sole heir to his power. In a noble clan like the Uchiha, bloodline inheritance was crucial, but one also needed sufficient strength to claim it. Though Mikoto was a woman, her current strength, marked by her Tutomo Sharingan, made her an undeniable talent. Shirou was the ally Mikoto needed. Shirou wasn't foolish. Although the current clan leader held significant power, Elder Setsuna's faction was in hiding. It was obvious that supporting him now would be more advantageous than later. As for the Hawks, with the Uchiha name, Shirou had no other choice. Besides, how many Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan weren't extremists? Although the clan leader had more overall power, most of the elite Uchiha with awakened Sharingan were aligned with the Hawks. And with Mikoto by his side, Shirou was more eager than ever to grow stronger. Chapter 12, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 12. Uchiha Naka Shrine. In the dimly lit chamber, Elder Setsuna, who had lived here since his release, sat quietly. Cough, cough. So, you're the kid Mikoto spoke of. Not bad, the elder's voice echoed as Shirou, seated respectfully in front of him, nodded and responded. Uchiha Shirou greets Elder Setsuna. After awakening his Sharingan, Shirou knew he had to take the next step by going through Mikoto to meet Elder Setsuna. This elder, who had inherited Madara's will and dared to plot rebellion, was confined to the clan's territory, but his prestige remained unttarnished. After all, this was the Uchiha clan. The sallow-skinned elder, with a weathered face, glanced over the intelligence scroll sent by his granddaughter and nodded approvingly. Not bad. So, you possess 2 Kekii Genkai. However, while 2 bloodlines can make one powerful, they also limit you. A person's energy is finite, and your bloodline has significant flaws. Although dual Kekii Genkai was rare, for someone like him, who had seen countless geniuses in the shinobi world, few survived to his age. Elder. Shirou nodded respectfully while discreetly observing the elder. As he suspected, Elder Setsuna's sallow and frail appearance suggested he had only a few years left. No wonder he was so eager to nurture Mikoto, clearly preparing for the end. Cough, cough. Elder Setsuna glanced calmly toward the door. To Shirou's surprise, 3 figures appeared, Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, and Mikoto. Elder. Fugaku and Mikoto bowed respectfully to the elder, and Mikoto took a seat beside Shirou. Seeing this, Shirou narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Could the elder have longer to live than he thought, or was he just in a hurry to finalize things? While Shirou speculated, the clan leader scanned him, then nodded slightly. Elder, this Uchiha genius is indeed qualified to carry out this mission. Elder Setsuna smiled approvingly, startling Shirou. The clan leader and elder might appear to have differing opinions publicly, but it was clear they were in sync. Both were crafty veterans. Fugaku, the Uchiha clan's future rests heavily on your shoulders. And Mikoto, Elder Setsuna's gaze lingered on Fugaku before turning to his granddaughter. You both know our clan's standing in the village. The 3 of you will shoulder the clan's burdens in the days to come. Shirou thought to himself that while this was a noble sentiment, it seemed redundant. Fugaku was the clan leader's son, the most talented of the younger generation, and a natural heir. Mikoto, as the elder's granddaughter, was also set in her role. The Uchiha clan's united front could keep many in the village awake at night. But where did that leave him? Just then, the clan leader and Elder Setsuna exchanged glances and handed Shirou a scroll. Fugaku, nearby, seemed to know its contents and looked down awkwardly, while Mikoto gave him an encouraging smile. Shirou took the scroll, his eyes widening in shock at what he read. Seeing Shirou's expression, Elder Setsuna coughed and spoke in a solemn tone. Shiro-kun, while our clan is strong, we are not trusted. This mission is challenging and a great opportunity. It's all for the sake of the clan. As he read the scroll, a serious look crossed Shirou's face, and his gaze instinctively moved toward Fugaku, which everyone noticed. Clan leader, elder, in terms of talent and strength, Captain Fugaku has already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharinon. He's a jonin, and only a few years older than us. Fugaku's face turned even more embarrassed, while Elder Setsuna sighed and said, Shiro, your talent is unique. Fugaku's strength lies in training, but you're different. What did he mean by just talented in training? Though embarrassed, Fugaku nodded, not wanting to seem uncooperative. Shiro, however, felt conflicted and cast a glance at Mikoto. This mission was daunting, and he wasn't naive. He enjoyed the benefits of Mikoto's support, and with the elder nearing the end, he could soon rise in the clan. But this mission was enormous. Shiro-kun. Seeing his hesitation, Mikoto gave him a gentle, understanding smile, her expression silently supportive. Elder Setsuna sighed, and Fugaku kept his head down, unwilling to be pulled into this challenging matter. After all, few in the proud Uchiha clan would willingly take on such a burden. This mission is critical. Seeing the clan leader remain silent, Elder Setsuna realized the responsibility rested on him. Shiro-kun, you've heard of Uzumaki Kushina, right? If nothing unexpected happens, she will likely become the next Ninetales Jinchuriki. She already resides with the Senju clan. Considering the Uchiha's precarious position in the village, building trust with the higher UPS through the Ninetales Jinchuriki is the best option. A rare glimmer of cunning crossed Elder Setsuna's face. The first Hokage's wife was the original Ninetales Jinchuriki. Shiro-kun, isn't it your dream to become Hokage and restore the Uchiha clan's glory? If you succeed, with the Ninetales Jinchuriki's backing and Mikoto's support within the clan, your path to Hokage is possible. This was quite a vision. Shiro was stunned. The elder dared to dream big. Marrying the Ninetales Jinchuriki to become Hokage? It did make some sense. The first and fourth Hokage had similar arrangements, and the seventh Hokage was a Jinchuriki himself. But could the Uchiha clan involve itself with the Ninetales Jinchuriki without arousing suspicion? Seeing the clan leader nod gravely, Shiro realized these two were bold. Thoughts raced through Shiro's mind. The 5 great shinobi villages always had Jinchuriki and chose suitable candidates. When the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, the villages captured Uzumaki members to sustain their bloodlines. The Uzumaki weren't the only option for Jinchuriki, it was simply that, in Konoha, the first Hokage's wife was Uzumaki Mito. Konoha wouldn't fully trust an outsider like Kushina, but the Senju clan could. While the Ninetales Jinchuriki was tied to the Senju now, things could shift politically. The Senju had lost power since the Second Shinobi War. Tsunade's departure further diminished their influence. The clan couldn't foresee that Kushina, once a Jinchuriki, would be seen as merely a weapon by the third Hokage. Shiro. Uchiha Mikoto's gentle smile and gaze were filled with unspoken support. She knew about this mission. With a deep breath, Shiro made his decision. For the clan's sake, he was ready to carry the Uchiha banner. Creator's Thoughts. Chapter 13, Naruto. I am Uchiha Shiro 13. For the glory of the Uchiha clan. Shirou's resolute voice echoed within the Naka shrine. Fugaku felt a mix of awkwardness and secret relief. Though this mission was for the clan's benefit, it still clashed with his pride as a Uchiha. Fugaku, look at Shiro. In the future, the clan will rely on people like him, said the clan head, glancing at his son. Fugaku, who was usually a source of great pride, saw a rare hint of disappointment in his father's gaze. Fugaku steeled himself, speaking in a deep, serious tone, the clan will never forget Shiro's contributions. As Fugaku looked at Shiro, he couldn't help feeling a trace of embarrassment, but also relief. For once, he was grateful for his own more mature appearance. It wasn't that Fugaku hadn't put in effort, he simply didn't have Shiro's natural advantages in this regard. Shiro wore a pure white kimono with black pants, his chest slightly exposed to reveal muscular contours. Dark arm guards covered his forearms and extended to his hands, with a black belt at his waist and a ninja sword slung across his back. His chiseled, handsome face and tall, straight posture gave him a heroic air, bearing a striking resemblance to Sasuke during his time with Orochimaru. This entire outfit had been chosen by Mikoto, including the new clothes he wore to meet the elders. Even Mikoto felt she might have unwittingly made a mistake. Seeing Shiro's determined expression and his striking appearance, Elder Setsuna couldn't help but nod in admiration. Shiro, this is the best opportunity for the clan. The third Hokage's actions over the past 2 decades have stirred dissatisfaction among the major clans. Otherwise, why would the Senju clan have ensured the next Ninetales Jinchuriki would be one of their own? Elder Setsuna said coldly. Even White Fang's rise has begun to overshadow the third Hokage. Part of it is due to his strength, but the major clans have also been stirring discontent. Even the Senju clan disapproves of the Hokage's policies. As Shiro listened, he frowned. Whether Elder Setsuna's words were entirely accurate, he couldn't be sure, but it was no surprise that a Hokage would limit a clan's influence if it grew too strong, even the Senju. The sequence of events was telling. First Noeka's death in the Second Shinobi War, then Tsunade's lover, followed by the absorption of Kushina Uzumaki, a Senju Jinchuriki, into the Hokage's faction. Even White Fang's eventual suicide and the Senju's decline after the Third Shinobi War pointed to a Hokage-led weakening of the clan's influence. Elder Setsuna continued, White Fang isn't from a prominent clan, which has allowed the Uchiha to cooperate well with the other major families. Reflecting on Elder Setsuna's analysis, Shirou glanced at Mikato. With both the benefits of the mission and clan support in mind, his motivation surged, and he nodded resolutely. Clan head, Elder, rest assured, I will do my utmost to approach the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. As he said this, Shirou cast a discreet glance at Mikato, considering all he knew from the storyline. No wonder Mikato and Kushina had such a strong friendship. The Uchiha had multiple plans in place. How had Uchiha managed to get so close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki without facing suspicion? Then it dawned on him, the Senju clan must have approved it, considering Kushina's role as a reserve Jinchuriki. With the other clan's dissatisfaction united against the third Hokage, it was no wonder he would later take such harsh action against them, including the Uchiha, Senju, and even the Hyuga. Mikato finally broke her silence. With a serious expression, she said, Clan head, Elder, although Shirou-kun serves under Captain Tsunade, contact with Kushina Uzumaki is limited, and even with my help, it may raise suspicion. However, since Shirou-kun recently awakened his dual bloodline limit, Captain Tsunade's healing skills are essential to stabilize it. This could give Shirou further opportunities to interact with Kushina, though the medicine needed to stabilize his cells is highly valuable. Elder Setsuna looked momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, knowing that Shirou and his granddaughter's relationship lent some truth to Mikato's words. Shirou met Mikato's gaze with a look of gratitude. Her support was invaluable. The clan head and Elder Setsuna exchanged a silent nod. This mission required Shirou's talent, appearance, and legitimate reason for contact. The clan will support any Uchiha who brings it honor, Elder Setsuna declared. Uchiha Shirou, we will provide you with monthly funding and the medicine needed to stabilize your bloodline. Don't disappoint us. After leaving Naka Shrine, Fugaku seemed a bit awkward. Shirou-kun, here is the clan's Sharinon scroll, intended for those who have awakened their bloodline. Holding the scroll containing Sharinon techniques and training methods, Shirou smiled and nodded. Thank you, Captain Fugaku. Fugaku, though, seemed slightly embarrassed. He knew Shirou had sacrificed a lot for the clan this time and offered a solemn nod. The clan will not forget your contributions. At this point, Mikato interjected with a warm smile, Captain Fugaku, Shirou-kun's strength was already commendable, and now, with the Sharinon awakened, his chakra and abilities will advance further. I also heard the clan recently acquired some chakra metal. Though she didn't say it outright, her meaning was clear. Appreciating her subtle nudge, Shirou gave her a mental thumbs up, then raised a hand to stop her, wearing a serious expression. Sister Mikato, we're all doing this for the clan. Fugaku's awkwardness deepened. He gave a nod, and though he didn't say anything, Shirou knew that a chakra metal weapon was likely coming his way. Chapter 14, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 14. Beneath the setting sun, inside the house, Shirou and Mikato stood facing each other. Sister Mikato. As Shirou spoke, Mikato gave him a gentle, understanding smile. Shirou, this is the quickest way for you to join the higher circles of the clan. Looking at her, Shirou felt a warmth rise in his heart. Mikato's concern for him was palpable. Kekii Genkai sickness. Those 3 words were a nightmare for any bloodline clan. For someone like Shirou, just a budding genius who had recently awakened his Sharinon, the clan wouldn't readily invest resources. Each dose of the cellular stabilizing serum cost between 100,000 and 200,000 ryo, sometimes even more, depending on physical condition and frequency of use. Dual Kekii Genkai. In the proud Uchiha clan, the Sharinon reigned supreme. Anything else was seen as weak. Because of this, Shirou's unique heritage had little impact on the clan. Suppressing his frustrations, Shirou sighed inwardly, only to be distracted by confusion flashing across his face. Sister Mikato, what about Kushina? At the mention of Uzumaki Kushina, Mikato's smile turned wry. Shirou, while I approached her deliberately for the clan's sake, Kushina is a pitiful person too. She knows I had ulterior motives, but we still became close friends. Despite being older than Kushina, Mikato's fond smile softened her expression as she recalled their moments together. You don't need to worry too much about this mission. It's mostly for show. I've already spoken with Kushina and made arrangements. Shirou quickly realized how much effort Mikato had put in for his sake. The Kekii Genkai sickness wasn't something Mikato wanted to risk with him, so she had taken control of the situation, carefully orchestrating every detail. Shirou, I'm not doing all this just for you. I have my reasons too, she admitted, her voice taking on a rare teasing tone. When the old man is gone, I won't be able to hold things down by myself. I'll need your help. Mikato was confident that within the next 5 or 6 years, she could consolidate Elder Setsuna's power and lead a united Uchiha clan. Shirou couldn't help but chuckle as he responded in kind. Sister Mikato, then the future of the clan will rest on the 2 of us. The 2 shared a laugh, the tension momentarily dissolving into camaraderie. As she prepared to leave, Mikato's Sharinon flared, her eyes gleaming crimson. Shirou, train hard. I'm preparing to become a special jonin. Her words left Shirou speechless. Watching her figure retreat into the distance, Shirou stood alone in the quiet house. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, Uchiha, He rubbed his temples, a wry smile curling his lips. This extreme family, with all its complexities, was exactly what he wanted, ancient yet vibrant, ruthless yet resilient. In a world ruled by power, the Uchiha belief in strength over tradition felt far more compelling than the rigid hierarchy of the Hyuga. When you lack the power to change everything, learn to blend in. A confident grin spread across his face. He truly loved it here. Later that night, Shirou found himself standing before Tsunade, who eyed him with her usual no-nonsense demeanor. Coming to see me this late at night, what do you want to report? Though Tsunade often appeared cold since the loss of her brother, Shirou bowed respectfully and began. Captain Tsunade, the clan has learned about my Sharingan awakening and my dual Kekii Genkai. Afterward, the clan head and elders met with me at Naka Shrine. From what I observed, the supposed divisions between them are little more than a facade. Tsunade scoffed. The Senju had long been aware of the Uchiha's tactics. Their internal factions were a calculated act to maintain balance. Without the moderating influence of the two elder leaders, the Uchiha's infamous nature would have led them to self-destruct. But this guy sent as a spy in the morning and already reporting back at night? Captain Tsunade, they also ordered me to make secret contact with Uzumaki Kushina. They claimed she could act as a bridge between the clan and the village, a potential stepping stone for me into higher ranks. At this, Tsunade's expression grew sharper. They want you to contact Kushina secretly. She felt her anger flare but quickly reined it in. This was Uchiha's way, always scheming for leverage within Konoha's inner circle. Sister Mikoto reached out to me as well. She assured me this mission is only for appearances and has already informed Kushina. It's all been arranged. Shirou revealed everything, omitting nothing. Partly because he did not need to fabricate details, but also because he needed Tsunade's trust. Doesn't it hurt to betray your clan like this? Tsunade finally asked, her sharp eyes boring into his. Shirou's face grew solemn. Captain Tsunade, I am not betraying my clan. The Hidden Leaf Village was founded by the Uchiha and Senju together. Everything I do is for the good of the clan and for the village. His voice grew impassioned as his Sharingan slowly activated, the tomo spinning in his pupils. We live in a world of war? Poverty and hardship ravage the lives of shinobi. Have you seen how this endless conflict has scarred the village? The Uchiha clan has always sought to end this cycle. We have shed our blood to protect the village and fight for peace. Tsunade blinked, stunned by his fervor. Our real enemies, Shirou continued, his eyes blazing, are those who seek to divide and destabilize the village. For a moment, silence filled the room. Tsunade's expression softened, her usual stern demeanor replaced with quiet seriousness. I understand, she finally said. I apologize for what I said earlier. Shirou was momentarily stunned. Tsunade apologizing? But her character made sense of it. The future fifth Hokage was nothing if not principled, owning up to her words and actions. Tsunade's brown eyes sparkled with determination as she addressed him again. Go on. What's next? Taking a deep breath, Shirou withdrew a scroll from his pouch. It was time to take the next step and bring Tsunade fully to his side. Chapter 15, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 15. What is this? Looking at the intelligence scroll Shirou had handed over, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. This seemed eerily familiar. The last time she had seen a scroll like this, it had nearly cost Nawaka his life. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she opened the scroll. Shirou's demeanor was equally serious. After handing over the scroll, he spoke in a low voice. Captain Tsunade, after I returned from the Naka Shrine, Elder Satsuna secretly gave me this intelligence scroll. As soon as Tsunade scanned the contents, fury flashed across her face. She slammed her fist onto the table in front of her. Crack! The table shattered. Damn it! Her bright brown eyes burned with anger. Someone had plotted against her? The information in the scroll was straightforward yet chilling. It contained intelligence supposedly from the future, written by Uchiha Shirou, of course. In summary, it predicted that after Nawaka's death, Tsunade would be emotionally devastated, leaving her vulnerable. This would create an opportunity to exploit her. Coincidentally, Tsunade had been preparing a medical proposal to present at the upcoming Jonin meeting, and Nawaka's death would likely strengthen her resolve to push that agenda. The analysis was tailored to her personality, an unsettling sign that whoever was behind it knew her intimately. The detail that truly troubled Tsunade was that very few people were even aware of the medical report she was preparing. Her anger surged. Shirou noticed her reaction and bowed his head, speaking in a serious tone. Captain Tsunade, Elder Satsuna's health isn't good. Based on my observations, he likely only has 2 or 3 years left. He paused, measuring her expression. I know this intelligence seems malicious, but the incident with Nawaka already proved its credibility. The reminder hit Tsunade hard, though she remained silent. So, what about this intelligence? Shirou continued. Feigning earnestness, he added, Captain Tsunade, even if this was uncovered by Elder Satsuna, it could still be the work of enemy villages. Given the ongoing war, we must remain vigilant. At this, Shirou's expression turned resolute, as though he truly believed his own words. Captain Tsunade, I believe this is a ploy by enemy spies to drive a wedge between the Senju clan and the village. Tsunade stared at him coldly, a sharp smirk forming on her lips. You brat. No wonder the Uchiha clan let you approach Kushina. I suppose that, too, was influenced by this intelligence, wasn't it? Without waiting for a response, she tossed the scroll back at him. Shirou hurriedly caught it, his eyes widening in mock surprise as he scanned the document again. His voice trembled with feigned shock. This. The scroll's contents mirrored his previous mission, to approach a specific target. This time, however, the target wasn't Uzumaki Kushina, it was Tsunade herself, the Senju princess. The parallel was unnerving. What's wrong, brat? Tsunade smirked, watching him flounder. Shirou lowered his head, a flush creeping over his face. Internally, Tsunade scoffed. Where did all that righteous fervor go? This guy had even dared to make her apologize once. Now, he was like a cow sitting on an explosive tag, ready to blow at any moment. But then, she paused, considering her options. With her experience and standing, she could see the situation far more clearly than Shirou. It was highly likely that this intelligence network was a powerful tool, deeply embedded within the Uchiha clan's infrastructure. Moreover, Elder Satsuna had once dared to challenge the village's authority. It stood to reason he would have hidden assets. And with the elder nearing the end of his life, Tsunade realized Shirou was precisely the kind of talent she could use. Hot-headed, fiercely loyal to his clan and Konoha, willing to shed blood if necessary. He even awakened his Sharinon out of guilt. A calculating smile crept across Tsunade's face. If this intelligence network fell into Shirou's hands, it wouldn't be much different from being under her control. You're too naive, she said coolly, masking her thoughts with a scolding tone. Shirou flinched. Captain Tsunade, Enough, she cut him off, her sharp gaze pinning him in place. Your Uchiha clan's goodwill has been received by the Senju clan. I don't care about Kushina, but remember this, don't try to play any tricks on me. Her words carried an unmistakable warning. Shirou nodded hurriedly. Captain Tsunade, you have my word. I swear on the honor of the Uchiha. Despite his solemn vow, Shirou's mind raced. If he truly followed through with the mission to approach Uzumaki Kushina, it would paint a target on his back, especially from the 3rd Hokage's faction. He had no intention of becoming another Noeki, killed in the shadows during a routine mission. This mission was one he planned to go through the motions with, nothing more. Good, Tsunade said finally. This matter ends here. Keep your clan's business clean, or I won't be so forgiving next time. Shirou nodded again, his expression serious. Understood, Captain Tsunade. I will uphold the Uchiha clan's integrity. And as for the scroll, I'll ensure its contents remain confidential. He was telling the truth. The Uchiha had their methods to prevent leaks, mental seals to block enemy genjutsu from extracting information. Tsunade knew this too, which was why she had never attempted to probe Shirou with genjutsu after he'd collapsed from awakening his Sharinon. The intelligence scroll wasn't merely a warning. It was a gesture of goodwill, a subtle but deliberate attempt by the Uchiha to bridge the gap with Konoha and earn trust. Tsunade saw through it all, but she played along. She knew when to bide her time. As for Shirou, he heaved a sigh of relief as he carefully tucked the scroll away. For now, Elder Satsuna's burden was his to bear, but he would carry it, if only for the sake of his clan. Chapter 16, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 16. Leaves rustled. Ding, ding, kunao, shuriken, and ninja swords clashed repeatedly as two figures separated in the training field. Shirou-kun, you've been improving quite nicely lately. Mikoto smiled with satisfaction as she slowly sheathed her sword. Panting heavily, Shirou sat down, somewhat disheveled, on the soft grass. Looking at Mikoto, who was just 3 years older than him, he smiled. Sister Mikoto, congratulations on becoming a special jonin. At 15 years old, Mikoto, a special jonin skilled in genjutsu, fire release, and swordsmanship, was already a standout talent within the Uchiha clan, wielding a Tutomo Sharinon. Faced with Shirou's congratulations, Mikoto's face softened into a gentle smile. Shirou-kun, you've also become quite adept at using your Sharinon. The two sat on the grass, enjoying the breeze, while Mikoto continued to guide Shirou with her gentle smile, pointing out his shortcomings. In the ninja world, almost every Kekii Genkai brings a brief period of explosive growth after awakening. Whether it's in chakra or physical strength varies depending on the bloodline's focus. For us Uchiha, once the Sharinon is awakened, we focus on chakra. With the Sharingan's assistance, learning ninjutsu and genjutsu becomes significantly easier. As Shirou panted and listened to Mikoto's detailed explanation of the Sharingan's power, he couldn't help but feel a rush of emotion. The Sharinon is like a cheat code, just awakening it makes one a genius. From the original series, you could gather some information. Haku gained immense power as soon as he awakened his bloodline limit. Similarly, Uchiha Sasuke's strength skyrocketed after unlocking the Sharinon, especially after training with Kakashi for just a month. A ninja's physical abilities and chakra generally accumulate over time, but for those with bloodline powers, awakening or evolving them feels like a glitch in the system. Take Sasuke, for instance. Every time his Sharinon evolved, his strength increased dramatically in a very short period. The Uchiha clan's Sharinon is indeed powerful, but that power is also why many in the clan lose their way. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, trying to master all of them often turns geniuses into mediocrities. You've already awakened your Sharinon, but when it comes to ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, it's best to focus on one path of development. Shirou nodded with a smile, but inside, he couldn't help but sigh. Kekii Genkai ninjas are truly the elite of this world. The system of this world is broken. Unlocking and evolving a Kekii Genkai is akin to a ninja undergoing a natural evolution in talent. Sister Mikoto, I understand what you mean. Every strong ninja has a unique style of ninjutsu, while those who try to master everything often end up mediocre, squandering their talent. The two of them sat there, catching their breath on the peaceful training grounds. Shirou wiped the sweat from his brow and pulled out a purple headband from his ninja pouch. Congratulations, Special Jonin Uchiha Mikoto. Seeing the gift, Mikoto giggled and gave a charming smile. Thank you, Shirou-kun. There's a saying, if she's inexperienced, show her the wonders of the world. If she's already jaded, take her on a carousel ride. Given Mikoto's status, she lacked nothing in terms of ninja tools or techniques, so Shirou knew better than to offer something she didn't need. At that moment, Mikoto took out a pair of black wrist guards with a chuckle, saying, Congratulations to you too, Shinin Uchiha Shirou. Shirou was stunned. Shinin. Seeing his expression, Mikoto chuckled again. Of course. The promotion letter has already been sent to the clan. You'll probably see it when you get home. As expected from the Uchiha clan, everything, even Hokage promotions, had to go through the family first. Thank you, Sister Mikoto. Accepting the black wrist guards, Shirou smiled, but just as he was about to put them on, his eyes suddenly widened. Sister Mikoto, isn't this a little too valuable? Before he could say any more, Mikoto's gentle laughter interrupted him. Valuable? For me, Shirou-kun is more valuable than any item. Beneath her warm smile, there was a hint of the characteristic obsession found within the Uchiha clan. After a moment of surprise, Shirou smiled and chose to accept the gift. The wrist guards featured a hidden sword symbol. These were sealing wrist guards, designed to conceal ninja tools, and they were incredibly rare. Shirou remembered that in the original series, Sasuke used something similar in his battle against Itachi. Mikoto. At the sound of the voice, Mikoto turned to see someone approaching, and she smiled. Shirou also smiled. Kushina. A head of vibrant red hair swayed in the sunlight as Uzumaki Kushina, wearing long black socks and a genuine smile, waved and hurried toward them. Shirou-kun. It was clear Kushina still felt a bit distant from Shirou. After all, in the original series, while Kushina eventually became very affectionate, she initially struggled to feel a sense of belonging in Konoha. Kushina. Seeing her, Mikoto greeted her with a smile. Congratulations, Mikoto, on becoming a special jonin. As soon as they met, Kushina laughed heartily and gave Mikoto a big hug, showing just how close they were. Shirou, on the other hand, could tell Kushina still harbored some resentment toward him, or rather, at this point, she remained emotionally distant from most people except a select few. Without saying much, Shirou moved to a corner of the training grounds to familiarize himself with the sealing wrist guards Mikoto had given him. At the side of the training field, Shirou examined the wrist guards, sighing to himself. Being born into the right family is a skill. The Uchiha clan's skill with shurikenjutsu was famous throughout the ninja world, and with the added power of the Sharingan, it became even more formidable. Mikoto's gift was not only well hidden but also something that could prove invaluable in critical moments. As Shirou was lost in thought, the bushes nearby rustled, and a stiff voice sounded. Mikoto sure is biased, giving you something so valuable. Seeing the figure that appeared, Shirou squinted his eyes. Kushina, or rather, your shadow clone. The Uzumaki name is well deserved. Shirou smiled as he spoke, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the real Kushina chatting with Mikoto in the distance. The shadow clone technique, a B-rank skill, required a significant amount of chakra, enough to stump most people. Kushina glared at him unhappily, as if he had taken something precious from her, her eyes filled with hostility. Kushina, you seem to have a lot of animosity toward me, don't you? Shirou smiled, but Kushina's eyes narrowed threateningly. Shirou-kun, Mikoto has already told me everything. I might go along with it, but you'd better stay away from her. In Konoha, aside from Lady Mito and Tsunade, Mikoto was one of Kushina's few friends of the same age. Because of this, Kushina cherished their friendship deeply. Shirou, seeing Kushina's threatening gaze, narrowed his eyes in response. A yandere? No, it was more like a child guarding a treasured toy, unwilling to share it. Or rather, the former princess of the Uzumaki clan, who finally had a friend, wasn't ready to let anyone else close. After all, this ninja world is deeply twisted. But this twisted world? I absolutely love it. P.S. If Shirou were to somehow die, would Mikoto awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Chapter 17, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 17. Corner of the training field. Stay away from Mikoto. Shirou looked at Kushina with a smirk. In reality, Kushina, you're the one who should stay rational. After all, you're the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Shirou's blunt declaration made Kushina's pupils contract. The one thing she least wanted to confront had been laid bare before her. Seeing the flicker of loneliness in Kushina's eyes as his words struck home, Shirou's smile turned calm. Don't worry. The Uchiha possess the strongest power. We don't need to rely on someone like you. His gaze carried a touch of arrogance quintessentially Uchiha. Yet, inwardly, Shirou was muttering to himself. He was acting this way to further his plans. After all, getting close to someone as guarded as Kushina was no easy feat. Not everyone had the same opportunity as Namikaze Minato, who had the entirety of Konoha crafting a stage for his grand play. In the original story, just a few shinobi from the Hidden Cloud had managed to infiltrate Konoha, evading the police force, the Umbu route, and the intelligence department. They even infiltrated the Senju compound and successfully captured a hostage. Ridiculous? Even more absurdly, these cloud ninjas strolled out of the village undetected, completely ignoring the hairs scattered along their path. And, of course, they were ultimately defeated by Namikaze Minato Ichinin at the time, who hadn't yet mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. You. Kushina's eyes turned red as she glared at Shirou, her fiery temper flaring a shield against her inner vulnerabilities. Shirou, however, remained unruffled. Kushina, your role may be important, but Sister Mikoto can convey the goodwill of the Uchiha clan through you. There's no need for you to overthink things. Instead, you should be more cautious. As the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you'll attract many who covet your power or seek to manipulate it. Don't let yourself be used, or worse, let Mikoto get hurt because of it. Shirou subtly turned the tables on Kushina, encouraging her to remain vigilant. If I can't have it, why should you? Besides, he was confident that his efforts would make even someone like Tsunade, already wary, more cautious about Kushina's potential manipulation. Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. Kushina snorted, forming a quick hand seal. Her shadow clone dispersed, and simultaneously, the real Kushina chatting with Mikoto in the distance froze momentarily. Kushina, what's wrong? Mikoto's concern brought Kushina back to her senses. She smiled brightly. It's nothing. Their laughter echoed across the training field as Shirou, observing from afar, wisely decided to retreat. A month later. Time flew by. Over a month had passed since Shirou returned from the Omegakuren's front lines. Night fell over Konoha, but the Hokage's office remained brightly lit. In the meeting room, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at the head of the table, flanked by Homura Midokado and Koharu Yudiden. Their authoritative gazes set the tone for the Jonin Council meeting. The situation on the Omegakur battlefield is growing increasingly dire, Hiruzen began. While this appears to be a war between the Omegakur, Tsunagakur, and us, in reality, all 5 great shinobi villages are involved. Kumigakur, Iwagakur, and Kirigakur are covertly supporting the Omegakur, sending elite squads. And now, Tsunagakur has formally declared war on us. The third Hokage's commanding tone filled the room as his sharp eyes scanned the attending Jonin. The Jonin wore grim expressions. Though Tsunagakur was the only village to declare open war, they all knew the truth. The shinobi world, sure, but another day. With a casual wave, she walked toward the door, her face feigning a look of anticipation. Watching Tsunade leave, Jiraiya stared wide-eyed, momentarily stunned. He had never seen this side of Tsunade before. Orochimaru, let's go have a drink. Jiraiya's voice was filled with excitement, but Orochimaru only responded with a disdainful glance. Idiot Jiraiya. Hey, Orochimaru, what's that supposed to mean? Are you going or not? Inside the conference room, Jiraiya's loud complaints echoed as Orochimaru headed toward the exit. Outside the Hokage building. You called me here in the middle of the night. Under the dim light of a lamppost, Shirou yawned, with a slug perched on his shoulder. It's a message from Lady Tsunade, so it must be correct. She also asked you to wear your best outfit, the slug's gentle voice echoed, bringing a refreshing feeling, though it was, unfortunately, still a slug. Shirou frowned as he looked at the Hokage office. What's Tsunade up to in the middle of the night? Could it be something urgent on the front lines? But why would she ask me to wear my best clothes? In the dead of night, Shirou wore a pure white kimono paired with black pants. His slightly open chest revealed a glimpse of well-toned muscles. Black arm guards extended from his forearms to his hands, while a black belt secured a straight ninja blade at his waist. At that moment, a stream of Jonin wearing their vests walked out of the Hokage building. Shirou quickly put on a respectful demeanor. At all times, it was essential to show sufficient respect to the strong. Among the exiting figures, Dan Kato wore a gentle smile. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, his lips curled into a faint smile, and he felt a surge of excitement. Finally, my efforts have finally drawn Tsunade Haim's attention. Shirou. Dan took a deep breath, preparing for what was to come, but Tsunade, draped in a blue cloak that night, brushed past him, running toward someone else with a doting expression. What? Dan stared in disbelief, and the other Jonin exiting the building also widened their eyes in shock. Under the lamplight, Tsunade, wearing a fond smile, ran up to Shirou and suddenly embraced him. Reflexively, Shirou caught her. The next moment, a threatening whisper reached his ears. Hold me and spin. What the heck? Shirou's youthful face froze in astonishment, his mind failing to catch up. Meanwhile, Tsunade covertly used her medical ninjutsu to manipulate his nerves. In the next moment, under the dim light of the lamppost, Shirou, who was a head shorter than Tsunade, held her by the waist and spun her around. At that moment, Tsunade beamed a radiant smile, like a true princess. Shirou's eyes widened in disbelief. There's a move like this? Shirou, you've been waiting for me, haven't you? At such close proximity, the unique fragrance around her lingered. Under Tsunade's fond, though Jiraiya joked, Orochimaru exchanged a glance with him, both of them recognizing something off about the situation. Their gazes briefly shifted to Dan Kato. They knew Tsunade well and saw through his overeager performance. Dan Kato's overly familiar behavior and his mention of his deceased sister were a calculated attempt to approach Tsunade. Awkwardly, Dan forced a couple of dry laughs before leaving. Inside the Hokage's office at the Hokage Tower, under the dark sky, third Hokage, the Jonin meeting has concluded. Regarding Lady Tsunade. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Koharu Yudiden frowned in disapproval. Hiruzen, what is Tsunade doing? What is she planning? Doesn't she understand how dangerous the Uchiha are? Her sharp questioning was echoed by Homura Mitokado, who adjusted his glasses with a displeased expression. Compared to Koharu, however, he was more composed. Hiruzen, has Tsunade discovered something? Their observations as seasoned ninjas had not missed Tsunade's unusual behavior. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing deeply on his pipe, looked at them with a calm expression. It's likely that Dan Kato's actions earlier caused her displeasure. Tsunade summoned a summoning beast during the meeting, leading to what happened outside. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sarutobi shook his head. This is Tsunade's way of pushing back the Senju and the Uchiha. That's her counterattack. Sarutobi's measured tone, however, only deepened Koharu's dissatisfaction and apprehension. Hiruzen, the peace we've achieved in the village didn't come easily. Tsunade is going too far this time. Her status is far too sensitive. This was just Dan Kato's behavior. Allowing the Senju and Uchiha or Tsunade and any ninja from a major clan to form an alliance will only destabilize the village. Koharu's sharp words reflected her concern over Tsunade's influential status. They didn't object to Tsunade being with a minor, powerless jonin, but were firmly against her associating with prominent clans. Dan Kato's investigation into Tsunade hadn't escaped their notice. It was tacitly approved, leading to his prepared stance during the jonin meeting. After all, Tsunade's medical system reform proposal had long been reported to the Hokage. The jonin meeting merely brought it into the open. Faced with their worries, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured to dismiss them, his tone firm. Tsunade may have overstepped, but the war in the Land of Rain takes precedence. Mentioning the war shifted their focus to the grim situation. Hiruzen, the White Fang's influence is growing. It's time for Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade to take on more responsibility. Sarutobi looked at his two old friends, exhaling smoke as resolve hardened in his eyes. You're right. With the Great War looming and all nations eyeing the Land of Fire, I won't allow any internal instability. I plan to have Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya lead a ninja army to the Land of Grass. They'll coordinate with the White Fang's forces to counter the Hidden Rain village. If the conflict escalates, they'll be ready to enter the battlefield. As Sarutobi discussed troop movements with Koharu and Homura, the office door suddenly slammed open. Danzo Shimura stormed in, visibly angry. Hiruzen, the Senju, and Uchiha uniting is no small matter? How can you just sit by and do nothing? Danzo's outburst elicited a sharp reprimand from Sarutobi. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo's glare was filled with resentment as he stormed out. Koharu and Homura exchanged helpless glances, sighing. Danzo, the war in the Land of Rain is critical. Tsunade's situation is for Hiruzen to decide. Danzo dismissed their attempts to calm him, slamming the door and growling. Hiruzen, leave that wicked Uchiha brat to me. Danzo, you. Homura tried to stop him, but this. Shirou, the clan needs you. Should the situation demand it, we hope you'll make sacrifices for the sake of the Uchiha and the village. It was clear what they were implying. With a deep breath, Shirou adopted a resolute expression. For the honor of the Uchiha, I am willing to act as a bridge between our clan and the village, he declared solemnly. In the shadows, Uchiha Fugaku stood silently, suppressing the complicated feelings in his heart. How could the proud Uchiha clan stoop to such levels? And yet, looking at Shirou's unwavering determination, Fugaku couldn't help but feel admiration. I am not as selfless as you, Shirou, he thought. As Shirou's plans unfolded, the clan prepared for what they hoped would be an advantageous alliance. With Tsunade's quirks detailed in their intelligence reports, the elders reassured him that the clan would provide all the necessary resources to win her trust. All the while, Fugaku felt a deep unease. This wasn't just a mission, it was a transformation of what it meant to be a proud Uchiha. Chapter 21, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 21. The Senju clan. In the brightly lit study, Tsunade, who carried a bold and carefree persona outside, transformed into a quiet and obedient girl once she returned home, sitting properly to one side. Tsunade, you were far too impulsive this time. Uzumaki Mito, though aged and aware of the Senju clan's decline, was not blind to her granddaughter's actions. The Senju may have weakened, but they were far from extinct. When Tsunade returned home, Mito's expression had turned grave as she fixed her gaze on her granddaughter. However, Tsunade lifted her head with rare defiance and said, Grandma Mito, those old fools have gone too far, first Noeki, and now me. Facing Tsunade's outburst, Mito sighed softly and shook her head. What's done is done. But have you considered the consequences of dragging the Uchiha clan into this? What kind of people were the Uchiha? Mito knew all too well. While they might seem agreeable most of the time, their extremist tendencies could easily lead to trouble if pushed too far. Tsunade, however, disagreed with Mito's caution. Her voice grew firm and resolute. Grandma Mito, those Uchiha elders have already provided critical intelligence on 2 occasions. It's clear as day they want to return to the center of power after years of isolation. And tonight, my actions were a warning to everyone in Konoha. The Senju are still here. If pushed too far, we'll ally with the Uchiha. Tsunade's declaration was fierce. In her youth and pride, she could not tolerate repeated schemes against her. This was her retaliation. Grandma, this is also what the Uchiha want. Tsunade looked deeply at her grandmother and continued in a measured tone, this wasn't a rash decision. I thought it through carefully. As for Uchiha Shirou, let's not discuss him for now. During the war, I observed the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, in secret. He's loyal to the village. While I don't know much about the current Uchiha elders, I do know Fugaku is nearing his 20s, with a maturity of mind and character to match. Her gaze bore into Mito's, her seriousness unmistakable. Moreover, involving the Uchiha will ease much of the pressure on the Senju. It was clear what Tsunade intended, to use the Uchiha to share the burden of the scrutiny and hostility directed at the Senju. Mito, astute as ever, immediately grasped the implications. While she had her reservations about the Uchiha's past, she recognized Tsunade's faith in Fugaku's loyalty to the village. And what about that boy, Shirou? Mito asked with a wry smile, realizing Tsunade had made up her mind. Oh, Shirou. Tsunade's lips curled into a smile as she teased, isn't he perfect? His actions will kill off any disloyal thoughts in the village. Besides, he has a personality that wouldn't betray Konoha. We need the Uchiha's voice to be heard anyway. Tsunade understood Shirou's staunch commitment to the will of fire and his usefulness in keeping her informed of the Uchiha's plans. Seeing her granddaughter's resolve, Mito frowned. Though she felt Tsunade's approach was impulsive, a part of her, still simmering with suppressed anger and resentment over what had happened to her grandchildren, couldn't disagree. First Noeki, then Tsunade. Who could tolerate such affronts? If not for her advanced age, she would have unleashed the power of the Ninetales long ago to deter these schemers. So be it, Mito finally said. The battlefield in the Land of Rain is treacherous, but the Uchiha clan's fire techniques, while somewhat limited, remain formidable. When you go to the front lines, you can rest assured that the Uchiha ninja will cooperate. Mito was certain the Uchiha clan would follow orders to ensure their reintegration into Konoha's trust. The next day, the news that Princess Tsunade had taken a liking to a young Uchiha spread like wildfire through Konoha. It became the talk of the town. The flower of Konoha, the pride of the Land of Fire, even the shinobi world's most prominent beauty had been plucked. Bang! The laboratory doors burst open as a flushed and furious Uzumaki Kushina stormed in. Glaring at Tsunade, she shouted, Sister Tsunade, did Uchiha Shirou seduce you? Seeing Kushina's protective outrage, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Era? Is my Kushina-chan jealous? She teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Kushina, however, gritted her teeth and snapped, I knew it. Those evil Uchiha? Pretending to approach me when their real target was you all along. Fuming, Kushina felt utterly deceived. The evil Uchiha, even Sister Tsunade, had been duped. Tsunade put down her tools, hands on her hips as she laughed heartily. Kushina, this isn't very ninja-like of you. Shinobi must always remain calm. Sitting down, she looked at Kushina with a hint of worry. First Noeki, then herself. Would Kushina be next? If Shirou had heard Tsunade's thoughts, he would have chuckled, exactly right. That's the order? Kushina, Noeki's incident is in the past, but during the Jonin Council last night, someone. Seeing the innocence in Kushina's eyes, Tsunade rarely showed such a serious expression as she recounted the events of the previous night. Though Kushina didn't yet understand, Tsunade subtly mentioned Noeki's fate, planting seeds of caution. What? Kushina's eyes widened in shock, disbelief written all over her face. Sister Tsunade, how could shinobi in the village stoop so low as to scheme against you? Kato Dan's words from the previous night seemed too coincidental to Tsunade, who couldn't shake her suspicions. Coincidence after coincidence, with no tangible evidence, it was too perfect. And that was the problem. Kushina, you must be careful. Not everyone in this village is trustworthy, Tsunade said solemnly, looking at her with deep concern. P.S. Poor Minato. You know what my position represents. Despite that, there are still those who dare to act against me. Your situation is no different. If even the Uchiha are involved, who knows what others might do? Kushina's alarm grew, and she nodded fervently. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade. I'll be careful from now on. As a foreigner from the land of whirlpools, Kushina had always felt somewhat out of place. Tsunade's warning only heightened her awareness. Meanwhile, Shirou's strategic leaks had achieved their desired effect. Tsunade and the Senju clan were now on guard against Konoha itself. When it came to exploiting others for personal gain, Shirou was a master. Don't call me Shirou. I am Aizen. Chapter 22, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 22. The Senju clan, Tsunade's medical laboratory. At noon, Shirou, familiar with the routine, arrived at the laboratory once again. Shirou, tell me, how does it feel to exceed the mission's requirements? Tsunade, lounging lazily in her office chair, wore a teasing smile as she gazed at him. Shirou glanced at the 4-line recently inserted into his arm. A flicker of defiance crossed his face, but he quickly fell silent. He bore the weight of his mission and the burden of humiliation as if carrying the world on his shoulders, his frustration plain for all to see. Captain Tsunade, the Uchiha may have made mistakes in the past, but now we only wish to protect the village alongside everyone else, not to remain isolated. His raspy voice conveyed the plight of his clan once again, pleading their case. In Tsunade's eyes, Shirou standing before her, though serving as her spy, was also a passionate defender of his clan. All right. That's ancient history. Let it go already. Tsunade's breezy nature showed as she waved dismissively, chuckling. The enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans had long faded into history. After all, how many Senju remained in Konoha now? Shirou, aren't you going to explain about the intel you've delivered twice? Under her meaningful gaze, Shirou's expression turned resolute. Captain Tsunade, the situation on the Omegakure battlefield is critical. Based on the previous intel, it's hard to definitively claim that the village's upper echelons are behind all of this. I apologize for the matter with Noeki, but investigations concluded it was an accident. And as for last night, Captain Tsunade, you of all people should understand the weight of your status. In essence, I, a Uchiha who believes in the will of fire, refuse to believe the village could be so corrupt. There must be bad apples in the mix. Yet, as Shirou spoke, his tone faltered, as if even he didn't fully believe his own words. Despite this, he forced himself to continue with feigned conviction. Captain Tsunade, your influence is significant. Even in private, there's talk in the village and within the Uchiha clan. They say whoever marries you has a good chance of becoming Hokage. As for Jonin Kato Dan, perhaps his actions were personal rather than conspiratorial. His flawed reasoning screamed of someone clinging desperately to faith in the village, masking the truth with an unyielding belief in the will of fire. Personal? Accidental. Tsunade smirked faintly and elegantly crossed her long, slender legs. Her composed demeanor exuded a serene beauty. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her golden hair. For a moment, she seemed tranquil and still. In the ninja world, chakra was a blend of spiritual and physical energy. Nearly all strong ninjas possessed steadfast beliefs. When those beliefs were shattered, their strength often faltered. As the saying goes, a darkened heart grows tenfold stronger, but redemption weakens by threefold. Shirou had no intention of breaking anyone's beliefs. Instead, he preferred to sow seeds of doubt. Once cracks formed in someone's conviction, he could subtly shift their beliefs without them realizing it. Captain Tsunade, I believe in the will of fire, and I trust the village. Sensing Tsunade's wavering resolve, Shirou reaffirmed his own beliefs with determination. The implication was clear: if someone's faltering, it's you, not me. Even without manipulative tactics, simply providing foresight of future events was enough to nudge things in his favor. Planting seeds of doubt today would eventually grow into towering trees. Knowing the future and not using it for personal gain? That would be absurd. TCH, stubborn Uchiha brat. Watching Shirou continue his persuasion, Tsunade chuckled disdainfully. And your clan? Didn't you just say you were ready to sacrifice yourself for them in critical moments? Abruptly shifting her tone, Tsunade's sharp, amber-brown eyes pierced into him. Shirou took a deep breath. This was a test. Surely, Tsunade hadn't become the fifth Hokage by sheer luck. Her sharp mind constantly probed for weaknesses. But, when acting, act flawlessly. Captain Tsunade, I. Shirou's face flushed as he struggled internally, torn between his clan and the village. To Tsunade, Shirou, her younger brother's peer, was bearing far more than he should for his age, burdened with loyalty to both clan and village. For a moment, Tsunade smirked sarcastically. The prideful Uchiha were setting aside their pride to integrate with Konoha, while certain people in high positions had forgotten who helped elevate them there in the first place. Satisfied with her test of Shirou's character, Tsunade's tone softened. Shirou, you'd better behave in the future. After all, the whole village and even your Uchiha clan are watching you. Her teasing yet affectionate tone sent a chill down Shirou's spine as Tsunade's sisterly gaze landed on him. Big sister beam. So bright, so big. But, no time for distractions. Captain Tsunade, I was just trying to help out. Shirou muttered weakly, realizing the precariousness of his position. Last night was just a misunderstanding. Besides, I've already reported to my clan. They've approved funding for your research on Kekii Genkai diseases, and they'll provide additional intel. He paused before adding, Captain Tsunade, about your reputation. The rumors about you loving sake and gambling too much. My clan can provide financial support if needed. Tsunade's face darkened with anger. What's that supposed to mean? Does this guy think I'm cheap? And what's this about gambling and sake? Are you trying to bribe me? Do I look like that kind of person? Captain Tsunade? That's not what I meant. Shirou stammered, overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the moment. With Tsunade observing closely, he felt like he was dancing on an explosive tag, caught in the tension between the Senju, Uchiha, and Konoha's politics. Tsunade, sipping tea with a mischievous smirk, remarked, Shirou, this is your chance to become the bridge between your clan and the village. Even though the Senju are weak now, our voice in the village still carries weight. The Senju were no longer the powerhouse they once were. But with the Uchiha's help, the events surrounding Noeki and the Jonin Council had accelerated Tsunade's maturity. She was now facing Konoha's darkness head-on, understanding that threats didn't just come from enemies but sometimes from allies or even from one's people. The village had nearly forgotten the Senju in just 2 decades. Now, Tsunade intended to remind them. Chapter 23, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 23. Konoha. News of Tsunade Heim from the Land of Fire seemingly taking in a man from the Uchiha clan spread through the village like wildfire. For a while, it became the hottest topic of gossip. More importantly, it marked the Uchiha clan stepping back into the spotlight. Although Shirou's actions were seen as disgraceful by some within his clan, they couldn't deny the benefits it brought: a signal of change. Tsunade's status was no small matter. By aligning with her, the Uchiha sent a clear message to all of Konoha: the once strained relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clans might be thawing. This prompted other clans within the village to cautiously reach out to the Uchiha. The Uchiha had been isolated, not just because of their pride, but also due to their history. They were burdened with the blame for the first Hokage's death and, during the second Hokage's reign, had even attempted a rebellion. No one wanted to risk being burned by the volatile Uchiha. However, things had now changed. Even if Tsunade truly wanted to keep a Uchiha as her man, why make it so public? No clan leader was foolish enough to overlook the deliberate intent behind this move. Clans that had previously been on good terms with the Senju naturally picked up on the subtext and began building bridges with the Uchiha. At the Uchiha compound, Shirou-kun, the sacrifices you've made for the clan will not be forgotten. Fugaku's expression was brimming with approval as he addressed Shirou, even smiling warmly. Did you know? The clan has already initiated contact with the Abarame clan. We've even allocated a forest on the outskirts of the village for their use. Hearing Fugaku's words, Shirou's eye twitched slightly, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. It almost sounded like he had sold his body for the clan's sake. Captain Fugaku, it's all for the restoration of the Uchiha's honor. Though he was inwardly scoffing, Shirou outwardly adopted a solemn and steadfast demeanor, declaring his loyalty with fervor. Fugaku, taken aback by Shirou's sincerity, awkwardly coughed to mask his discomfort. Indeed, this was a significant step for the clan, a positive beginning, at least. But for Shirou, this wasn't exactly great news. Shirou. Fugaku hesitated, as though trying to offer words of encouragement, but seemed at a loss for how to proceed. Eventually, he shifted topics to avoid the awkwardness. Shirou-kun, the situation on the front lines is looking grim. There are signs of activity from Uegakure's forces. The village has decided to send a ninja corps to fortify the Kusagakure, grass country. The Kusagakure, located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, also bordered the Omegakure. Strategically, any movements by Uegakure warranted caution. If war broke out, the Kusagakure would inevitably become a battlefield. This was the harsh reality of ninja wars. Small countries were often the first to suffer. Is war about to begin? Hearing this, Shirou's expression turned grim. This was the real ninja world, not the simplified version from the Naruto series. His knowledge of the three great ninja wars was limited and fragmented. While Shirou pondered, Fugaku misinterpreted his concern as worry over the looming conflict. The true battlefield will be in the Omegakure. In the Kusagakure, any confrontations will likely be covert. Still, this time, the ninja corps includes some exceptional leaders. Noticing Shirou's curious glance, Fugaku continued, his tone serious. The commanders this time are Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Among the ninja corps are representatives from the Hyuga, Nara. As Fugaku listed the prominent participants, Shirou quickly pieced things together. This was a guilding mission. The younger generation of Konoha's clans needed battlefield experience to grow, and the Kusagakure, given its current conditions, was a relatively safer stage for that. I see, Shirou nodded. But something felt off. The Kusagakure was on Uegakure's front. A thought struck Shirou, his brows furrowing. Captain Fugaku, while I understand using the Kusagakure as a buffer, are you saying Uegakure's forces near the border only number around 500? That's correct. According to our intelligence, the ninja corps stationed at the border is relatively small. By comparison, the Omegakure warrants much more attention. Shirou exhaled sharply. In wars between great nations, smaller countries were often drawn in as pawns. If they resisted, they were swiftly crushed. I'll personally lead the clan's forces this time. Fugaku's words revealed the significance of the operation. The mission was not only to defend the Kusagakure but also to provide Konoha's younger generation with vital combat experience. And Shirou? His involvement was another step in solidifying the clan's reputation. Understood. When do we depart? 3 days from now. Assemble outside the village gates. The clan will ensure you're equipped with adequate supplies. After Fugaku left, Shirou stood outside his home, gazing at the monumental Hokage rock in the distance. This uncertainty, this lack of control over my fate, it's intolerable. But passively enduring isn't my style. His gaze shifted toward a particular part of the Uchiha compound, a smirk forming on his lips. Since I'm the bridge between the clan and the village, they'd better protect me well. In a world where power dictated survival, Shirou knew one thing: when you couldn't push the world forward, you had to become part of its current, using every available resource to rise. Chapter 24, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 24. Naka Shrine. In the dim stone chamber, the Uchiha clan leader and elder Setsuna sat side by side. Shirou, the sacrifices you've made for the clan will never be forgotten. Uchiha Shirou feigned an expression of intense emotion. He solemnly nodded and shouted. For the Uchiha, they were feeding him empty platitudes, but Shirou wouldn't fall behind in playing along. As always, when you don't have the power to change things, learn to blend in. Shirou, you should know that the clan won't let your efforts go to waste after this mission on the front lines. Elder Setsuna's face lit up with a gratified smile, as if to say, rest assured, you're now a key figure in our development plans. See, you've even been chosen for this prestigious mission. Just do your best. While placating him, the elder subtly offered an open invitation for any requests Shirou might have. However, in response to the expectant gazes of the clan leader and elder, Shirou hesitated briefly. Then, as if making a difficult decision, he gritted his teeth and said in a serious tone, Clan leader, elder, this mission is of utmost importance. At these words, his face took on a grave expression. The two elders exchanged worried frowns, lowering their voices as they assured him, don't worry, there's a barrier here. Taking a deep breath, Shirou prepared to launch into his performance. The Senju clan had leveraged his Uchiha ties, using him as a pawn, but Shirou knew the only reliable force he could truly count on was the Uchiha clan. If he could prove that they couldn't do without him, his value would become undeniable. After all, in the original timeline, Dan Kato's death was barely a footnote. By contrast, the Uchiha name carried far more influence. This mission is tied to critical intelligence. Based on what I've learned from Captain Tsunade, the death of Hashirama's bloodline Noeke was so meticulously orchestrated that no trace of foul play could be detected. This has led the Senju clan to grow suspicious. Furthermore, during the previous Jonin meeting, Kato Dan was implicated, but this could very well have been a premeditated act. As Shirou spun his tale, the expressions on the clan leader and elder Setsuna grew darker and darker. Are you saying someone in the village is secretly targeting the Senju clan? Elder Setsuna, once a rebel leader, quickly caught on, while the clan leader looked equally shocked. Observing their reactions, Shirou lowered his gaze slightly and said in a somber voice, "From the information I gleaned from Captain Tsunade, it seems someone leaked certain details to the Senju, fueling their suspicions." Both elders' eyes widened in shock. This was an explosive revelation. Shirou's gaze lingered momentarily on Elder Setsuna before lowering again. He thought to himself, "You don't have long to live, old man. Once you're gone, so are the loose ends. Besides, everything I'm doing is for the clan's sake." "Huh? I knew it." Elder Setsuna's initial shock turned into maniacal laughter. Slapping his knee, he began to rant passionately. "I knew it. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, they're nothing but conniving rats. They hide behind the banner of for the village, but look at their clans. Take Sarutobi, for instance, just count how many of his family have become ninjas since he became Hokage." This tirade seemed cathartic for the elder, who relished railing against the injustices he perceived. The clan leader, meanwhile, looked somewhat embarrassed, though the revelation left him uneasy. As the two elders calmed down, their gazes returned to Shirou, now filled with a mixture of admiration and pity. "Shirou, you've gone above and beyond for the clan." If they had previously thought he was merely being used as a pawn by the Senju, his current revelations painted a different picture. Uchiha Shirou had made a heavy sacrifice to earn Tsunade's trust and extract such critical intelligence. The elders exchanged glances before the clan leader solemnly declared, "The clan has decided to provide you with elite resources with a 3-tomo Sharingan ninja." This declaration carried weight. For the Uchiha clan, strength was paramount, and 3-tomo Sharingan elites were treated as high-ranking individuals, second only to the clan leader and elders. Shirou, concealing his inner elation, outwardly displayed fervent gratitude, shouting with resolve, "For the glory of the Uchiha." With these resources, he would gain access to most of the clan's ninjutsu and the elite training resources allocated to high-ranking jonin. As Shirou left, his goals achieved, the elders returned to their discussion, their expressions turning solemn once more. Someone dared to strike at Hashirama's bloodline. Sarutobi Hiruzen may be opaque, but Danzo Shimura has the gall for such underhanded schemes. Elder Setsuna's face twisted with fury, while the clan head looked concerned. If someone dares target the Senju, what's stopping them from targeting Shirou? They shared a heavy silence before coming to a decision. "This time, I'll instruct Fugaku to prioritize Shirou's safety above all else." "Agreed." Elder Setsuna's expression softened. With little time left in his life, he held on to the hope of seeing the Uchiha reclaim their rightful place in Konoha's political core before his death. After all, if this opportunity to align with White Fang was missed, who knew how long they'd have to wait for another chance. Chapter 25, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 25. 3 days later, a force of over 500 ninjas gathered in the forest just outside the village. When Shirou appeared, he drew quite a few stares. Some recognized him, while others didn't. The gazes carried a mixture of curiosity and disdain, an effect of the rumors swirling around these past few days. "Shirou." From the crowd, Uzumaki Kushina smiled and waved at him. Shirou ignored the stares of the others and responded with a wave and a cheerful smile. "Kushina, you're here too." His sunny smile lit up his handsome face, while Kushina, with her usual prideful demeanor, responded in a way that seemed playfully mocking to onlookers. "Shirou-kun, you're something else? Who knew you were aiming for Tsunade?" she teased, though she knew the rumor wasn't true. Even so, she couldn't resist poking fun, knowing how Uchiha pride rarely allowed such accusations to pass unchallenged. Especially since Mikoto had told her it was all for show. So what was Shirou really up to? It almost seemed like he was using Kushina to mask his supposed interest in Tsunade, which only fueled the gossip. Shirou squinted his eyes with a sly smile. "Kushina, you can't just say whatever comes to mind." Meanwhile, whispers rippled through the ninja around them. Many muttered that the Uchiha clan was despicable, resorting to seduction to curry favor with Tsunade and gain advantages. Even among the elite Uchiha, some looked visibly awkward, clearly understanding the implications of the surrounding gazes. Many were silently relieved it wasn't their reputation on the line. Fugaku, watching from a distance, sighed inwardly. Shirou's sacrifices are too great. The clan owes him too much. As the young clan leader in training, Fugaku was privy to certain secrets. If Shirou had acquired such inside knowledge, it surely came at a cost. Selling his emotions or even his body for the sake of the clan and their mission. Shirou was like a candle burning itself to illuminate the way forward for the Uchiha. For the family, Shirou was nothing short of admirable. Shirou-kun, it seems the Uchiha clan's reputation isn't faring too well, Kushina teased, baring her small tiger-like teeth. Her gaze flicked toward the surrounding ninjas who were laughing and mocking them. Shirou shrugged, smiling indifferently. Can't be helped. It's all for the clan and the village. After all, without such tactics, who knew how long it would take him to grow strong? Ninja development depended not only on talent but also on countless resources. Shirou knew his circumstances better than anyone. While he had access to certain forbidden techniques, relying solely on steady progress could take years' time he didn't have. Leveraging the Uchiha name had already brought him resources and opportunities. Others didn't even have such chances. And knowing the future as he did, Shirou would seize every opportunity to grow stronger. As for changing the future or avoiding its path, why would he bother? Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of his knowledge. The thought of the Uchiha's bleak future and the village's decline ignited a flicker of anger in Shirou. The village was built by the Senju and Uchiha clans. Without the Uchiha, what village would there be? All his actions were for the clan. For the village. All right, prepare to move out. At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade appeared. Their arrival silenced the forest as countless ninjas emerged from the shadows of trees and bushes, their faces respectful. Since they were heading to the battlefield, everyone was outfitted in silver-gray armor with reinforced chest plates and arm guards for added protection. In large-scale battles, such armor was invaluable. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade wore such gear. Haha, looks like everyone's morale is high. Jiraiya joked, his humor easing the tension. Tsunade, on the other hand, remained composed, casting a subtle glance in Kushina's direction. Check your equipment and prepare to depart. Yes. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orikimura yet to earn their title as the legendary Sunin were already renowned elite jonin. At Tsunade's command, the gathered ninjas shouted in unison and made their final equipment checks. This force, clad in uniform armor, comprised only Chunin and Jonin, proof of the seriousness of their mission. Moments later, at Tsunade's sharp command, the dense forest came alive with countless black shadows darting through the trees, heading swiftly toward the Kyuzagakur. From a distance, the swarming movement resembled an army of fleas. Whoosh, 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 silhouettes flickered in the forest. Shirou-kun. A blonde figure kept pace beside him, their movements synchronized. Seeing the sunny smile on the newcomer's face, Shirou returned it with one of his own. Minato. It was none other than his classmate, Namikaze Minato. Around them, ninjas naturally formed groups with those they knew, maintaining formations that allowed for quick, coordinated responses in emergencies. Shirou-kun, it's been a while. I didn't expect so many of our old classmates to be here. Indeed, it's rare for us to fight together. Familiar voices joined the conversation, and Shirou greeted them with warm smiles and nods. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Hyaga Hayashi, Hyaga Hizashi, and Abarame Shivi, they were all from the same generation. Though separated by a year or two in some cases, they had all been acquainted during their time at the academy. Kushina-san, Minato said, nodding to Shirou before greeting her with a cheerful smile. Kushina, however, still considered Minato to be a bit timid, recalling how he once stood by when she was bullied. She acknowledged him with a calm nod, though only because of the crowd, otherwise, she might have simply snorted in disdain. This mission to the Kyuzagakur border should be less intense, but we must also prepare to support the battlefront in the Omegakur. We're all comrades fighting together, Minato said sincerely, his words helping to build camaraderie. Minato's warm and genuine demeanor, paired with his natural charisma, made him easy to like. His role as Jiraiya's student further elevated his reputation among the group. Of course, Shirou replied with a faint smile, meeting Minato's gaze before addressing the group with equal poise. Shikaku is our battlefield strategist. As we form squads, I'm sure we'll be together. With Hayashi and Hizashi's Byakugan, we'll have a strategic advantage. Though the Uchiha were proud, not all of them were arrogant. Shirou, for one, had gotten along decently with his classmates back at the academy. Hearing Shirou's remark, Shikaku gave a small smile, complaining about the drag but still appreciating the recognition. Hey, Shirou. Just because we have Byakugan doesn't mean you can overlook the Inuzuka clan, protested Inuzukatsu, her face marked with red streaks of wild energy. Shirou chuckled. I'd never forget the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs or the Abarame clan's insects. But strategy isn't my strength. Recognizing his limitations, Shirou avoided trying to take charge in unfamiliar areas. He understood that in ninja warfare, missteps in command could cost lives. Professional tasks were best left to the experts. Creator's thoughts. Chapter 26, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 26. A few days later, the border of the Land of Fire saw the arrival of a ninja army, swiftly infiltrating the Land of Grass. And the reaction of the Kyuzagakur? During peacetime, they might show some deference. But in war? Who are they to talk to? In this world, power speaks louder. The Land of Grass stood no chance of resisting the 5 great nations. In the vast forests of the ninja world, ninjas seemed as small as ants, yet they wielded jutsu capable of catastrophic destruction. 6 squads ahead. The strongest chakra levels are mid-level Chunin. Perched on a tree trunk, Hayashi and Hizashi, scouting for the unit, activated their Byakugan and calmly reported the intel ahead. Nearby, the impulsive Tsum grinned with a bloodthirsty expression. Already being targeted as soon as we entered the Land of Grass? Perfect, we'll get to test the quality of their ninjas. On another tree, however, Shikaku's expression was solemn as he cautioned the group. Everyone, stay sharp. Lord Orochimaru led an elite team ahead to clear a path. Any enemy ninja reaching us now must either be from the Kusagaku or hired scouts. Do not underestimate them. Stay alert and fight carefully. The ninjas perched on the trees grew serious. On the battlefield, no one cared about anyone else's identity. Shirou, you've been through war in the Land of Rain. You're the most experienced here, Shikaku said, turning to Shirou. Though Shikaku was skilled at devising battle strategies, most of their post-graduation missions were within the Land of Fire, primarily small three-person team tasks. This was a full-scale war, a completely different situation. Meeting the others' inquiring gazes, Shirou calmly stated, fighting against squads of over 10 ninjas is different. The enemy has 6 squads. Don't let them encircle us, or it'll put us at a disadvantage. Their team had no experience in large-scale skirmishes, and without coordinated jutsu training, teamwork could falter, weakening their combat power. On the other hand, if the enemy was used to working together, even a dozen ninjas could be devastating. All right, we'll go with Plan B, Shikaku decided. The group took a deep breath, their expressions growing even more serious as they prepared for battle. Shirou glanced around, his expression calm but with a hint of concern. The situation in the ninja world was deteriorating, or the village wouldn't be so eager to push this group of second-generation ninjas into the field. Under normal circumstances, they would have gradually advanced to Chunin over time. However, many of them had already been hastily promoted to Chunin for this war. Shirou. Kushina's expression was also serious as she stood beside Shirou. The group quickly formed 3 temporary squads. Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka, the classic Ino Shikacho trio. Inyazukatsum and Abarame Shivi as a pair. Hayashi Hayaga and Hisashi Hayaga as the sensory team. Uchiha Shirou, Uzumaki Kushina, and Minato Namikaze as another team. Most shinin no longer had fixed teams like the genin squads, except for special cases like the Ino Shikacho trio. Kushina-san, be careful. Minato Namikaze warned, glancing at Kushina with concern. Kushina snorted, uncharacteristically dismissive. Don't drag me down. Though Minato had impressive grades upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, as a commoner with no Kekkei Genkai or secret techniques, he wasn't particularly outstanding compared to the others from prestigious clans or Kekkei Genkai families. Still, he displayed remarkable talent in wind release techniques, though his combat style largely relied on swift kunai strikes. The enemy is coming. Follow the plan. At a sharp command, the ninjas melted into the shadows of the forest. Shikaku narrowed his eyes, watching the approaching enemy. Did they let these scouting squads through on purpose, to accelerate our growth? Indeed, this deployment wasn't just to move the battlefield to the land of grass, but also to train their forces while weakening the smaller villages. In the eerie silence of the forest, the faint twang of a snapping steel wire echoed, raising the enemy's alertness. Not good. A loud shout was immediately followed by a chain of explosive tags detonating, filling the area with fire and smoke. An ambush. The trap took out one enemy ninja and severely injured 2 others, leaving one squad incapacitated. Huh? The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboka has arrived. A bold and comical laugh rang out as a white-haired ninja appeared on a high tree trunk. The sight stunned the enemy ninjas. Konoha's elite jonin, Jiraiya. Though not yet renowned as one of the legendary Sunin, Jiraiya's reputation as an elite jonin of the Land of Fire had already spread widely. Facing such a figure, the enemy squad panicked and began to retreat only to find their escape cut off by 3 figures. Fire release, dragon fire technique. At the forefront, Shirou formed hand seals and exhaled a torrent of flames. Wind release, great breakthrough. Flanking him, Minato and Kushina unleashed powerful gusts of wind, intensifying the flames into a massive fiery dragon that engulfed the enemy. Ah! Screams echoed as the fire consumed several ninjas. The fire jutsu hid shuriken. From within the flames, a hail of shuriken rained down, followed by even more chaos as one ninja suddenly turned on his ally. He's been controlled. No, it's shadow manipulation. It's the Nara clan. The supposed Jiraiya dissolved into smoke, revealing a Barame Shivi instead. As the enemy's formation crumbled, Konoha's ninjas pressed the attack, exploiting their Kekkei Genkai, secret techniques, and teamwork to devastating effect. By comparison, Minato's contributions, though impressive for a commoner, paled against the sheer power of his comrades. 27. Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 27. In the forest. Amidst the trees, over a dozen lifeless bodies lay scattered, their pupils dull and unfocused, their warmth fading away. The corpses were in various tragic states, some hanging from tree trunks, others sprawled in the grass. There were traces of ninjutsu, kunai, and shuriken, along with the distinctive marks left by dogs, insects, and the effects of gentle fist techniques. It's finally over. A voice broke the silence as a group of Konoha shinobi emerged from the canopy above. Though breathing heavily, they remained vigilant. Nara Shikaku, panting heavily, cast a glance at the group before his gaze settled on Shirou. Inwardly, he was startled. As expected of someone seasoned in battlefield combat. Even though this mission had gone smoothly thanks to Shikaku's strategy, Shirou stood out as the one who had conserved the most chakra and stamina after the battle. It wasn't that Shirou hadn't put in effort, rather, His combat style prioritized swift movements and precise use of shuriken and other techniques, conserving energy wherever possible. In contrast, many others had relied on overwhelming displays of large-scale ninjutsu during the high-intensity battle. While effective, it would leave them at a disadvantage if a second confrontation arose. Kushina, though panting, wore a victorious smile. Not as tough as I thought. All right, let's clean up the battlefield and gather any useful intel, Shikaku ordered. The group quickly got to work, adeptly searching the area. As Chunin, they were experienced enough to handle such tasks efficiently. Hisashi, Hayashi, stay on guard. Everyone else, hurry up, Shirou said calmly as he sheathed his blade. His gaze briefly swept over the group before settling back into composure. He nodded to himself. No wonder these people would become the village's elite jonin in the future. While their backgrounds helped, their skills were undeniably honed through tough experiences. Is everyone unharmed? With a bright smile, Minato exuded his characteristic warmth and charm, checking on the team. However, his subtle glance toward Kushina did not escape Shirou's notice. Shiro-kun even learned medical ninjutsu under Sister Tsunade, Kushina teased, her tone playful, yet with a hint of amusement from an earlier incident. Shirou smiled and nodded. I know a bit of basic medical ninjutsu. The battlefield had a way of forging bonds, and after this fight, the group shared an unspoken trust that hadn't existed before. Let's move. With a flash of movement, the group dispersed, swiftly leaping through the forest. As they traveled, Shirou leaned closer to Kushina and spoke teasingly in a low voice. Looks like someone cares about you. Kushina glared at him, clearly knowing who he meant. I don't like sissies. Minato's occasional glances didn't escape anyone's notice, least of all Kushina's. However, at this point, she felt no affection for Minato. Shirou smirked faintly at the scene. Really? Too bad your identity means people will always have something to gain from being around you. His blunt words made Kushina glare again, her small tiger-like fangs bared in irritation. And you? Aren't you here because of my identity too? Don't misunderstand? You've already said it yourself, I'm only here to connect with Captain Tsunade, Shirou replied, shrugging with a teasing grin. Despite the banter, Kushina found herself subconsciously growing wary of Minato, the seeds of doubt sown. Back in Konoha, at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, the Ninetales Jinchuriki is crucial. My route division has identified 5 suitable vessels for the seal. We can proceed immediately, Danzo Shimura said grimly. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi remained composed, smoking his pipe as he listened, his expression calm. Danzo's frustration grew. Hiruzen, are you listening? The village cannot have divided voices. An uncontrolled Ninetales Jinchuriki is a perpetual threat. This must not be allowed. Hiruzen finally spoke, his tone steady but firm. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo's face reddened with suppressed anger at being rebuffed. You'll regret this, Hiruzen, he spat before storming out. Left alone, Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke and retrieved a scroll from under his desk. It contained information on Minato Namikaze. Danzo, you're too impatient. If the village were left in your hands, things would only get worse. Gazing out at the village bathed in the sunset, Hiruzen's expression hardened. As long as nothing unexpected happens, everything will proceed as planned. But if Kushina cannot align with the village, for the sake of Konoha, Hiruzen resolved never to let the village's strongest weapon fall into the hands of an outsider. Chapter 28, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 28. The Land of Grass. The base of the Hidden Leaf Ninjas. Ha ha ha, Minato, it seems you've experienced the battlefield and realized how different ninja wars are compared to regular missions. Sitting on a large rock, Jiraiya held a copy of his book Tale of a Gutsy Ninja and looked teasingly at Minato. With a grin, he added. Here, Minato, this is the latest edition of this sage's masterpiece. Faced with his eccentric mentor, Minato let out a wry smile. His usual confident and sunny expression now carried a hint of helplessness. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Seeing Minato accept the book, Jiraiya's expression turned serious for once. With a tone both casual and heavy, he said, use this book to help adjust your mindset. After all, you're working alongside a group of ninjas from noble clans or Kekkai Genkai families this time. You must be feeling the pressure. Minato froze under Jiraiya's meaningful gaze. After a moment, he chuckled bitterly and nodded, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. After all, he wasn't yet the 4th Hokage and the mentality of a ninja is forged through countless trials. Jiraiya-sensei, I used to think that as long as I worked hard, I could catch up to anyone. But this mission showed me something different. The Nara, Akimichi, they casually use the powerful secret techniques of their clans. And the Kekkai Genkai families like the Hyuga and Uchiha are on another level. Even the Abarame and Inuzuka clans. During the journey here, Jiraiya and Tsunade had been training them, helping them grow rapidly and adapt to the realities of ninja warfare. However, Minato couldn't ignore the fact that, among all these people, he was the only one without a noble lineage. No matter how much effort he put in, there seemed to be an unbridgeable gap between him and those with inherent talent and privilege. Seeing Minato's self-doubt, Jiraiya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Minato, you're right. Compared to these noble clans with Kekkai Genkai and secret techniques, you might have some disadvantages. But that doesn't mean you can't surpass them. Back when Orochimaru and I faced Tsunade. Speaking of his past, Jiraiya's face revealed a nostalgic expression. He then smiled and shook his head, a rare confident grin appearing. But now, The gap between Orochimaru, me, and Tsunade is growing smaller. In terms of strength, we each have our specialties. And neither Orochimaru nor I have Kekkai Genkai or secret techniques. With Jiraiya's encouragement, Minato quickly regained his composure. A bright smile returned to his face. Jiraiya-sensei, I understand now. With a sunny grin, determination flashed in Minato's eyes. Though this mission involved facing opponents with Kekkai Genkai and secret techniques, leaving him initially at a loss, he knew he could adjust, even without Jiraiya's guidance. Seeing Minato's resolute demeanor, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Minato, I believe in you. Your natural talent makes you a true genius. Oh, right, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato took a deep breath and looked at Jiraiya with a serious expression. Before we came, the third Hokage summoned me. He told me many things, including some of the village's secrets. As Minato began to reveal these matters, the carefree smile on Jiraiya's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression in his clear eyes. That old man trusts you, to the point of telling you even this. Jiraiya wasn't foolish. The third Hokage asking Minato to relay this information was an attempt to leverage Jiraiya's relationship with Tsunade. After all, in this twisted ninja world, bonds among comrades carried significant weight. So, Minato, tell me, what do you feel for Uzumaki Kushina? Is it out of personal interest, duty, or something else? Jiraiya's gaze turned solemn as he looked at Minato. He needed an answer now. Minato froze at the question, hesitation flashing in his eyes. Finally, he lowered his head, embarrassed, and said, Jiraiya-sensei, when Kushina-san first came to the Ninja Academy, she was very beautiful. But her personality, along with the dynamics in our class, made me. It was clear that, as a civilian-born ninja, Minato had chosen to blend in with the majority rather than stand out. He had buried his feelings for the often bullied Kushina deep in his heart. Later, Kushina-san grew more beautiful, and with this mission assigned by the third Hokage, my feelings are genuine, not for personal gain or duty. Minato's determined expression revealed the secret he had kept hidden. In the original story, although Minato cared about Kushina, he never became her friend during their years in the academy. This detail reflected his shy, unspoken crush. Hearing this, Jiraiya's serious expression broke into laughter, and he mischievously wiggled his eyebrows. Hehe, let me tell you, kid, every man starts with physical attraction when choosing a partner. Recognizing your feelings is already a great strength. Because honestly, who doesn't value beauty? Minato, as long as you're sincere and responsible, go ahead without worry. Leave the rest to me. Jiraiya patted his chest confidently. He wasn't blind, he could see the third Hokage's intentions. The whole situation with the White Fang, the Hokage seat, and the Senju clan had already created tensions between the Senju and the current Hokage faction. The third Hokage was sending a goodwill gesture. For the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the Senju might have a say, but they couldn't prevent Minato from being involved. It was akin to a political marriage. This was why Jiraiya needed to involve Tsunade. After Minato respectfully departed, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and looked at a nearby tree trunk, muttering, So, what do you think of my disciple? From the shadows, Tsunade appeared with Shirou standing behind her, her expression unreadable. Hey, Tsunade, you're not seriously bringing this guy along, are you? One sharp glare from Tsunade was enough to silence Jiraiya, who scratched his head awkwardly. Observing the dynamics between Tsunade and Shirou, Jiraiya could see it clearly. Even the third Hokage had likely noticed it. Tsunade wasn't just looking for some young lover, she was making a calculated move, using the Uchiha clan as leverage. Tsunade, Minato is a good kid. I see it clearly. Tsunade, familiar with the third Hokage's signals, understood the political undertones perfectly. Politics had always been an art of compromise. Hey, Shirou, what do you think? Instead of answering Jiraiya directly, Tsunade turned to Shirou with a raised brow. Caught off guard, Shirou grinned earnestly under their scrutinizing gazes and replied, Shameless. Pfft. Tsunade burst into laughter, while Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, if my disciple is shameless, then what does that make you? Shrugging nonchalantly, Shirou chuckled. Of course, I'm shameless too. Kushina's fiery red hair is beautiful 90 points. Her identity as a Jinchuriki adds 10 points. But if her looks only scored 10, then if you'd asked me just now, Jiraiya-sensei, I'd have said it was for the village. With a righteous tone, Shirou brazenly voiced his shameless thoughts, unashamed and completely candid. Why didn't Minato approach Kushina at the academy if he liked her so much? It wasn't a matter of days but years. For better or worse, we're all driven by incentives, and beauty is a big one. Jiraiya, momentarily speechless, could only nod in exasperation. Men truly were like this. And Tsunade, laughing so hard she nearly cried, teased. Shirou, by your logic, you're all shameless. P.S. Being a commoner ninja is tough in the Naruto world. Sakura was fortunate. If she hadn't become Tsunade's apprentice, she likely would have ended up as just another average ninja, equipped only with the basic jutsu provided by the village. Tenten was the most outstanding among them, having created her own unique ninja combat style. Chapter 29, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 29. In the forest, Kushina slowly lowered her hands as the surrounding barrier dissipated. Stepping forward, she exhaled softly. It seems quite a few people have their eyes on you, Kushina, Tsunade teased with a smirk. Sister Tsunade. Kushina, usually bold and outgoing, found herself uncharacteristically shy. This situation felt uncomfortably like a matchmaking meeting, and even someone as spirited as her couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Tsunade crossed her arms confidently. Don't worry, Kushina. The choice is entirely yours. But let's be honest, after what we've just seen, that blonde kid might have a crush on you, sure. But that Uchiha Shirou? He's infatuated with your beauty. Kushina felt warmth spread through her chest at Tsunade's protective stance. Smiling gratefully, she replied, thank you, Sister Tsunade. But about those two. Her mind wandered to Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shirou, leaving her momentarily lost in thought. Tugging at her crimson hair, she murmured, Minato seems sincere, but his feelings seem tied to his duty to the village. As for Uchiha Shirou, feeling guilty, Kushina revealed the promise she had made with Mikoto concerning the situation. So, you're saying that brat was just going through the motions? Tsunade chuckled knowingly. She'd already suspected as much but couldn't resist teasing Kushina, whose face turned an even deeper shade of red. Between the two, Shirou seemed to hold a slight edge. One was drawn by duty, while the other acted out of genuine admiration for Kushina's beauty. The difference was unmistakable. That Shirou, Tsunade remarked, for all his arrogance, might feel more deeply than he lets on. Not wanting Kushina to misunderstand Shirou, Tsunade smiled and added, Jiraiya gave Minato a book, so I'll give you one too. You might not believe it, but this one was written by Shirou himself. It's full of naive musings about the future, but it might help you understand the Uchiha personality. Tsunade pulled a red-covered book from her ninja pouch, a discovery from her investigation into Shirou's background. Shirou wrote a book. Kushina blinked in surprise. She had never heard of it before. The bold title My Struggle on the red cover caught her eye, and she hesitated before accepting it. Yes. On the battlefield, your chakra attributes might complement his. While Uchiha pride can be off-putting, this might give you insight into their character. Tsunade laughed softly. This childish novel doesn't it perfectly mirror the immaturity of Uchiha pride? Overhead, a bird soared through the forest as Shirou, traveling with Jiraiya, curled his lips into a faint smile. Although not a sensory ninja, Shirou possessed a unique ability to communicate with animals, an extension of his sage body abilities. Earlier, a bird had informed him of a hidden presence. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade had sensed Kushina during their brief encounter in the forest. But to Minato and Shirou, her presence remained concealed. Lord Jiraiya, Shirou began, his voice calm but confident, I've always admired your tales of a gutsy ninja. The main character's tenacity resonates with me. Here's a book I wrote, I'd love to hear your opinion. Pulling out a red-covered book from his pouch, Shirou offered it to Jiraiya, a sly smile playing on his lips. Jiraiya's face froze in shock. This book, you wrote it. The bold title, My Struggle, stood out on the cover. The book had gained surprising popularity, even rivaling Jiraiya's works. Jiraiya had read it himself and was impressed. You came up with such a brilliant concept. Jiraiya exclaimed. Shirou chuckled modestly. Not really. It's mostly based on my own experiences, though I added some imaginative elements. Of course, I adapted certain missions for privacy reasons since ninja tasks are often classified. His modest explanation revealed his cleverness. My Struggle had only 3 published chapters so far, My Family, Life at Ninja Academy, and What I Saw on the Battlefield. Beneath Shirou's bashful demeanor lay an ambitious vision. He understood the ninja world's flaws better than most. It needed bonds and camaraderie, not superficial love stories. Jiraiya studied Shirou, sensing the depth of his motives. Kid, you're something else. Shirou responded with a polite smile. Lord Jiraiya, Minato doesn't just need resilience. He needs to understand the value of comrades. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh. Shirou's insight into Minato's character was spot on. You're a sly one, Jiraiya said, though admiration was evident in his tone. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Kushina held My Struggle against her chest and smiled. The proud Uchiha who claimed to act out of admiration for beauty might have been hiding deeper feelings all along. Is red hair really that beautiful? She muttered, glancing at her crimson locks before looking at the red cover of the book. A warm smile spread across her face. If Shirou had known her thoughts, he would have chuckled and nodded. Exactly as you think. Creator's Thoughts. Chapter 30, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 30. 3 months after the Konoha ninjas stationed themselves near the border of the Land of Grass, inside a tent, Shirou's hands emitted a faint green chakra glow, brimming with life energy. A lifeless fish lying on a scroll suddenly sprang back to life, flopping energetically in his hands. Palm Sage Jutsu, finally mastered. Shirou smiled, a glimmer of pride showing. Indeed, Kekkei Genkai abilities were the key. After awakening his Kekkei Genkai, his learning ability, training speed, and talent had all improved significantly. Mastering medical ninjutsu, particularly the Palm Sage Jutsu, marked his first success with an A-rank technique. At that moment, the tent flap lifted, and a figure with golden hair entered, holding a red book and wearing a humble smile. Shirou-kun, thank you for lending me this book, Namikaze Minato said sincerely as he approached. Unlike most Uchiha, Shirou wasn't cold and arrogant on the surface, though his pride was deeply ingrained. In response to Minato's gratitude, Shirou chuckled and teased, I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, I earned quite a bit in royalties. Amid their light-hearted banter, Shirou casually killed the revived fish on the scroll, wiped his hands, and sheathed the ninja blade at his waist. Let's go. Seeing you here tells me there's a mission waiting. At the front lines, Shirou frequently teamed up with Minato and Uzumaki Kushina for elite missions, as their chakra affinities worked well together. As they stepped out of the tent, Minato tucked the book into his ninja pouch and said, "Shirou-kun, this time, Jiraiya-sensei will be leading us." Hearing that, Shirou's calm demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a rare hint of surprise. "Lord Jiraiya? This must be an important mission, then." Minato laughed and explained, "Actually, it's just a simple supply delivery to Lord Orochimaru's command post at the front." Though he left the details unsaid, the undertone was clear to both of them, as it was to everyone in Konoha. Tsunade's younger brother, Noeke, had died in a trap during a mission under Orochimaru's leadership. While Tsunade hadn't openly blamed Orochimaru, it was evident that he carried guilt. Among the Sannin, Jiraiya often acted as the mediator in such situations. "I see. So we're heading to Orochimaru's command post," Shirou remarked. The Konoha forces stationed in the Land of Grass weren't concentrated in one spot. Orochimaru commanded the front lines, while Shirou's unit was positioned further back. Supply missions like this one were routine. As they walked, Minato asked with rare excitement, "Shirou-kun, when's the next volume coming out?" Amused by Minato's enthusiasm, Shirou replied, "Next volume? If you've read the latest chapters, you'll know it's my story. The third installment ends with me becoming a Chunin. Perhaps the next will come when I reach Takubitsu Jonin or after some major event." Despite Minato's praise, Shirou's smile remained enigmatic. My Struggles, the book he authored, was still in its early stages. In this ninja world, where even 10-year-olds went to war, hearts often felt empty. Bonds between comrades became a vital emotional anchor, something cherished deeply by ninjas. In his previous life, he had been a best-selling author exporting books to various regions. Now, he aimed to subtly guide this distorted ninja world onto a better path through his writing. "Minato, I believe that while missions are a ninja's duty, in this world, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are even worse than trash." Standing in the sunlight, Shirou's determined expression momentarily stunned Minato, who then nodded firmly in agreement. "You're right. That's the true will of fire." Their conversation drew the attention of other ninjas as they arrived outside the command tent. Inside, Jiraiya heard their words and smiled in approval. "As expected of my disciple." In contrast, Tsunade scoffed, "They're just a couple of overconfident brats." Meanwhile, as Shirou lowered his head upon entering the tent, a sly smirk played at the corners of his lips. His plan was working. His words and writings, spreading among the heirs of prominent clans, would eventually plant seeds of doubt about the purity of the third Hokage swill of fire. "No one understands the ninja world better than me. The greatest power in this world wasn't any divine Kekkei Genkai or special technique, it was the ability to reshape ideologies." Through his writings, Shirou aimed to instill his vision of the will of fire and leave an indelible mark on the ninja world. "All right, now that everyone is here, I'll explain the mission in detail," Jiraiya said, his tone serious. The assembled group included 4 Jonin, over a dozen Chunin, and Jiraiya himself as the elite squad leader, an impressive force. Tsunade outlined the mission, her usual casual demeanor replaced by a commanding presence as she pointed to the map. "The task is to transport supplies to Orochimaru's position, several hundred miles away. Although it seems simple, we can't afford to be careless. We'll be crossing dense forests and ravines, where rogue ninjas, mercenaries, and samurai are lurking due to the destabilization of the Land of Grass." After assigning roles, Tsunade gave the final command. "Jiraiya will lead this mission. 10 minutes to prepare." Dismissed. The ninjas dispersed quickly to gather their gear, leaving only Uzumaki Kushina behind. Tsunade looked at her with a mix of emotions before speaking softly. Chapter 31, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 31. Inside the tent, Sister Tsunade. Usually loud and even a bit brash, Uzumaki Kushina now wore a strained smile. Tsunade, noticing her expression, responded with a gentle, comforting smile as she stepped forward to lightly ruffle the red-haired girl's hair. "Kushina, I believe you will become as strong as Grandma Mito." Encouraged by Tsunade's words, Kushina, though visibly downcast, forced a smile and nodded. "Sister Tsunade, don't worry, I'm determined to become a kunoichi worthy of the Hokage title." However, the proclamation carried a hint of forced optimism, as if she was trying to convince herself. After Kushina left, Jiraiya appeared, his expression turning solemn. "Tsunade, could it be that Kushina has already been sealed?" Hearing this, Tsunade sighed and nodded helplessly. On her last mission back to the village to deliver supplies, Kushina had part of the Nine-Tails chakra sealed within her. This is her fate, after all. Sooner or later, she must adapt to it. The most reliable way to seal a tailed beast was to first introduce a portion of its chakra into the host's body, allowing them to acclimate gradually. This method also provided a safeguard in case something went wrong. But Jiraiya frowned. "Tsunade, she's just a kid. Wasn't the plan to wait until she was an adult?" Jiraiya felt uneasy about the apparent rush. Even if she needed to adapt, the process should be gradual and cautious. Tsunade, however, let out a barely audible sigh, her gaze tinged with sadness. "Jiraiya, Grandma Mito hopes to see Kushina fully embrace her role as a Jinchuriki before she passes away." This statement left Jiraiya silent. Jinchuriki. That word was synonymous with being a living weapon in the 5 great ninja villages. Yet, a Jinchuriki was still a person. "Tsunade, let's treat this mission as an opportunity for Kushina to clear her mind." "Understood." As Jiraiya departed, Tsunade's sorrowful lips curled into a faint smirk, the grief in her eyes dissipating. It had to be said, a ninja's essence is deception. A female ninja? Even more so deception incarnate. Even Jiraiya thinks it's too soon. What about the stubborn elders back in the village? Left alone, Tsunade glanced in Konoha's direction, her lips curving into a smile. After everything Noeki and other tragedies, she and the Senju clan had developed a defensive mindset. The Ninetales Jinchuriki must be Uzumaki Kushina? In Konoha's current weakened state, the Senju couldn't afford the loss of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. If they let this opportunity slip, who would protect them from being trampled? In the forest outside the camp, the Konoha ninja squad was ready for action. When Jiraiya arrived and raised his arm, the group dispersed instantly, their figures vanishing into the woods. Among them, Shirou, clad in sturdy, silver-gray armor, leaped swiftly from tree to tree. Half of the group carried heavy sealing scrolls, while the rest formed a defensive formation to protect them. Sealing scrolls were invaluable, used sparingly even for delivering supplies to Orochimaru's front line of fewer than 100 elite ninjas. Large-scale ninja armies, numbering over 1,000, could never afford such extravagance due to the prohibitive cost of the scrolls. Losing or destroying one could cripple even the 5 great ninja villages, let alone smaller ones. Some smaller villages had never even seen a sealing scroll in their entire existence. Kushina, are you okay? Amid the trees, Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Kushina with concern. Since the start of the mission, her behavior had been unusually subdued. The typically fiery Kushina surprised even her comrades with her calm, firm reply. Stay alert. Nara Shikaku, observing from the group, furrowed his brows. The clever strategist seemed to sense something and cautiously whispered to his teammate. Choza, stay vigilant. While subtly increasing his distance from Kushina, Shikaku's wary demeanor made it clear he had figured something out. He was genuinely concerned an unstable Jinchuriki was a dangerous prospect. Nearby, Shirou, who was running alongside Hyuga Hisashi, noticed Shikaku's actions with a smirk. Seriously? Acting like we're on the same page, then pulling this move behind my back. Kushina's partial Ninetales chakra sealing was something Tsunade had already informed him about, with instructions for Jiraiya to keep it secret. But, of course, Jiraiya and Tsunade had their strategies. Jiraiya had told his student Minato, knowing that it wasn't a breach of secrecy, it was common knowledge that Kushina was the Ninetales Jinchuriki candidate. At the center of the formation, Jiraiya muttered to himself as he observed. Did Tsunade not tell Uchiha Shirou this time? How uncharacteristically honest of her. The thought left Jiraiya baffled. He had assumed Tsunade, unpredictable as ever, would break the rules. Yet it seemed she hadn't. Back at the camp, standing on a tree and gazing in Kushina's direction, Tsunade's expression was grim. A masked Umbu operative appeared in the shadows behind her. Lady Tsunade, the rogue ninjas from the Land of Lightning have received the intel and are within range. Hearing the report, Tsunade nodded gravely. Good. Proceed as planned and relay orders to Uchiha Fugaku. The camp is temporarily under his command. Understood. Once the Umbu disappeared, Tsunade took a deep breath, her face hardening with a cold smile of killing intent. The Uzushiagakur, Uzumaki village, incident time to settle the score. The rogue ninja group operating under the guise of mercenaries in the Land of Lightning was an open secret. Known as Wave Ninja, they were effectively a shadow army of the Hidden Cloud village, tasked with looting and pillaging. They had gained significantly during the fall of the Uzumaki clan, obtaining sealing techniques that later solidified the Hidden Cloud's mastery over tailed beast seals. Grow stronger quickly, Kushina, Tsunade whispered in her heart. The accelerated timeline was not what she wanted, but the constant targeting of the Senju clan left her no choice. This mission was both a trial for Kushina and a step toward resolving the burdens weighing on her shoulders. Chapter 32, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 32. Within the Land of Grass. In the damp, shadowy forest, countless ninja silhouettes darted and leaped swiftly. Finally, a blinding ray of sunlight appeared ahead. The Heaven and Earth Bridge is just up ahead. Emerging from the moist forest, a group of Konoha ninjas saw a wide, reinforced concrete bridge. Bold letters spelling Heaven and Earth Bridge were written on the vermilion bridge pillar. Below the bridge, a massive gorge over 100 meters deep roared with turbulent waters, creating a whistling sound as the wind swept through. Stay alert. At Jiraiya's grave tone, the 30 Konoha ninjas behind him instantly raised their guard. This terrain was perfect for an ambush. Byakugan, activate? Without hesitation, a member of the Hyuga clan in the team formed a hand sign, activating the Byakugan. Veins bulged around the sides of their face as they scanned the surroundings intently. Suddenly, Hyuga Hisashi spotted something and urgently shouted, "Everyone, be careful. There are explosive tag traps on the bridge. And there's a large number of chakra signatures in the forest ahead." Immediately, the Hyuga ninja in the group raised their voice. In an instant, the team members drew kunao and ninja swords, preparing for battle. At the same time, Jiraiya, standing at the forefront with his white hair gleaming, broke the serious atmosphere by bursting into hearty laughter. With a series of hand signs, he summoned a creature using the summoning jutsu. As the smoke dispersed, a giant crimson toad with black striped markings appeared. Standing on the toad's back, Jiraiya spread his arms and bellowed with a grin. Haha, the toad sage of Mount Mayaboku has already found you. This bizarre and comical display left everyone speechless. Shirou, along with other ninjas, exchanged glances of understanding before sternly shouting, "Location." Hyuga Hisashi immediately pointed in a direction in the forest and shouted, "At 10 o'clock? The largest number of people. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique." In an instant, Shirou formed hand seals and spat out several massive fireballs, sending them flying toward the forest in all directions. At the same time, the surrounding Konoha ninjas roared as well, either unleashing fire release techniques or throwing kunao armed with explosive tags. "Not good. We've been discovered. Damn it, it's the Byakugan from the Konoha." Under the sudden barrage of ninjutsu and explosive tags, the ninjas hidden in the forest cursed and scrambled to dodge or defend. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out as flames engulfed the forest. As some enemy ninjas leaped out of hiding, Jiraiya's previously jovial eyes turned cold. His hands, already forming seals, executed his next move. "Watch out! It's Jiraiya, the elite jonin of the Konoha." One of the enemy ninjas spotted Jiraiya among the Konoha team and cried out in alarm. But Jiraiya's pre-prepared jutsu was already unleashed. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The toad beneath him spewed oil as Jiraiya expelled flames. The combination created a devastating fire that engulfed the area. The flames adhered to surfaces, burning hotter than usual fire techniques. From the beginning, their bait-and-switch strategy had been to prepare this devastating ninjutsu with Jiraiya's summoned toad. The direction the enemy fled became the perfect target zone for his technique. Agonized screams erupted from the forest. Meanwhile, counterattacks were already underway. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions from the exchanged explosive tags sent up clouds of smoke on both sides of the bridge. As the smoke cleared, the ninjas on the other side of the bridge came into view, causing the Konoha ninjas to collectively gasp. "Jiraiya-sama, these are the infamous mercenary ninjas of the Land of Lightning." A jonin identified the mostly dark-skinned, muscular enemy ninjas. Their headbands bore the symbol plunder, instantly recognizable. Moreover, there were over 80 of them. Jiraiya, noticing the heavy atmosphere among his team, burst into laughter and said, "Ah, the notorious mercenary bandits of the Land of Lightning. But why did you bring so much deadweight this time?" Among the 80 enemy ninjas, only about 30 wore headbands signifying allegiance, while the rest appeared to be rogue or hired ninjas. "Kushina." From the formation, Namikaze Minato suddenly shouted. Uzumaki Kushina's pupils dilated, her eyes filled with bloodshot rage as she locked onto figures in the distance. "I know them. They're the ones who invaded my homeland and killed my family." At the sight of the enemy, Kushina's face contorted with unprecedented fury. Memories of the destruction of the Uzumaki clan flooding her mind. "Everyone, be cautious. I've already requested reinforcements." Jiraiya's shout seemed to bolster the Konoha ninjas' morale. However, the enemy mercenaries sneered and mocked them. "Reinforcements? Even if they're coming, we'll have time to kill you all before they arrive. Attack! Kill the Konoha ninjas and claim the bounties. This lot is full of big fish descendants of Konoha's elite clans. Kill them." In an instant, over 80 enemy ninjas charged, sparking a chaotic battle. "Kushina, if they're your enemies, then slaughter every last one of them." Shirou drew his ninja sword, his Sharingan awakening with a single tomo, allowing him to track every kunao and shuriken trajectory with precision. Kill. Boom, boom, boom. Ninjutsu clashed as the heaven and earth bridge became a battlefield. In this chaotic melee of over 100 ninjas, where coordination and survival instinct reigned supreme, danger lurked at every corner. "Give me back my family." Kushina's hoarse voice roared as her eyes gleamed with a malevolent red glow. "Not good. This is." Everyone immediately sensed a terrifying, ominous chakra. Even those without sensory abilities felt the suffocating presence of the Ninetails chakra. In the distance, animals fled in panic, birds took flight, and fish scattered beneath the river, already leaking this much chakra. While fending off 2 enemy ninjas, Jiraiya's pupils contracted as he glanced back at Kushina, now enveloped in the crimson glow of the Ninetails chakra. "My family, my home." Surrounded by tangible red chakra, Kushina's eyes turned into bestial slits, and her canine teeth sharpened into fangs. With a murderous gaze fixed on the dark-skinned enemy ninjas, she roared, "Give me back my family." Her thunderous cry reverberated through the forest, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Witnessing this, Shirou's face filled with awe. This is the power of a Jinchuriki? Chapter 33, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 33, Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Give me back my family. With a heart-wrenching roar, Kushina Uzumaki unleashed a surge of red chakra that swiftly took the form of a fox. The ominous Ninetails chakra surged wildly above the forest, saturating the air with a foreboding and forbidden aura. A suffocating pressure radiated outward from Kushina, whose crimson, fox-shaped chakra began to manifest a single tail. The tailed beast cloak is terrifying. Shirou was deeply shocked. Experiencing the oppressive chakra firsthand was far more overwhelming than he had imagined. His hair stood on end, a visceral reaction to the primal fear surging through his body. What is this? Why has Kushina turned into a monster? The oppressive chakra left many Konoha shinobi in stunned disbelief, their horrified whispers inadvertently reaching Kushina's ears. Haha, so, it's Konoha's Jinchuriki. On the opposite side, rogue ninjas from the Land of Lightning, initially frozen in terror at the chakra's sheer power, erupted into gleeful excitement. Abandon all other objectives? Target the Jinchuriki. At all costs, capture the Ninetails Jinchuriki from Konoha. With exhilarated shouts, countless rogue ninjas changed their tactics, charging directly at Kushina Uzumaki. Shirou's pupils contracted sharply. No, this isn't right. Uzumaki Mito is still alive. Tsunade hasn't shown any signs of grief. If Kushina truly had the nine tails sealed inside her, that would have happened during her last mission to return to the village. Would Konoha recklessly let a freshly sealed Jinchuriki out into the field? Kill them. Though Shirou couldn't fully grasp the situation, he knew something was off. Hearing the frantic cries of animals nearby, he deduced that a large number of shinobi were converging on their location. While everyone, including Minato Namikaze, froze in shock at Kushina's transformation, Shirou quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball toward the enemy ninjas charging at Kushina. Konoha's nine-tails Jinchuriki couldn't fall into enemy hands, and beyond that, watching Kushina in her beast-like state, with elongated canines and an aura of feral rage, Shirou's expression grew resolute. This was his chance to gain the trust of the Senju clan and prove himself in front of so many Konoha shinobi. This was his moment to embody his ninja way, the true will of fire. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball burst forth, its power amplified by Shirou's mastery of the C-rank jutsu. Yet in the next instant, a fiery red figure darted forward, moving with such ferocity that it ripped through the air with a deafening roar. Boom! Give me back my family. Driven by anguish and fury, Kushina Uzumaki, clad in the tailed beast cloak, charged forward. With one punch, she shattered a shinobi's spine, with another, she obliterated a fire-style jutsu. Kushina, it's dangerous. Minato snapped back to his senses. With a sharp command, he began unleashing precision shuriken techniques. At the same time, Konoha's Jonin shouted, "Protect the Jinchuriki, don't let the enemy capture her." Haha, Jiraiya, you Konoha shinobi are truly audacious. This Jinchuriki will be ours. A Jonin from the land of lightning laughed maniacally. Capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be a monumental achievement, even if it cost them dearly. Konoha would have to pay heavily to reclaim her. Far more than mere blood, it would require a pound of flesh. Even if it costs us everything today, we must capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Block the other Konoha ninjas. Target the Jinchuriki. These rogue ninjas, secretly elites from the hidden cloud village, carried the reputation of mercenaries but were willing to sacrifice their lives to achieve their mission. As chaos erupted, explosions reverberated from both sides of the battlefield. You hidden cloud bastards. None of you will leave here alive today. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently as it cracked and split apart. A booming voice echoed as a golden figure descended from the sky. Tsunade. It's Konoha's elite Jonin, Tsunade. Aren't you supposed to be at the rear command? The rogue ninjas from the land of lightning were stunned. Behind Tsunade stood a dozen Umbu operatives wearing masks. AHH. Snakes? It's snakes. Terrified screams rang out from the rear as countless venomous snakes slithered out from the woods on the far side of the bridge. Kukiku, it seems I've arrived just in time. Orochimaru's hoarse voice resonated as over 30 Konoha shinobi with headbands emerged behind him, their expressions brimming with bloodlust. Haha, reinforcements have arrived. While Konoha's ninjas cheered, the rogue mercenaries descended into chaos. Several Jonins at the forefront turned pale. We've been tricked. This was a Konoha trap. Retreat. Breakthrough immediately. The situation became clear. It had been a setup from the start. Konoha had used spies to feed false information to the land of lightning, luring these hidden cloud elite mercenaries to the bridge of heaven and earth. The Jiraiya-led squad was merely bait. The real goal was for Tsunade and Orochimaru's forces to form a pincer attack, wiping out the infamous mercenary brigade in one fell swoop. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar erupted, followed by an overwhelming sense of dread. All the shinobi present froze, struck with terror. Instinctively, they turned toward the figure radiating intense red chakra in the distance. Oh no, Kushina has lost control. Deep within the forest, Kushina Uzumaki, consumed by hatred for the enemies who had annihilated her clan, snapped upon seeing them attempting to flee. Her anger pushed her into a complete rampage. 3 crimson chakra tails flailed wildly as a fourth began to emerge rapidly. Shirou's eyes widened in shock. He whispered, 4 tails. Kushina, consumed by the flames of vengeance, had gone berserk, her power spiraling out of control. A monster. The sinister and oppressive chakra triggered a primal fear in many shinobi. Their sharpened senses drove them to tremble and instinctively distance themselves from Kushina. This fear of an unknown and apocalyptic force was a deeply ingrained human response. Haha, Konoha's Jinchuriki has gone berserk. Let's break through. For the mercenary brigade, this was a blessing in disguise, a stroke of fortune from the heavens. However, Tsunade's expression darkened. Despite all her careful planning, she hadn't accounted for Kushina's berserk state. Orochimaru. Understanding Tsunade's unspoken command, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade exchanged a glance and acted decisively. All units, retreat to a safe distance. As Tsunade issued the command to abandon the plan, Kushina, her fourth tail halfway formed, let out a furious roar and vanished in a flash of blinding speed. No, Kushina is heading straight for the hidden cloud shinobi. Even in her uncontrollable rage, the primal instinct to eliminate her clan's killers remained strong. Chapter 34, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 34. Boom! In a burst of terrifying speed, Kushina appeared directly in front of the cloud ninja, blocking their escape route. The sight left the mercenary ninja troop in sheer terror. Don't mind this monster. We've got so many people, there's no way she can take us all down at once. Breakthrough. It was like an ordinary human encountering a wild beast. You don't have to outrun the beast, just your companions. The elite members of the mercenary ninja troop, hailing from the land of lightning, wasted no time abandoning the weaker recruits they'd gathered from across the ninja world. But far off, as Kushina roared in fury, a fourth tail began to emerge from her back. Her skin showed signs of burns inflicted by the dark red chakra enveloping her. Under the monstrous chakra of the nine tails, her skin and blood turned to black ash, forming a visible black sphere around her body. Run! The mercenary ninjas, now overwhelmed by primal fear, had no idea what was happening, but their instincts screamed danger. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade shouted instructions. Everyone, keep your distance. Jonin, prepare to assist with the sealing technique. Boom! At that moment, the black sphere cracked open, revealing a horrifying figure resembling a miniature nine-tails. In the next instant, it swung its arm with immense force, shaking the earth violently. The ground shattered. A vast swath of forest exploded in an instant, with broken trees flying everywhere. The devastating attack even generated a powerful hurricane, clearing the area entirely. Defend yourselves. Faced with the terrifying shockwave branches and debris hurled toward them by the wind, the ninjas cried out and began casting defensive jutsu en masse. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Shirou hastily performed an earth-style jutsu for defense, while others followed suit, hiding behind their barriers. What kind of monster is this? Hiding behind his earthen wall, Shikako stared in horror at the scene ahead. Though from a prominent Konoha family, they had only heard of Jinchuriki, never witnessed such destructive power firsthand. After all, the nine-tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, Mito Uzumaki, had always been a deterrent force and never appeared on the battlefield. This is a Jinchuriki. Minato, witnessing such a terrifying scene for the first time, was stunned. This level of destruction went beyond their understanding. Even Shirou, who knew ninja powers could rival gods, couldn't suppress his shock when faced with it directly. Knowing and experiencing were two entirely different things. Not good. It's a tailed beast bomb. Tsunade's alarmed cry rang out. In the distance, the miniature nine tails, now fully manifested, opened its mouth, and a black, condensed mass of chakra began forming. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb shrank and compressed under its sheer energy, causing the ground around it to collapse. Then came the roar. With a ferocious howl, the tailed beast bomb was swallowed, only for the miniature nine tails to unleash it toward the fleeing mercenaries. The next moment, under countless wide-eyed, horrified gazes, a blinding white light erupted, drowning out the colors of the world. Boom! The deafening roar of annihilation followed the flash, and a catastrophic shockwave swept through, toppling trees and uprooting nearby forests like a hurricane. Is this really a battle we're meant to participate in? A monster? Kushina is a monster. The destruction caused by the tailed beast bomb was swift and absolute. As the smoke cleared, the aftermath came into view, a massive swath of forest erased, the ground scarred with trenches several meters deep. The once proud mercenary ninjas who had been so bold moments ago were silenced. The smoldering remains in the distance left not a single sound, not even the chirp of an insect. This is the ultimate weapon, a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru, witnessing the devastating power of the tailed beast for the first time, had a glint of greed in his golden eyes despite his shock. You 5 squads, check for survivors, he commanded. In the wake of the tailed beast bomb, some ninjas on the outskirts or those who managed to escape using jutsu might have survived. Ninja techniques were varied and unpredictable, and survival often came down to luck. After the explosion, Kushina Uzumaki's figure emerged. The fourth tail had vanished, and her chakra levels were depleted, reverting her to a three-tailed state. This is bad. If Kushina depletes all her chakra, her life will be in danger. Tsunade shouted urgently, her eyes filled with worry. Damn it! How did it come to this? She had hoped this mission would help Kushina grow and overcome her inner struggles, but instead, Kushina had lost control entirely. Once the tailed beast's chakra within her was fully consumed, it would be akin to forcibly extracting the beast, a scenario that only had one outcome: death. In her weakened three-tailed form, Kushina's human-like features began to return, but her body was covered in burns from the nine-tails chakra. Her face, in particular, was scarlet and blistered. Yet she still hadn't regained her senses. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. Hidden shadow snake hands. Jiraiya and Orochimaru worked together, using earth-style jutsu to restrict Kushina's movements and snake summons to bind her. Watch out, Tsunade. Get back. As the snakes coiled around Kushina, Orochimaru suddenly sensed danger and barked a warning. The snakes began to evaporate visibly, burned away by the overwhelming heat of the chakra. Captain Tsunade. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. A tree branch flew toward Tsunade, allowing her to pivot off it and retreat to safety. Shirou, this isn't a fight you can handle. Get back. Tsunade yelled at Shirou, who had thrown the branch. Despite her scolding, his expression was resolute. In a world where power ruled supreme, this was his chance to prove himself. I, Uchiha Shirou, will never abandon my comrades. Suddenly, Tsunade shouted a warning, look out. Before he could react, a crimson figure lunged toward him at incredible speed. The berserk Kushina, cloaked in the tailed beast's chakra, was upon him in an instant. Chapter 35, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 35. Hidden shadow snake hands? Suddenly, a massive python coiled tightly around Shirou's waist and yanked him backward with violent force instantaneously. The blood-red Sharinon with a single tomo caught only a fleeting glimpse of a crimson figure brushing past him, the gust of wind whipping painfully against his cheek. He swore he had never felt such a strange mix of fear and familiarity, even from a venomous snake. Kushina. At that moment, Tsunade roared, smashing a massive boulder with her fist and sending it hurtling toward Kushina. Boom! It was only then that Shirou's brain and body snapped into action. He turned, glaring at the distant figure of Uzumaki Kushina with a surge of fury. That wind had nearly scraped his face. He had almost been obliterated. The terrifying, powerless sensation of brushing shoulders with death stirred an unfamiliar ferocity deep within him. The tomo in his Sharinon spun rapidly, and then a second tomo emerged. Kushina. Gritting his teeth, Shirou called out her name, each word deliberate and seething with anger. He was furious. That fox girl had nearly crushed him with her bare hands. Though he had faced death before as a ninja, the sheer helplessness he felt against such overwhelming power was a terror he had only known in his past life. But in this life, he vowed to seize absolute power. Boom, boom, boom. The fourth tail of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki clashed head-on with one of the Sunin in their prime. Even now, in her third tail state, she surpassed most ordinary Jonin by a wide margin. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were not yet at the pinnacle of their strength. Damn it! On the battlefield, Jiraiya cursed under his breath. Though terrifying, a Jinchuriki had many weaknesses. Most relied purely on instinct. But Uzumaki Kushina was no ordinary Jinchuriki. She forced them into a bind. If they fought her seriously, the three of them wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Tsunade, hurry up with the ceiling. The violent aftermath of the battle had leveled the forest. The Konoha ninjas, watching from a safe distance, braced themselves to assist if needed. This level of battle was far beyond what they could handle. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sudden earthen wall rose before Tsunade, blocking an incoming attack. Turning back, she saw the jutsu had been cast by none other than Shirou. Her face contorted with anger. Shirou, are you trying to get yourself killed? Captain Tsunade, focus on the ceiling jutsu. Shirou stepped forward, emanating an aura of terrifying chakra. At the same time, sinister markings began to spread visibly across his face. He had released the restraints of his cursed seal, letting its power engulf him. The markings, once confined to half his face, now spread across his entire visage, and a surge of unprecedented strength coursed through his body. For the first time, Shirou ignored Tsunade's scolding. Instead, he gave her a solemn smile. 3 minutes? Captain Tsunade, you said my limit is 3 minutes. Under the sunlight, his cursed, marked face seemed almost monstrous. Yet, seeing him like this, Tsunade froze for a moment. Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru-sama 3 minutes? I'll take Captain Tsunade's place for 3 minutes. With a firm shout, Shirou fully unleashed his inner power. His chakra skyrocketed. The three stood strategically, keeping Kushina confined as they awaited the ceiling. This guy. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He was only a Chunin, how could his chakra be this immense? On the other side, Orochimaru, panting heavily as he kept Kushina in check, glanced at Shirou with his golden, snake-like eyes. His expression was filled with curious intrigue. What was this mysterious power? Don't you dare die. Behind him, Tsunade took a deep breath, clutching the ceiling scroll tightly as she began forming hand seals. Lightning release, false darkness. A terrifying bolt of lightning shot toward Kushina. Watching, Jiraiya couldn't help but shout, is this guy a monster too? The power resembled the infamous Sound Force curse mark states. While typically at the level of an elite Chunin, in their first stage curse mark, they rivaled Takebitsu Jonin. In their second stage, they temporarily matched full-fledged Jonin. As Shirou released his restraints, the black markings spread, darkening his skin. His muscles bulged, his physique grew larger, and even his hair lengthened. Cursed Seal, Stage 2. His nails sharpened, his ash-gray skin toughened, and his Sharinon, now sporting 2 tomo, turned entirely black within his sockets. Kushina, snap out of it. Fully immersed in the power of the cursed seal and sage body, Shirou felt an unparalleled surge of strength. However, it also stirred a savage desire within him. Letting out a primal roar, he launched himself at her with astonishing speed. Seeing this, the drained Jiraiya and Orochimaru wordlessly coordinated, supporting him in the battle. 3 minutes. They had heard Shirou's declaration. This form had a strict time limit. During this time, Shirou's strength soared, making him temporarily equal to a Jonin in combat. Boom, 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 the clash intensified. To Shirou's dismay, however, he was quickly overwhelmed. His 2 tomo Sharinon spun in confusion. Kushina's third tail was fading, her power diminishing, so how was she still this overwhelmingly strong? Be careful. From afar, Jiraiya winced as Shirou was sent flying by a single punch. This guy was crazy enough to engage a Jinchuriki in hand-to-hand combat? Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet? Jiraiya's supporting attack momentarily forced Kushina back. Taking advantage of the opening, Shirou roared and switched to swift strikes and ninjutsu instead of close combat. Boom, boom, boom. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Shirou confined the rampaging Jinchuriki to a limited area, while Konoha's other ninjas retreated to safety. From afar, countless eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer scale of the battle. What kind of monster is that? Can we even fight something like that? So that's a Jinchuriki. Among the onlookers was Minato Namikaze, a civilian-born ninja witnessing such power for the first time. His eyes were filled with awe and fear. Staring at Kushina, Minato thought, terrifying. This kind of power. Seeing the forest erased by a tailed beast bomb, as though wiped off a map, he understood. Such devastating strength needed to be controlled by the village. Minato's shock slowly transformed into resolve. Kushina. At that moment, Minato's expression hardened. He finally understood the third Hokage's teachings. This wasn't just about power, it was about the village. Such overwhelming strength had to be in the hands of the Hokage, anything else would spell disaster. The will of fire burned brighter than ever in Minato's heart. Chapter 36, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 36. Boom! With only 2.5 tails of chakra remaining, Uzumaki Kushina's combat strength had drastically decreased. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were gradually gaining control of the situation. At that moment, several kunai streaked through the air. Seeing this, Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise, Minato, you. Rushing into the battlefield, Namikaze Minato, with a determined look, shouted resolutely, Jiraiya-sensei, I'll provide support. Although Minato's strength wasn't exceptional yet, his reaction speed and agility were extraordinary, a true testament to his innate talent. His swift movements and precise kunai and shuriken throws drew the beast's attention as he darted around the battlefield like lightning. Boom! The Crimson Nine-Tails chakra, shaped like claws, wreaked havoc, tearing through everything in its path. Something's wrong. From a distance, Tsunade frowned as she observed Kushina's beast-like rampage, her expression hardening into anger. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kushina is being consumed by hatred. Her consciousness is trapped. Use genjutsu to wake her up. Otherwise, if her chakra runs out, she'll die. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade urgently shouted a warning to the two. Her words struck a chord with them. So that's why, even as the tailed beast's chakra dwindled, Uzumaki Kushina showed no signs of regaining consciousness. It was as if her mind was submerged in a spiritual abyss, completely relinquishing her body to the beast's control. Orochimaru, use genjutsu. Jiraiya shouted. He was adept at dispelling genjutsu but not casting it. Fire release, dragon flame bomb? Under Jiraiya's fearsome attack, Kushina, still in her 2.5-tailed form, roared in fury. Orochimaru, cautious as ever, refrained from taking unnecessary risks. This wasn't his later, nearly invincible self. At this stage, even an explosive tag could seriously injure him. Hidden shadow snake hands? Several snakes sprang forth and tightly coiled around Kushina. At that moment, Orochimaru formed a seal, and Kushina let out an earth-shaking roar of pain. Roar? Uzumaki Kushina clutched her head in agony, thrashing violently. It was clear that Orochimaru had unleashed a genjutsu. Out of the way! Tsunade's stern voice echoed as she charged toward Kushina, a sealing talisman glowing faintly with green chakra in her hand. Watch out, Tsunade! Jiraiya shouted, alarmed. Kushina, under the effects of the genjutsu, let out a furious roar. Her chakra surged again, forming a monstrous claw that lashed out at Tsunade. Kushina! Tsunade bellowed, smashing aside the fox-like claw with a mighty punch. The ground cracked beneath her as more chakra hands emerged from the earth, barring her path. Just then, streaks of light flashed through the air, shurikens spinning with incredible speed bypassed Tsunade to strike at Kushina. Orochimaru's sharp eyes noticed the faint glint of wires in the air and barked an order. Jiraiya, hold the Jinchuriki down. Hidden shadow snake hands? Wild Lion's main technique. Orochimaru and Jiraiya launched a coordinated attack to restrain Kushina, tangling with her chakra arms. At the same time, Namikaze Minato's thrown kunai and precise maneuvers provided vital support. You're using steel wire. Jiraiya exclaimed with a laugh upon noticing the intricate setup. Sharingan windmill triple blade. Now, Kushina! Shirou shouted, biting down on a wire and pulling it taut. The wires snapped together, tangling Kushina and her tailed beast cloak. The tension emitted a piercing sound as it resisted the fox's chakra. Captain Tsunade! Shirou shouted. Tsunade responded with a mighty leap, her heavenly foot of pain smashing down and shattering the chakra claws protruding from the ground. Wake up! Tsunade roared, surging toward Kushina. Her mighty fist shattered the tailed beast cloak with precise force and delivered a sealing talisman onto Kushina's chest. Poof! The talisman released a soothing green light filled with life energy, enveloping Kushina and Shirou, who had been aiding her. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. So this is the chakra of the first Hokage used for sealing the nine tails, Orochimaru muttered, intrigued. Tsunade confirmed, yes. It's a sealing talisman my grandmother entrusted to me. With the seal successfully suppressing the nine tails, Kushina's tailed beast cloak faded away, and her eyes began to clear. However, she lay on the ground, trembling and gasping for air. Am I a monster? She whispered, her voice filled with despair. In her spiritual space, she sensed the fear and disgust in the faces of those around her as they called her a monster. Now, her body bore the visible scars of the tailed beast chakra's corruption. Lying nearby, Shirou groaned weakly. Well, isn't it fitting? One monster saving another, he joked, forcing a pained smile. His self-deprecating humor caught Kushina off guard, and a small ripple of emotion stirred in her otherwise numb heart. She turned her gaze to Shirou, who gestured to himself mockingly. Look, even an evil Uchiha like me can transform. If that's not monstrous, what is? Kushina's pupils widened. She noticed the similar wary glances from others, directed at both Shirou and herself. Maybe. I'm not alone, she thought, a glimmer of solace breaking through her despair. Two troublesome brats. Tsunade muttered, kneeling beside them to administer healing jutsu. Around them, Konoha ninjas warily approached the battlefield, shaken by the destruction they witnessed. Despite their victory, fear lingered in their eyes as they looked at Kushina. Though the battle was over, the scars both physical and emotional remained. Chapter 37, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 37. The Land of Grass, Konoha Camp. You've got some nerve, Shirou. You unleashed the full power of the curse mark, Tsunade said as she casually replaced an-4 bag in the medical tent, her tone sharp but tinged with curiosity. On the hospital bed, Shirou forced a strained smile despite the pain etched on his face. Captain Tsunade, every cell in my body hurts. It's like I'm burning up, he groaned truthfully. Opening the second stage of the curse mark at full power for the first time had indeed taken a severe toll on his body. Even so, the power surge he'd felt at the time had been incredible. Looking back, Shirou couldn't help but feel a mix of amazement and fear at his actions. In his current state, he bore an eerie resemblance to Sasuke during his defection to the Valley of the End. Same curse mark, same Uchiha lineage, but with subtle differences. Shirou's Sharingan had only 2 tomo compared to Sasuke's 3, but Shirou had the advantage of clan resources and extensive training in jutsu and kenjutsu. By contrast, Sasuke's lack of preparation following the Uchiha massacre left them at roughly equal strength during this period. You're reckless, Tsunade remarked, glancing up from his medical report. She sat in a chair nearby, her light brown eyes betraying a glimmer of professional intrigue. Your cells are being corroded by this power, but perhaps because it stems from your Kekii Genkai, your body is adapting to it, she continued, her words betraying her fascination as a medical expert. To her, Shirou seemed less like a patient and more like a rare experimental subject. You got lucky this time, Tsunade added. You absorbed a significant amount of special chakra from being near Kushina during the incident. It helped integrate this power into your system. Shirou blinked, startled at the revelation. Was it truly her chakra? He'd felt its overwhelming presence during the battle, but to think it had aided him in such a way. Even Tsunade seemed taken aback by the discovery. That chakra, the remnant of her grandfather, the first Hokage, could be absorbed by Shirou? She was acutely aware of its unique properties, which had been utilized during Kushina's sealing process in Sage mode. Could Shirou's Kekii Genkai or perhaps this curse mark be related to Sage chakra? She speculated, her professional insight drawing connections few could make. Lucky me, Shirou replied with a feigned look of innocence, though his mind was racing. That power, it must have been the first Hokage's chakra, he realized. What a force of nature. Just absorbing a trace of it through his curse-marked skin had accelerated his Kekii Genkai fusion. The first Hokage was truly legendary, a universal bomb, whether in cells or chakra. Once this 4-drip is done, rest for 2 to 3 days, and you'll recover completely, Tsunade instructed. And don't overuse that power. Her tone turned stern as she continued, you know what happens to those who push their Kekii Genkai limits too far. Not even I can help you if that happens. Shirou nodded respectfully. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. But what about Kushina? She's fine, Tsunade said, her expression briefly complex before returning to calm indifference. She's back in the village. It's not suitable for her to remain on the front lines after such an incident. Shirou nodded in agreement. Kushina had unleashed the 9 tails, news of her Jinchuriki status must have spread by now. Staying on the battlefield wouldn't be wise. The 2 Kekii Genkai are a burden on your body, but they're also a source of strength, Tsunade explained. Your integration of the curse-marked Kekii Genkai has sped up, likely reducing the time needed for full compatibility by 1 or 2 years. Thanks to that special chakra, the process is now down to 3 or 4 years instead of 6 or 7. Tsunade continued to analyze his condition meticulously. Your evolution into a 2-tomo Sharingan, combined with the fusion of your Kekii Genkai, has elevated your chakra levels far above typical Kekii Genkai users. Over the next 2 or 3 months, your body will likely enter another growth phase. 2-tomo Sharingan. Was it triggered by a companion's danger? Tsunade wondered, her thoughts lingering on his unique potential and the rarity of his dual Kekii Genkai. Meanwhile, Shirou could only grimace internally. If anyone else envied him, it would be understandable, but Tsunade? He knew all too well how terrifyingly massive her chakra reserves were. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she had inherited the Senju clan's immense chakra capacity. Among Konoha's ninjas, apart from Jinchuriki, even the third Hokage in his prime couldn't rival her reserves. Shirou, has that old elder has been feeding you intel again? Tsunade asked nonchalantly, her words making Shirou tense. Her casual remark carried a sharp undertone, clearly probing him. Well, on the battlefield, you've been throwing yourself into danger like a true Uchiha, she quipped, easing his nerves slightly. She had mistaken his recklessness for a self-sacrificial tactic to bury secrets. Taking a deep breath, Shirou decided to steer the conversation. Captain Tsunade, my current status allows me to access clan records and even research involving the second Hokage's experiments. I've been reflecting on the relationship between the Uchiha and the Senju, he began, adopting a more philosophical tone. After much thought, I've come to realize a fundamental problem, identity. Identity. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, unsure where this was going but willing to listen. She crossed her legs, her demeanor calm yet curious. Uchiha and Senju animosity. The marginalization of the Uchiha after Konoha's founding, it all stems from identity and clan politics, Shirou explained. Think about it. If the Hokage wasn't tied to a clan, if they were just a ninja, wouldn't that solve everything? His words carried a fervor that made Tsunade blink in surprise. Captain Tsunade, now I understand why so many supported White Fang's candidacy for the 4th Hokage. He had no clan baggage, no alliances to divide him. With him as Hokage, the clans and civilians would naturally maintain balance. Tsunade was stunned, momentarily speechless. Was that the logic behind it? It seemed noble when he put it that way, but in truth, everyone had simply seen it as a way to advance their interests. Still, she couldn't deny the reasoning. A Hokage without clan ties would indeed avoid certain complications. Chapter 38, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 38. Wait, you're trying to change the subject. Tsunade's eyes narrowed sharply. Shirou dared to deflect her questioning. She had asked him what he had discovered, or rather, what that old ghost Uchiha Setsuna had passed on to him that made him willing to die on the battlefield. A meaningless death was uncharacteristic of the Uchiha, but to die in battle? That was very Uchiha. Fully aware of the Uchiha clan's tendency toward mental instability as their Sharingan awakened further, Tsunade furrowed her brows in frustration. What a headache! At that moment, she finally understood what her grandfather had said about the Uchiha, stubborn and single-minded to the extreme. Captain Tsunade, seeking death? I think you're mistaken. Shirou suddenly broke into the quintessential Uchiha smirk, his eyes growing increasingly fervent as he spoke with excitement. I merely want to test the limits of my capacity. The maddeningly obsessive smile on his face only made Tsunade angrier. But as her sharp eyes caught a fleeting flicker of hesitation deep in Shirou's gaze, she began to piece things together. Seeking death? This guy, brainwashed by the will of fire, had no reason to actively seek death under such circumstances unless there was one reason. If he didn't die, it would disrupt and damage the current political balance. On a personal level, the Uchiha clan finally had an opportunity after so many years. From a public perspective, Shirou's will of fire had become deeply ingrained to the point of obsession. Recalling recent events, Tsunade's amber eyes gleamed with sudden understanding. She barked sharply. Is this about to become another Noeki incident? Shirou's pupils contracted sharply before he masked his surprise with a forced smile. Captain Tsunade, are you suggesting someone might target Captain Fugaku? But his attempt to divert the topic only earned a cold snort from Tsunade. His reaction earlier had already confirmed her suspicion. She wasn't wrong. Annoying brat. Tsunade gritted her teeth. If another Noeki incident were to happen, the target might not even be Uchiha Fugaku. Instead, it could very well be Shirou standing in front of her. Unbeknownst to him, Shirou had already undergone a significant transformation, becoming a bridge between the Uchiha and Senju clans. If something were to happen to Shirou much like Noeki under Orochimaru's command, the fallout would be devastating. If he were to die under her watch, the unhinged Uchiha clan would surely assume the worst. And with some external provocation, would it look like the Senju had simply abandoned their ally after playing with it? Or worse, that they never trusted the Uchiha to begin with? The implications of Shirou's death would ripple through the village like wildfire. Damn it! The thought made Tsunade shiver, her anger growing. Knowing how obsessive the Uchiha clan was, this could easily spark irreparable conflict. You're just a brat. You shouldn't have to bear all of this. Though initially fuming and ready to scold him, Tsunade's tone softened as she met Shirou's determined yet youthful gaze. What had she been doing at his age? What about Noeki? Being a ninja was already cruel enough, but Shirou was carrying the unbearable weight of his clan's burdens. Captain Tsunade, perhaps feeling exposed, Shirou's feigned madness faltered, replaced by a trace of panic as he avoided her gaze. This only reinforced Tsunade's anger toward the village's dirty politics. I need all the information. Suppressing her fury, Tsunade's voice was firm and commanding. Under her piercing gaze, Shirou hesitated, then lowered his head and reluctantly began to speak. Elder Setsuna passed on intel. The specifics are unclear, time and location, but it involves finding an opportunity, ideally during the upcoming Omegakuur battlefield operations. The goal is to create another incident to reignite tension between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Shirou stammered out the information. He wasn't lying. If anything, he was adding another layer of insurance for himself. If nothing happened, all the better. But if something did, he wanted to ensure those pulling the strings would pay dearly. Bastards. Tsunade's rage boiled over. The village elders, claiming to act for the sake of the village and the will of fire, were forcing Shirou into such a desperate position. The same people who feared the Uchiha's so-called evil were now making Shirou willing to die for his clan and village. If he were to fall honorably on the battlefield, it would prevent any immediate fallout between the Uchiha and Senju. Captain Tsunade. Silence. Tsunade roared, her patience snapping. Shirou, if you ever hide information like this again, I'll break every bone in your body. Her chakra flared with a terrifying intensity, freezing Shirou in place. It was a stark reminder of her Senju heritage and unparalleled chakra reserves. After her anger subsided, she looked at Shirou's silent figure, and a pang of guilt struck her heart. Shirou, shrouded in darkness, longed for the light and sought to protect it. Don't overuse your curse seal, she admonished, her tone softer. I've told you before, stage 1 is manageable for your body. Just don't push beyond that. Her stern gaze made Shirou hastily nod. Yes. but Tsunade could tell he would likely go back to his obsessive ways. You brat? Sign this summoning contract. Summoning a massive scroll, she shoved it in front of Shirou, startling him. Big reward? Sure looked like it. Why are you staring? Hurry up. Under Tsunade's sharp gaze, Shirou cut his finger and signed the scroll with his name and a blood seal. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. His soft words echoed in the tent, and Tsunade's heart twinged. But her face remained stern as she rolled up the scroll. Rest up. Once you're healed, you're handling the inventory. Fuming, Tsunade glanced toward the direction of the Omegakure. Third Hokage? This is the Uchiha you all fear and ostracize? What role are you playing this time? Ignorance, indifference, or apathy toward this small matter? Looking back at the silent Shirou on the bed, her expression softened. You're the light, even though you don't realize it. Tsunade's voice was low as she whispered, marveling at how Shirou, shrouded in darkness, radiated a light that surpassed the village's corrupt elders. P.S. Shirou, I am Ninja Jesus. Chapter 39, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 39. Land of Grass, Konoha Camp. It had been over 3 months since the last Kushina incident. Amid the sweltering summer heat, the front line enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Many shinobi lazed about in the camp during their shift breaks, finding ways to kill time. In the hills behind the camp, near a small waterfall, 3 shadow clones of Uchiha Shirou sat cross-legged on the water's surface, each holding 2 black senbon. Sparks of lightning occasionally flickered between the senbon. The real Uchiha Shirou stood before the waterfall, his right arm extended and his expression solemn. In his palm, visible and tangible chakra steadily gathered. 3 months. My arm is sore and swollen, but I'm still just a little short. His face was tense with determination as he gritted his teeth, his trembling hand persisting through the strain. The Raiznan an A-rank jutsu. Even with a clear understanding of its training process, mastering it was no easy feat. It lived up to its reputation as an advanced technique. Jutsu ranks weren't just based on power, they reflected a combination of training difficulty and combat effectiveness. Naruto mastered this jutsu after the Chunin exams. Back then, his chakra control and jutsu knowledge were inferior to mine. His biggest advantage was his immense chakra reserves. After all, this jutsu was derived from the tailed beast bomb. Shirou's mind replayed everything he had studied about the Raiznan. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and a look of excitement spread across his face. If that's the case, then the greatest challenge of this jutsu lies in the amount of chakra compressing and rotating an immense quantity while maintaining stable output. Dense chakra swirled in his palm, scorching his skin, but Shirou paid it no mind. His eyes shone with unwavering determination. Poof, poof. To test his new idea, Shirou released his shadow clones. With all his focus, a vivid blue sphere of chakra appeared in his palm in an instant. I did it. Seeing the chakra sphere in his hand, Shirou's face lit up with excitement. With a triumphant grin, he pressed the Raiznan against a rock in front of the waterfall. In an instant, boom, the fearsome blue chakra sphere left a deep, circular crater in the rock. This brat, he did it. Tsunade, who had just arrived, was stunned by the sight of Shirou, who had been obsessively training for 3 months. 3 months? He developed an A-rank jutsu on his own. I did it. Shirou's laughter echoed by the waterfall, though his joy was soon overtaken by pain as he clutched his aching arm. Hey, Shirou. Didn't I tell you not to overdo it? Tsunade's sharp reprimand snapped Shirou back to reality. When he saw Tsunade, Shirou offered a sheepish smile, rubbing his trembling hand. Captain Tsunade, I already placed today's supply report on your desk. I'm not talking about that. Tsunade scowled and stepped onto the water, her red-painted toenails glinting as she approached him. How many times do I have to tell you about the dangers of using shadow clones for training? Faced with her scolding, Shirou obediently bowed his head and nodded. Captain Tsunade, you mentioned that my curse mark Keki-I Genka contains a unique chakra that enhances physical and mental recovery. As long as I manage the balance carefully, shadow clone training isn't dangerous. I've always used it to train chakra nature transformation, which primarily requires mental focus. The chakra, stamina, and mental energy consumption are minimal. Shirou's compliant tone only deepened Tsunade's headache. Shirou was infuriatingly obedient when it came to administrative tasks, excelling in logistics and paperwork. But when it came to his obsessive training, no amount of warning seemed to matter. He'd smile and nod, then proceed as he pleased. Show me your arm. With Tsunade's firm tone, Shirou obediently extended his arm. It wasn't the first time this scene had played out in the camp. Several Konoha shinobi who witnessed the moment exchanged knowing glances. Rumors swirled among them. Tsunade had found herself a loyal little lover and Uchiha at that. The cool sensation of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu eased the pain in Shirou's arm. His face relaxed into a satisfied smile as he looked up at her. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. Shadow clone training was a method many shinobi knew of, but it wasn't widely practiced due to the heavy mental toll it took. Overtraining could even result in death, making it impractical for most. Only a handful of individuals or Jinchuriki could use this method effectively. That jutsu you just used is incredibly dangerous. Its destructive power and difficulty make it a clear A-rank jutsu, Tsunade remarked, her gaze lingering on the crater left by the Raiznan. Shirou nodded with a smile. This jutsu is powerful, but it demands a vast amount of chakra. Ordinary Chunin might only be able to use it once, making it nearly impossible for them to train with it. He explained further, chakra levels determine training efficiency. Someone with high reserves can train advanced jutsu multiple times a day, while someone with low reserves might only manage once, drastically slowing progress. I'm fortunate to have awakened 2 Kekii Genka, and my chakra reserves far exceed those of most Uchiha. Shirou's proud smile drew a scoff from Tsunade. Lucky, huh? How about mentioning how Kekii Genka tends to shorten lifespans? Her comment left Shirou speechless, though inwardly, he thought, with you as my healer, I'll recover completely in 3 years. Outwardly, however, he simply laughed awkwardly, earning him a smug, victorious look from Tsunade. Shirou, it's great that you're driven, but why haven't you practiced the summoning jutsu I taught you? Shirou hesitated, scratching his head. I've been too busy. Tsunade raised an eyebrow knowingly. Or are you worried about what people will say about you? Before Shirou could answer, the rustling of leaves and chatter of 2 approaching shinobi interrupted them, drawing Tsunade's ire. ER 40, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 40. In the forest, 2 Chunin wearing Konoha forward protectors walked one after the other, sharing gossip. Tisk tisk, do you know why that Uchiha Shirou is rarely seen? Why's that? Brother Ikeda, is there some embarrassing secret about the proud Uchiha clan? Heh, Saburo, since you're new here, let me tell you. The rumors are all true. Impossible. The younger Chunin, barely 16 or 17 years old, looked shocked as he stared at the more experienced Chunin beside him. The Uchiha clan's pride is well known. Pride, my foot, scoffed the rugged-looking Chunin with a cold laugh. The so-called proud Uchiha? Lady Tsunade tamed that wolf into a little lapdog. Everyone whispers about it behind their backs. Our commander, Lady Tsunade, turned the Uchiha's little wolf into a tame puppy. You should see how obedient he is, always serving her, front and back. Officially, he's compiling resource reports, but everyone knows what that means. Damn it. As he spoke, his eyes turned red with jealousy. Look at the rest of the Uchiha in the camp, they're all avoiding people because they think it's humiliating. The younger Chunin, wide-eyed, eagerly absorbed this juicy gossip from the front lines. However, not far away, Tsunade, standing near the waterfall, overheard everything. Her face darkened with fury, and she was about to lash out when a hand suddenly covered her mouth. An arm wrapped around her waist, and Shirou swiftly whisked her into the forest without hesitation. Shirou. Tsunade didn't resist. If she wanted to, there was no way he could have taken her away. Once in the forest, Shirou's expression remained calm. He shook his head and smiled faintly. Just rumors, Captain Tsunade. Surely you're not planning to take out your anger on some random Chunin over something so trivial. His amused smile made Tsunade flinch, not out of gratitude, but guilt. She realized she had never considered what her actions might mean for Shirou. With Uchiha's pride etched into his bones, the burden of family expectations, and now these rumors must have been crushing. Initially, she had only thought about using the Uchiha to send a signal to the village. It worked. The Uchiha stepped forward. The clan got the opportunity they wanted, a chance to ease tensions with the other Konoha families. It seemed like a win-win. But Shirou had become a pawn, bearing the weight of it all. Shirou, Just as Tsunade hesitated, preparing to apologize, Shirou smiled and stopped her. Captain Tsunade, I've gained everything I could have dreamed of. The clan gives me full access to training resources, 3 tomo Sheri non-resources while I'm still at 1 tomo. They even cover all my medical expenses for my genetic condition. I have access to every clan technique and every secret, and I've earned status. The more he spoke, the more Tsunade felt a pang in her heart. So, Captain Tsunade, there's no need to overthink this. Besides, let me tell you a little secret. Shirou leaned in with a mischievous yet sincere smile, teasing, I volunteered for all of this. After all, Captain Tsunade isn't just Konoha's princess, she's the princess of the Land of Fire. His playful comment made Tsunade pause. Then her expression shifted, her eyebrows raising in a teasing arch. Really? So it was all voluntary, huh, you brat. Did she believe him? Shirou didn't respond, only smiling enigmatically. People always believe what they see or deduce themselves, even if you tell them the truth. More importantly, words left unsaid often weigh heavier than those spoken. If her guilt lingered in her heart, growing over time until it eventually erupted, that would be when he truly reaped the rewards. No one understood the world of ninja politics better than he did. Suddenly, the sound of rustling came from deeper in the forest as the 2 gossiping Chunin approached. Why is there clothing by the waterfall? The younger Chunin gawked, pointing to the Uchiha crest-marked outfit draped over a ninja blade. Let's go. The older Chunin, clearly more experienced, grabbed his companion and hastily dragged him away. Why? What's wrong? Shut up. Think about it, clothes by the waterfall, and you heard someone say Captain Tsunade went toward the back hills. Use your pig brain? Obviously, someone's underwater doing nasty things. Rustling noises faded as the 2 hurriedly retreated. Tsunade's face darkened again in rage. Idiots. The anger she had managed to suppress flared up anew. What did they mean, coming to the back hills for Uchiha? And underwater, no less? What nonsense? Shirou was equally dumbfounded. He had deliberately left the blade and clothes as a warning that someone was training here. But these fools had let their imaginations run wild? Shirou. Tsunade looked ready to explode, but when her eyes fell on Shirou's young face, she swallowed her anger. Shirou bore the heaviest burden of all. Back to camp. I need to check your health and your progress with summoning and medical ninjutsu. Tsunade glared at him, frustrated. You're the first to master an A-rank jutsu, and it's not even medical ninjutsu. Shirou simply shook his head, then raised his left hand. To Tsunade's surprise, pale green medical chakra glowed in his palm. My first A-rank jutsu was mystical palm technique, which you taught me, Captain Tsunade. His youthful face lit up with an earnest smile, and for a moment, Tsunade's pupils contracted. She remembered the first time Shirou came to her, insisting on learning medical ninjutsu to fulfill his childish dream of saving the ninja world. At that moment, she realized he hadn't changed. He had always stayed true to himself. TCH? The Uchiha clan all have screws loose, Tsunade muttered with feigned annoyance. But even she didn't notice how her tone softened. The boy she once mocked for his naive dream had grown into someone silently enduring the dark burdens of his clan and village, yet he still held on to that dream. P.S. Shirou, I, Uchiha Shirou, have a dream. Chapter 41, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 41. Konoha Camp. When Shirou and Tsunade returned to the camp from the back mountain, many ninjas who saw them began whispering among themselves. Wow, I heard it was at the waterfall in the back mountain. Humph. And they say the Uchiha are supposed to be prideful. Sounds like someone's jealous. With her exceptional strength, Tsunade's senses were naturally sharp. Especially after what had just happened, she deliberately heightened her awareness to eavesdrop. Given Tsunade's current abilities, it was nearly impossible for any ninja in the camp to have a private conversation without her noticing. Sure enough, hearing the gossip, Tsunade couldn't help but feel irritated. While her straightforward personality made her dismiss such rumors as mere idle talk, she couldn't help but glance at Shirou, who was walking alongside her. Shirou, however, maintained a calm demeanor and a gentle smile, as if the rumors didn't affect him at all. But in Tsunade's mind, could that be true? For an ordinary ninja, perhaps. But this was Uchiha pride and stubbornness were practically etched into their bones. Inside the tent, as Tsunade carefully examined Shirou's injuries, she spoke in her usual commanding tone. Hey, considering you've already mastered the mystical palm technique, that's commendable. But what about your summoning jutsu? It was as if she were saying, my slug summon is one of the great beasts of the three sage lands. Don't you dare slack off. Faced with Tsunade's stern reprimands, Shirou, seemingly accustomed to her teacherly, sisterly, or commanding officer-like demeanor, responded with a soft smile. Captain Tsunade, are you referring to Lady Katsuyu? With a light laugh, Shirou clapped his palm on the bedside. Instantly, a puff of white smoke appeared, about the size of a watermelon. As the smoke cleared, a squishy, pale blue and white slug appeared. It was none other than Katsuyu. Lady Tsunade. The slug's soft, gentle voice resonated, bringing a smile to Shirou's face. Bowing slightly, he greeted. Lady Katsuyu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tsunade, however, twitched at the sight, scoffing in annoyance. Shirou, you've been recklessly overusing shadow clones these past 3 months. As Tsunade reprimanded him, Katsuyu noticed the injuries on Shirou's palm. Gently squirming forward, she began tending to his wounds. The icy, soft sensation against his arm and palm, like being enveloped in jelly, brought a look of comfort to Shirou's face. Thank you, Lady Katsuyu. Shirou smiled sincerely. He knew the gentle temperament of this sage summon, who had lived for untold years and was considered the most humble of sages, even in Tsunade's presence. Watching this scene, Tsunade let out a tch and plopped onto a nearby chair, crossing her arms as she scolded. You're reckless? Using high-density chakra techniques like this is extremely dangerous, especially with high-speed rotation and friction. It causes severe damage to your palms. And after 3 months of continuous high-intensity chakra release, your right arm's meridians are severely fatigued. Keep this up, and you'll ruin your arm. Tsunade seemed to relish lecturing Shirou, her tone like that of a superior officer or a veteran instructing a rookie. Shirou, adopting a calm and sincere demeanor, listened attentively, only speaking once she finished. Thank you for your concern, Captain Tsunade. But this technique has already been mastered. Concern? Those words caught Tsunade off guard, and she let out a scoff. Shirou, meanwhile, maintained his obedient demeanor, appearing ready for further reprimands. He intended for Tsunade to get used to or rather, acknowledge her concern for him, instead of brushing it off as instinctive. From a psychological perspective, Tsunade's concern had been unconscious and habitual, stemming from her nature. But when verbalized by Shirou, combined with the earlier gossip, it created a different perception. This planted a subtle notion in Tsunade's mind. Was she truly starting to care for Shirou? Instinctual and unintentional actions, once recognized, often evolve into something deeper. TCH? Self-centered brat. Realizing her unusual level of concern, Tsunade huffed, masking her thoughts by shifting the topic. Shirou, how did you even come up with this jutsu? Inventing original jutsu wasn't unheard of in the ninja world, as all existing techniques were created by someone. But an A-rank jutsu? That was nearly an ultimate level technique for most jonin, a trump card for any ninja. The value of an A-rank jutsu couldn't be overstated. Shirou, noticing Tsunade's curiosity, gladly took the opportunity to explain. Captain Tsunade, the inspiration for this jutsu came from Kushina. Kushina. This piqued Tsunade's interest, and Shirou nodded. Yes. 3 months ago, when Kushina lost control, the destructive power of a tailed beast bomb left a deep impression on me. My jutsu is nowhere near that level, but the tailed beast bomb's formation and release are essentially pure chakra compression without complex hand signs. So, I thought, could a ninja achieve such a pure chakra technique? After some experimentation, I concluded there are 3 keys: rotation, compression, and stabilization. If a ninja can maintain a stable and continuous chakra output, it results in this sealless A-rank jutsu. Hearing this, Tsunade finally understood, nodding in realization. Imitating a tailed beast bomb, huh? But you said it involves pure chakra with no hand seals. As a skilled ninja, Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. Techniques related to tailed beasts and chakra manipulation were rare and fascinating. Exactly. It's purely about chakra form, without nature transformation or hand seals. Pleased by her interest, Shirou demonstrated. Holding out his hand, a bright blue orb of compressed chakra formed, spinning rapidly. A sealless jutsu. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. A sealless A-rank jutsu was almost unheard of. Given her extensive knowledge, she immediately grasped its potential. In close combat, such a technique would be devastating. With no hand seals needed, it could be unleashed instantly, catching opponents off guard. At that moment, a faint hissing sound echoed, causing Tsunade's expression to darken. Orochimaru, since when did you become like Jiraiya? A moment later, Orochimaru's raspy, magnetic chuckle echoed through the tent. Chapter 42, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 42. Inside the tent. Haha, Tsunade, I'm merely curious about the second type of Kekkei Genkai the Uchiha have awakened. With a raspy laugh, Orochimaru's cold and sinister figure slowly stepped inside. Upon seeing Shirou, his eyes gleamed with an appreciative gaze. What a perfect creation, a dual Kekkei Genkai ninja from the Uchiha clan. Truly enviable. TCH. Tsunade scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. It was reminiscent of the way she often mocked Jiraiya, but this time, it carried a deeper edge of bitterness tied to the past. The events surrounding Noeke still haunted her, acting a grim reminder of a ninja's tragic fate. Orochimaru's casual, raspy laughter betrayed his curiosity about Shirou's secondary Kekkei Genkai. At the same time, it subtly reminded Tsunade that Noeke's death weighed on her alone. Orochimaru seemed utterly unaffected. This twisted way of expressing emotions left Shirou speechless. As expected, the ninja world was truly distorted. And yet, in this warped world, Shirou found ample opportunities to thrive. Orochimaru's face broke into a smile, his crimson tongue flicking across his lips as he spoke hoarsely. It seems Shirou-kun has developed a completely new jutsu, a sealless technique. His golden snake-like eyes sparkled with unhealthy excitement as he stared at the vibrant blue chakra orb slowly dissipating in Shirou's palm. Haha, Shirou-kun, you truly are a genius, a dual Kekkei Genkai holder with the talent to create new jutsu. Shirou felt increasingly awkward under Orochimaru's exaggerated praise. Could he admit this jutsu was copied? Born in this era and as a Uchiha, no less, how could he let Minato Namikaze claim all the glory? Inventing a jutsu? Whoever uses it first gets the credit? Orochimaru. Tsunade's sharp voice cut through the tension. Since Noeke's death, Orochimaru had grown more enigmatic, his every action cloaked in mystery. Her frown deepened. Although she had secretly protected Noeke, the hidden enemy that had forced her hand also made it impossible for her to trust Orochimaru completely. After all, they were all disciples of the third Hokage. Here's all the data on Shirou's Kekkei Genkai. But Orochimaru, let me warn you, don't try anything reckless. Tsunade handed over the research on Shirou's Kekkei Genkai, her tone firm and her gaze unyielding as she locked eyes with Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows in mild surprise at her warning. She was warning him? Glancing at the young Uchiha beside her, a sudden realization flickered in Orochimaru's mind, accompanied by a faint trace of deeply hidden sorrow. With a raspy laugh, he remarked, Haha, Tsunade, it seems you've made this young man a replacement. Orochimaru misunderstood, assuming that Tsunade saw Shirou as a substitute for Noeke. This was so typical of Orochimaru. Tsunade, long accustomed to his warped logic, didn't explode in anger as others might have. Instead, she snorted angrily. Shut up. Hearing the word replacement, Tsunade instinctively glanced at Shirou. Shirou wore a respectful smile, showing no sign of displeasure. Relieved, Tsunade let out a quiet breath. It wasn't overthinking. Shirou already bore too many burdens. She didn't want him to misunderstand and carry even more pressure, especially because of Noeke. Meanwhile, Shirou smirked inwardly. A useful piece of intel had just fallen into his lap. Replacement? Perhaps this misunderstanding could be turned to his advantage. Shirou-kun, you truly are an enviable genius, Orochimaru rasped, flipping through Tsunade's Kekkei Genkai report while pulling out his notes. Tsunade, do you know what Shirou-kun's Kekkei Genkai represents? Based on my 3 months of experimentation, I've found that it closely resembles the legendary sage powers of Ryokai Cave, or perhaps even those of the other great sanctuaries. At this time, Orochimaru was still unaware of the first Hokage sage mode but had already begun exploring the sage powers of Ryokai Cave. Tsunade sighed inwardly. Orochimaru's genius was undeniable. In just 3 months, he had uncovered so much. Her progress in understanding Shirou's Kekkei Genkai had only been possible because of her grandfather. But her frown deepened. The power Shirou possessed was eerily similar to her grandfather's sage body. How could a Uchiha have such a thing? Was it genetic? A hidden trait from both ancestral lines? Such anomalies weren't unheard of in the ninja world. Orochimaru, you should know how dangerous this power is. Even though Shirou is the host, he nearly succumbed to its backlash. If we hadn't discovered it early, the mutation could have been fatal beyond even the ninja world's ability to cure. To Tsunade, Shirou's early discovery of his Kekii Genkai had averted catastrophe. Without intervention, its mutation would have spiraled out of control. Shirou-kun. Orochimaru's greedy, burning gaze locked onto Shirou as if he were some priceless treasure. Anyone else might have shuddered under such a gaze, but Shirou had grown used to it over the past 3 months. He nodded respectfully. Orochimaru-sama. Shirou-kun, this Kekii Genkai is an extraordinary power. Ignoring Tsunade's warning, Orochimaru casually grabbed her medical tools and began re-examining Shirou's body. Orochimaru-sama, my Kekii Genkai illness has been under Captain Tsunade's care. If Orochimaru wanted to study the cursed seal sage body, Shirou was happy to oblige. After all, he was intrigued by the idea of bestowing cursed seals himself. For that, he needed Orochimaru's expertise. Orochimaru. Tsunade watched their seemingly rehearsed routine of experimentation and sighed in frustration. Her irritation was tinged with resignation as she sat down with a huff, picking up Orochimaru's research report. Though Tsunade was the best medical ninja in Konoha and perhaps the entire ninja world, Orochimaru's brilliance in research was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Shirou relished being the subject of study by 2 of the future Sannin. Cursed seals were powerful tools. They could dramatically enhance a ninja's strength and solidify Shirou's influence within the Uchiha clan. Dangers? The Uchiha didn't care. If he could master the art of implanting cursed seals, he could win the approval of even the most power-hungry members of his clan. This is fascinating. I never imagined such a rare constitution could exist, Orochimaru muttered, growing increasingly excited as his research progressed. His golden serpent eyes glinted with boundless greed. Sage powers? The legendary powers of the sages from the 3 great sanctuaries. Could a ninja truly be born with such potential? Shirou-kun, you won't regret your decision today, Orochimaru said, smiling with excitement as he completed his examination. I look forward to Orochimaru-sama's findings, Shirou replied with a polite smile. If Orochimaru studied his Kekii Genkai, it was only fair to share the results, wasn't it? Orochimaru chuckled, licking his lips. Shirou-kun, you're truly unique. From reading my struggle, I could tell you're no ordinary Konoha ninja. Good grief. Hearing this, Shirou's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly masked it with an earnest smile. Orochimaru-sama, it was just a childish idea. Studying medicine to save the ninja world? As the 2 spoke, Tsunade couldn't help but recall that phrase. Meanwhile, Shirou marveled inwardly. Orochimaru, the master manipulator, had seen through the hidden ideals in his writing. Truly impressive. Chapter 43, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 43. My struggles. At first glance, this book seems simple, divided into 3 parts, my family, at the Ninja Academy, and on the battlefield. However, it is interwoven with vivid descriptions of various countries' customs and traditions, as well as intriguing anecdotes. At first, it appears to be an honest and emotionally gripping novel. But in truth, it is merely the foundation, a prologue. As the protagonist's power grows, subsequent chapters gradually unveil his hidden ambitions. The ninjas who have read this book are already deeply captivated by its narrative. To summarize it in one sentence, at first, one doesn't grasp the meaning of the book, but upon rereading, one feels fully immersed in its world. Hey, Shirou, is this the book you wrote? Tsunade, standing nearby with an expression of boredom, casually held a red-covered book in her hand. She had already schemed through it while investigating Shirou's background. It's only slightly better than Jiraiya's perverted nonsense. Different readers draw different insights from the book. For instance, Jiraiya viewed the novel as a tale centered on the value of precious comrades, bonds, a story written by someone embodying the will of fire. Tsunade, on the other hand, dismissed it as childish, even though it lacked the occasional explicit segments Jiraiya might have added. Her disdain didn't stem from the book's quality but rather from her disillusionment with the village and her clan's fractured ties with the Senju. To her, Shirou's work seemed like the naive ramblings of someone unaware of the village's darker side. Orochimaru, however, had a different perspective. He saw a vision and ambition not confined to Konoha but encompassing the entire ninja world. But, when Orochimaru observed Shirou's innocent smile, he chuckled hoarsely. Such youthful purity lacks awareness of darkness. Perhaps you will think differently in the future. Shirou-kun, I appreciate your generosity. I believe this scroll will be of use to you. After examining the contents, Orochimaru's throat convulsed. With a retching sound, a dark green scroll emerged from his mouth. Unbothered by the mucus-covered scroll, Shirou curiously opened it. Upon seeing the contents, his face lit up with joy. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Though he had the support of his clan and access to numerous jutsu, what Orochimaru provided were techniques on how to utilize them effectively, how to conserve chakra and manipulate it in specific situations. If fully understood, this scroll could improve the efficiency of a jutsu by 10 to 20% while enhancing its power by the same margin. Haha, Shirou-kun, I'm curious to see how your wind will turn the windmill of the ninja world and what changes it will bring. With a raspy laugh, Orochimaru left the tent. Shirou, unperturbed by Orochimaru's meaningful glance, smiled confidently as he watched him depart. His book merely contained a hint of his agenda. As long as he refrained from revealing certain truths, who could uncover his intentions? Outside the tent, Orochimaru walked away with an intrigued expression, muttering to himself. Shirou-kun, some talents are innate. Perhaps you haven't realized it yet, but once you confront the darkness of this world, you may understand we are the same kind of people. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed as he left, convinced that Shirou's exceptional vision far surpassed his peers. More importantly, he shared Orochimaru's insatiable curiosity and pursuit of the ninja world's truths. In the tent, after Orochimaru left, Tsunade huffed impatiently. Always so cryptic. Shirou, don't say I didn't warn you. Orochimaru is closely tied to the root. Shirou nodded with a smile, but as he looked down at the scroll, a flicker of ambition flashed in his eyes. The sparks of change had already been scattered across the ninja world. At the right moment, he would embody these sparks, igniting a crimson flame to engulf the entire ninja world. Don't worry, Captain Tsunade. I just want to master this power quickly so I won't burden the clan or you. His soft-spoken words faded as he bowed his head, leaving Tsunade with a mix of exasperation and concern. Noeki, you've caused your sister a lot of trouble. Watching Shirou, Tsunade felt a pang of guilt. His transformation had begun with the Noeki incident, leaving him burdened with guilt and casting aside his pride. Tsunade's gaze fell on the thin red book in her hand. Annoyed, she decided to pass it to Noeki to remind him of the comrade who still blamed himself for past events. If Shirou learned that Tsunade had shared his book with Noeki, he would have left. His influence had already infiltrated the Senju. Hokage's office. Hiruzen, what's Tsunade doing treating a Uchiha for their Kekii Genkai disease? Shimura Danzo fumed, slamming the table in anger as he berated the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, calm and composed, took a slow puff from his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Danzo, I'm talking to you. What's with this attitude? Take a good look, Danzo. This Uchiha boy encountered the Ninetales Jinchuriki and, after witnessing the rampage, developed an A-rank jutsu without seals. Tsunade can't just allow such a dangerous Uchiha to roam freely. Danzo's fury grew as he outlined every detail that violated his sensibilities, treating a Uchiha's Kekii Genkai disease, interacting with the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and independently creating an A-rank jutsu. Hiruzen finally set down his pipe and looked up calmly. The treatment costs are fully covered by the Uchiha themselves. So what? And what about interacting with the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Danzo, Kushina isn't a Jinchuriki yet, and the interaction you're referring to was the Uchiha preventing her from rampaging. Furious at being countered twice, Danzo slammed the desk. Hiruzen, this boy is too dangerous? He's only 13 and already created an A-rank jutsu. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Frustrated, Danzo stormed out, leaving with a final, ominous remark. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Ah, classic. Hiruzen sighed, turning to the Hokage monument. Teacher, perhaps I now understand why you didn't choose Danzo. Winning this war is the priority. He opened a dossier on Uchiha Shirou, meticulously documenting every detail of his life, including trivial disputes at the academy. Because of Noeki's incident, fueled by the grief of losing a comrade, he stopped at a section analyzing Shirou's novel, My Struggles. Another Kagami, perhaps. The intelligence division had noted the book's enthusiastic embrace of the will of fire, albeit with a question mark. Hiruzen smiled wryly, understanding the skepticism stemmed from the name Uchiha. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 44, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 44. Uchiha Clan Grounds. Mikoto, do you have any objections to the notice of Uchiha Shirou's appointment as a jonin? In the wooden house, Elder Uchiha Setsuna coughed heavily, barely able to support himself as he spoke in a low voice. Sitting below him, Uchiha Mikoto glanced at the appointment notice. Her expression remained calm as she nodded. With the activation of the curse mark Kekii Genkai, Shirou possesses the ability to contend with jonin-level opponents. Coupled with his talent for developing A-rank ninjutsu without hand seals and his dual Tomo Sharinon, I have no objections to Shirou's promotion to jonin. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Elder Setsuna let out a suppressed, mocking laugh amidst his coughs. Fool, you're worse than this brat. How can I trust you to inherit this branch in the future? His tone was sharp with frustration as he scolded her before continuing. 13 years old, self-developed A-rank ninjutsu, the youngest genius jonin in Konoha's history. Do you even realize what this means? Let me tell you. From the moment this appointment notice is issued, all of this brat's information will appear in the offices of the 5 great shinobi villages. Then it will filter down to the smaller villages, followed by high-value bounty notices. As he spoke, Elder Setsuna's face darkened with anger, and he slammed his leg hard against the floor. Moreover, as a jonin, the missions he takes on will be significantly more dangerous. His fame as a genius will guarantee that enemy villages thoroughly analyze his weaknesses and ninjutsu affinities. Do you think being a famous jonin is a good thing? That third Hokage is plotting against our Uchiha genius. Elder Setsuna's anger was palpable. Having once rebelled himself, he understood the intricacies of conspiracies better than anyone. For experienced shinobi, fame brought challenges they were prepared to face. However, Shirou was only 13, barely capable of battling jonin with his Kekii Genkai, and far from defeating them outright. An undeveloped genius faced immense danger if their enemies had access to their information. In Shirou's case, the curse mark Kekii Genkai had a time limit. Any prolonged battle could lead to his defeat. Additionally, his chakra nature's fire, lightning, and earth along with his commonly used techniques, would soon be disseminated to enemy villages. Yet, upon hearing these dangers, Uchiha Mikoto remained unfazed. Instead, her expression grew resolute as she responded coldly. Elder, Shirou is the clan's genius. I trust he will grow stronger in the face of conflict. The proud Uchiha clan had never been one to fear danger. Elder Setsuna's face flushed with anger at his granddaughter's stubbornness. His hand trembled as he pointed at her. Mikoto, you, Elder. Mikoto interrupted sharply, her tone formal and distant. It was clear their relationship was strained, perhaps irreparably so. Mikoto, when you chose this brat, it was because he was easy to control and a genius, wasn't it? Hearing this, Mikoto's pupils contracted. Her expression darkened as she snorted coldly. Indeed. At the time, I thought Shirou would be easy to control. And now, faced with Elder Setsuna's questioning, Mikoto fell silent. Initially, her choice had been a form of rebellion against the family. She knew her grandfather's failing health wouldn't allow him to hold power long enough to dictate her future. Rejecting the suitors tied to the clan leader's faction, she sought an easily controlled genius instead. Shirou, a renowned talent at the academy and someone she had grown up with, seemed like the perfect candidate. However, as time passed, trust and warmth grew between them. Mikoto unknowingly opened her heart to him. Seeing his granddaughter's silence, Elder Setsuna sighed heavily, his frustration evident. Mikoto, this brat's growth proves your judgment wasn't wrong. When I was your age, I too believed in the pride of the Uchiha. But as I've aged, I've learned that pride alone isn't enough. Uchiha needs strength to back it up. He sighed again, his voice softening slightly. Don't let empty pride lead to your downfall. Do you want this brat to die carrying the so-called glory of the Uchiha genius? Despite his wisdom, gained through rebellion and hardship, Setsuna found it impossible to make the younger generation understand his perspective. If Shirou dies in battle, I will avenge him and then join him as a widow. Good heavens! Elder Setsuna nearly spat blood. Staring at his bull-headed granddaughter, he exclaimed, Mikoto, you're too extreme. But Mikoto remained calm. Slowly, she retrieved a scroll from her ninja pouch. Her actions made Setsuna raise an eyebrow in confusion. Her gaze softened slightly as she handed it to him. This is Shirou's self-developed A-rank ninjutsu. Elder Setsuna fell silent. What a dedicated brat. Sharing his self-developed jutsu with her? Typically, a ninja's self-developed techniques were reserved for their heirs or disciples. Even spouses weren't privy to them unless they were exceptionally trusted. This practice held even among noble clans. Sharing such a technique with Mikoto was an act of complete trust. You're doing this for that brat. Elder Setsuna looked up, his gaze calm as he studied his determined granddaughter. For the first time, he realized he had never truly understood her. Mikoto nodded softly, her expression unwavering. Shirou's dream is immense. I can feel that he wants to change the clan not with words, but through actions. She paused, then added, Grandfather, your health gives us little time. Her subtle use of grandfather instead of elder revealed a rare moment of familial connection. Pride, risk-taking, and loyalty ran deep within the Uchiha bloodline, traits Mikoto embodied fully. Elder Setsuna felt utterly defeated. It was as if his granddaughter and her partner were already planning to take over while he was still alive. Fine, I will protect this Uchiha genius. This wasn't about Uchiha's pride anymore, it was about pushing Setsuna to use his authority to fully support Shirou. Chapter 45, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 45. The Land of Grass. Behind the Konoha camp, in the shadow of the mountains, the roar of the waterfall echoed, blending with the sharp sound of air being torn apart. Beneath the rushing waterfall, arcs of electricity flashed continuously, splitting the air with sharp, crackling sounds. A figure darted rapidly through the area, moving so quickly that an ordinary eye could not follow its motion. Under the high-speed movements of Uchiha Shirou, his form became a blur, leaving behind faint afterimages whenever he paused briefly to pivot. In terms of speed alone, he had already reached the level of a Jonin. Kunao embedded themselves sharply into the surrounding rocks near the waterfall. Preset needle-firing mechanisms, triggered by severed steel wires, unleashed a barrage of needles from every direction. Whoosh, whoosh, the air filled with the whistling of countless needles, pouring down like a torrential storm. Under the dual Tomo Sharinon, Shirou fixed his gaze firmly on the incoming barrage. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid series of sharp metallic clashes filled the air as Shirou, wielding his ninja blade enveloped in crackling electric arcs, deftly deflected the incoming storm of needles. The onslaught could not touch him. Splash, splash, splash. Metallic needles shattered and fell into the water, creating a series of ripples as they sank. As the chaos subsided, only Shirou's labored breaths filled the air. He stood, drenched in sweat, his body trembling from the exertion. Kahihi. As expected of Shirou-kun, a true genius. Orochimaru's voice echoed with appreciation as he stepped forward, his gaze filled with admiration. Using lightning nature chakra to stimulate the body and achieve temporary bursts of extreme speed, combined with the Uchiha clan's unique Sharinon to compensate for the drawbacks of high-speed movement. Fascinating. Orochimaru mused aloud, his tone almost reverent. However, mastering this technique requires exceptional chakra control. Orochimaru's gaze on the training Shirou was akin to that of an artist admiring a masterpiece. Standing on the water, still catching his breath, Shirou frowned and shook his head at the praise. Lord Orochimaru, this technique has its drawbacks, it cannot be maintained for long. Resources were no longer a concern for Shirou, especially with the clan's full support. Wasting a few needles during training? That was nothing worth fretting over. Orochimaru, seeing Shirou's unsatisfied expression, chuckled hoarsely. Shirou-kun, we are alike in some ways. Ambition, Orochimaru thought, was not a flaw, it was a driving force. I've heard that Kumigakure's lightning-style body techniques are enhanced by special drugs, allowing their users to adapt to their lightning chakra and use the technique for extended periods. Ever the researcher, Orochimaru willingly shared his findings. Since beginning his study of the Cursed Seal, he often took time each month to guide Shirou in ninjutsu. Kumigakure. Shirou muttered, understanding the implications. Despite being classified as a B-rank jutsu, the technique required specific secret drugs to be viable. Otherwise, such a jutsu would have been thoroughly analyzed by other villages long ago. No wonder it had become a signature move of Kumigakure's Raikage lineage. Konoha's youngest self-taught creator of an A-rank ninjutsu at 13 years old, Shirou-kun. In just 3 months, your progress is astonishing. Truly, the power of a Kekii Genkai is enviable. Orochimaru's lips curled into a serpentine smile, his voice laced with subtle envy. Genius was often unfair. Kekii Genkai users like Shirou could accomplish in months what ordinary shinobi struggled for years to achieve. A genius. Shirou murmured, shaking his head internally. He knew his record wouldn't last long. Soon, Heitake Kakashi would surpass him by becoming a jonin at the age of 12. Besides, Namikaze Minato has also grown significantly under Jiraiya's tutelage recently. Shirou recognized that his dual Kekii Genkai played a significant role in his abilities. Yet, Minato was a true prodigy, working tirelessly to match the pressure imposed by clan-born elites like Shirou. After creating his A-rank jutsu and earning the title of Konoha's youngest jonin, the label of genius quickly spread. With it came not only pressure but also privileges, resources from the clan and growing influence within the family. As Shirou mentioned Minato, his gaze shifted reluctantly toward the waterfall, where a white-haired figure was faintly visible. Orochimaru also glanced over, muttering under his breath. Fool. Above the waterfall. Haha, Minato, keep pushing? Maybe next year you'll be a jonin too. Jiraiya's boisterous laughter echoed as he glanced down at Orochimaru mentoring Shirou. Not to be outdone, he turned his attention back to his student, Minato. In the forest nearby, flashes of yellow zipped through the trees, accompanied by kunao and shuriken. The afterimages weren't from the flying Raijin jutsu, they were from Shunshin no jutsu. Minato, your talent for Shunshin is unmatched. Even your kunao and shuriken techniques rival those of the Uchiha, Jiraiya remarked proudly as Minato paused to catch his breath. Minato nodded humbly. While Shirou had gained fame for his A-rank jutsu, Minato's natural affinity for Shunshin techniques, combined with his sharp weapon handling, placed him among the most promising shinobi. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said with a soft smile as his teacher ruffled his golden hair affectionately. Minato, geniuses aren't always logical. But you're young back then, even Tsunade and Orochimaru were labeled geniuses, while I was the dead last. Yet look at us now. Minato chuckled softly but couldn't hide a tinge of frustration. Sensei, I understand, but sometimes it's hard not to feel bitter. When I saw the tailed beast bomb, I had a spark of inspiration for my jutsu, but while I was still brainstorming, Shirou-kun had already developed one and its seal no less. Jiraiya burst into laughter. Minato, that's where you're wrong. Take Orochimaru, he's a genius at inventing ninjutsu, but I'm a genius at learning them. Geniuses come in all kinds. Turning with a grin, Jiraiya called out toward a tree. Hey, Orochimaru, what do you think of my student? Another genius, right? From the shadows of the tree, Orochimaru emerged, rare approval glinting in his eyes. Indeed, a genius. But, Orochimaru continued, this child has chakra affinities for fire, wind, and lightning, correct? Jiraiya's eyes widened, glaring at Orochimaru. Hey, don't steal my disciple. Even if I don't have lightning chakra, I can ask the old man for help. Orochimaru smirked. Fool. Orochimaru. Amid Jiraiya's exasperated outburst, Orochimaru's rare smile surfaced briefly. Focus, Jiraiya. We have a mission. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fleeting moment of lightheartedness gave way to a more serious tone, heralding the challenges to come. Chapter 46, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 46. The Land of Grass. Konoha Camp Command Post. Tsunade stood in the center of the tent, flanked by Jiraiya on her left and Orochimaru on her right. The three wore grave expressions as they addressed the gathered jonin. Nearly all available jonin not assigned to frontline missions had been summoned, more than 20 in total, including the newly promoted genius jonin, Uchiha Shirou. Shirou's arrival naturally drew attention. After all, a 13-year-old jonin was a rarity not just in Konoha but across the entire ninja world. Everyone. Once all the camp's jonin were present, the expressions on the faces of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru grew even more serious. Tsunade pointed to a map as she began explaining the mission details. We've received intel from the village. A squad of elite IWA nin has disguised themselves as Konoha shinobi and plans to attack the Kyuzagakure to frame us, igniting a conflict between Kyuzagakure and Konoha. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I will covertly handle this matter. Meanwhile, the camp will rely on all of you to maintain operations. At this point, Tsunade scanned the room, her gaze sharp and commanding, before continuing. We have already established contact with the Kyuzagakure. All that remains is a secret exchange of information. Your mission is to maintain order in the camp while we're gone. Tsunade's tone briefly lightened as her gaze landed on Shirou. Smirking slightly, she quipped. To the outside world, Uchiha Shirou will use the transformation jutsu to impersonate me. As for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, that's manageable. She paused momentarily, glancing at the gathered shinobi before adding. If necessary, Uchiha Shirou can summon Katsuyo for healing and to maintain the disguise. The mission itself wasn't shocking, but the revelation that Shirou could summon Tsunade's summoning beast, Katsuyo, left the gathered jonin stunned. Shirou-kun. Even the normally stoic Uchiha Fugaku widened his eyes in surprise. Seeing Shirou's slender figure, Fugaku felt a pang of sorrow. For the clan, Shirou-kun has taken on too much. LOL. The other jonin were equally astonished. Could the rumors be true? What many had dismissed as idle gossip now seemed plausible. The use of a personal summoning beast normally reserved for family or trusted disciples was no trivial matter. Seriously? Before the murmurs could grow louder, Shirou stepped forward, his expression solemn. He bowed slightly and declared, Captain Tsunade, rest assured. I will complete the mission. Jiraiya's eyes darted between Tsunade and Shirou, his curiosity visibly piqued. What's going on? What happened recently? Since when is summoning shared so freely? Seeing the skeptical glances around the room, Tsunade's smirk widened. She then sternly ordered. What are you all standing around for? Carry out the mission. Yes. Tsunade's authoritative tone snapped the jonin to attention, and they immediately responded. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and scoffed. Idiot. Outside the Konoha camp. What? Orochimaru, are you saying Tsunade sees that guy as a replacement for Noeki? Jiraiya gaped. Orochimaru, unimpressed, retorted. Idiot. What did you say? Jiraiya bristled, but he couldn't shake the heavy weight settling in his chest. Noeki's death was still an unresolved wound. Despite countless investigations even overturning the earth itself, they had found nothing. The absence of clues was the most troubling part, and it was a subject neither Konoha's leaders nor the three of them openly discussed. That Shirou. Jiraiya recalled the intelligence on Uchiha Shirou. Pulling out his book, My Struggles, he sighed and muttered. Now that you mention it, that guy is a lot like Noeki, always so optimistic. Both had idealistic dreams. One wanted to become Hokage like the first, while the other wanted to learn medical ninjutsu to save the ninja world. As Jiraiya pondered, Tsunade emerged from the tent. Jiraiya, stop dawdling. Let's finish this mission quickly. Tsunade's commanding presence, shaped by her upbringing and natural leadership, outshone even her companions. Unlike Jiraiya and Orochimaru, whose growth had been gradual, Tsunade's authority was innate. Haha, on my way. Jiraiya masked his unease with a hearty laugh, while Orochimaru merely scoffed. Only when the three were together did such banter emerge. With a flicker of movement, the three disappeared into the forest, leaving the camp none the wiser. Meanwhile, inside the camp, Tsunade's presence was seamlessly maintained as Katsuyo healed the injured. Yet, it was Shirou under the transformation jutsu who mimicked Tsunade's habits even down to her leg-crossing posture as she reviewed reports with a frown of irritation. The ninja's essence is deception, and the ninja world has not yet reached its later stages. Konoha, Hokage Sofis. Hiruzen, the Tsuchikage Oniki is truly cunning, using this opportunity to covertly contact the leader of the Kyuzagakur. Midokado Homura's words deepened Hiruzen Sarutobi's frown as he surveyed the increasingly volatile situation. The storm of the Second Ninja War loomed large, and events seemed to be spiraling out of control. See? I told you we should have sent Orochimaru and Jiraiya earlier to assassinate the Kyuzagakur leader and blame Uegakur. Whether it succeeded or not, it would have plunged the land of grass into chaos, forcing Uegakur to act defensively. Danzo Shimura barked in frustration. Danzo. Hiruzen's stern tone silenced him. Have you considered the consequences? If our actions were exposed, Kyuzagakur and Uegakur would unite against us, potentially dragging the war into the land of fire itself. Furthermore, Konoha is already a target of envy among the villages. If we're seen as aggressors against smaller nations, the other major villages might seize the opportunity to unite against us again. Danzo's face flushed with frustration, but he held his tongue under Hiruzen's unyielding gaze. Memories of the First Ninja War, when Konoha faced a united front of 4 villages, lingered heavily. Suddenly, an Umbu operative appeared. Lord Hokage, urgent intel? A large IWA force is massing on the border and moving toward the land of Waterfall. What? Hiruzen's expression darkened as he read the report, his pupils narrowing in alarm. This is bad. Chapter 47, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 47. The Konoha office. Land of Waterfalls? Oniki. After reading the intelligence report, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed drastically, a flash of anger appearing in his eyes. This is a trap. Sending Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to contact the Kyuzagakur was a trap. The next moment, send an immediate order to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to retreat at once. Also, instruct the front lines, all stationed within the land of grass must retreat to the border immediately. Deploy an elite unit from the border to cover their withdrawal. Understood. Hiruzen decisively issued a series of orders. Seeing Hiruzen in such a state, the others realized that something major had happened. Midokado Homura and Koharu Yudiden looked especially grim as they asked, Hiruzen, what has occurred in the land of grass? Hiruzen, his face darkened, handed them the intelligence report. In a deep voice, he said, "We underestimated the situation. While focusing on the movements of the 4 great ninja villages, we neglected the small nations along the borders. Iwagakure has secretly mobilized their elites and assembled them near the border of the Land of Waterfalls. Their intention is clear. They plan to use the Land of Waterfalls as a pathway to cut off our retreat." As Hiruzen spoke, the two read the intelligence report. Homura, upon finishing, was furious. Iwagakure's target isn't the Kusagakure at all. They're using the Land of Waterfalls to sever our ninja forces in the Land of Grass, then drag the war directly into the Land of Fire. Between the lands of Earth and Fire lie 3 buffer nations, the lands of Rain, Grass, and Waterfalls. These 3 are aligned in a row, separating the 2 larger nations. The immediate priority was to withdraw and foil the enemy's plans, then counterattack, ensuring the battlefield remained in the Land of Grass. However, Danzo Shimura slammed the table in anger, vehemently opposing Hiruzen's plan. "If Iwagakure intercepts us, we should turn our forces into a wedge, pin them down in the Land of Grass. With our front lines attacking from both sides, we could annihilate their elite forces right there. Hiruzen, you're too disappointing." Danzo's argument wasn't without merit. After all, shinobi are tools of war. Even if there was a risk of being encircled and slaughtered, that was their destiny. But Hiruzen, unyielding, slapped the table and sternly ordered the Umbu outside the door. "Send another directive to the Land of Grass front lines? All Konoha ninjas in the Land of Grass must abandon their supplies and break through the encirclement before it closes. Border units will provide support." "Understood." Hiruzen's firm dismissal left Danzo fuming. He turned angrily to Homura and Koharu, exclaiming, "This is your Hokage. Danzo, I am the Hokage." This time, Hiruzen gave Danzo no leeway, outright rebuking him in front of everyone. Koharu frowned and addressed Danzo. "Danzo, the Land of Grass ninja forces you're criticizing, do you realize the stakes? It's not about Hiruzen being indecisive. If something happens to this unit, even Konoha could be shaken to its core." Homura nodded in agreement, adding gravely, "Exactly. The young heirs of many prominent clans are stationed there. Even Tsunade is among them. Any losses would be catastrophic." Realizing the frontline forces included many second-generation heirs being tempered for war, Danzo's face turned red with frustration. "Damn it! Useless? All of them useless. If something happened to these heirs, the prominent clan's dissatisfaction with Hiruzen would reach its peak." Danzo finally grasped the situation. Despite his ideological differences with Hiruzen, they were on the same political ship. A fallout with the prominent clans could end their reign. This understanding was why, in the years to come, Konoha's leadership, and other ninja villages, often worked to curb the power of the noble ninja clans. While powerful, these clans were a double-edged sword. The only exceptions were leaders like Hashirama Senju, Iwagakure. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice heavy amidst the curling smoke. "The fiercest battles are about to begin. Land of Earth, Iwagakure." In the stone office of the Tsuchikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Oniki, not yet gray-haired, exuded an aura of authority as he read the frontline intelligence with a faint smile. "Tsuchikage Sama, our elite forces have successfully bypassed the Land of Waterfalls. They're about to enter the Land of Grass and complete the encirclement mission. Don't be careless. The target is Konoha, after all." Regarding Konoha, Oniki maintained utmost caution, his expression somber. "However, the Kusagakure might be useful to us." Oniki's sly grin revealed his mistrust of the fickle Kusagakure. Land of Grass, Konoha Camp. Inside the command tent, Uchiha Shirou, disguised as Tsunade using a transformation jutsu, lounged casually, yawning while reviewing reports. With the Second Great Ninja War in full swing and battles in the Land of Rain escalating, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are the 3rd Hokage's trump cards. After all, White Fang's prestige is overwhelming. Tsunade furrowed her brow, pondering deeply. Ninja warfare revolved around intelligence not just in battles, but in the larger strategy. According to the limited information from the 3rd Ninja War in the original timeline, part of the Sunin's fame came from harvesting the fruits of war. If the chaos in the Land of Rain is intensifying, it's only a matter of time before we face a crisis of encirclement. At that moment, a sharp cry of an eagle pierced the sky above the Konoha camp. Shirou's expression changed as 2 Jonin burst into the tent, exclaiming, "Urgent orders? The 3rd Hokage commands all Konoha forces in the Land of Grass to abandon supplies and retreat to the border immediately." Seeing the intelligence report, Shirou, still in disguise, muttered in shock. "Iwagakure bypassed us through the Land of Waterfalls." In an instant, realization dawned on him. The imminent danger Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru faced became clear. It was all part of the unfolding chaos. Chapter 48, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 48. Deep within the Kusagakure. On a large bridge, Jiraiya and Orochimaru hid in the trees on either side, keeping a vigilant watch for any unexpected developments. Standing on the bridge, Tsunade crossed her arms, exuding a commanding and heroic aura. Her expression calm, she spoke. "So, you must be the leader of Kusagakure. We've received intelligence that Iwagakure has disguised a squad of elite ninjas as Konoha shinobi, planning to attack Kusagakure and frame us." Facing a masked ninja across the bridge, Tsunade continued evenly, holding a brown-green scroll of information in her hand. The Kusagakure leader, masked and silent, finally replied in a hoarse voice. "You major nations are always full of talk about justice and morality, yet behind the scenes, it's nothing but arson, plunder, and slaughter. You Konoha and Iwagakure have brought your wars into the land of grass, and now you claim to act in our best interests. Orochimaru's cold gaze betrayed no emotion at the accusation, but Jiraiya fell silent. Tsunade, however, snorted derisively. Is this your first day living in the ninja world? The entire ninja world is like this. Sure, the great nations bully the land of grass, but doesn't the land of grass also bully smaller, weaker nations? We're all just ninjas. Even for a great nation, ensuring our peace is already a monumental task. Having grown up in the legacy of the Hokage family, Tsunade saw the broader picture. The history of the Senju clan alone was a thick chronicle of war and strife. She wasn't a saint. She could only do what was within her power to secure the peace and stability of her nation. The ninja across from her chuckled self-deprecatingly, his voice hoarse. As Princess Tsunade says, the world always belongs to the strong. So, I wonder, can this intelligence gain the favor of Lady Tsunade? Both parties simultaneously tossed their scrolls to exchange information. However, as Tsunade opened her scroll, her pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, the scroll ignited spontaneously, turning to ash in the wind. The Kusagakur leader sighed inwardly. His village didn't want to be caught between two powers, but they had no choice. Iwagakure sought to use them, but incurring Konoha's wrath was a risk he couldn't bear. Thus, he had to play both sides, hoping only to buy Kusagakur some breathing room. I understand. Feigning nonchalance, Tsunade gave a hearty laugh while discreetly signaling Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Danger? It's a trap. As the three prepared to leave, a group of Iwagakure ninjas, identifiable by their signature red armbands, suddenly emerged in the distance. Haha, thank you, Kusagakur leader. We Iwagakure have surrounded the area. Let's kill these Konoha ninjas together. At the sight of the ambush, Tsunade's eyes widened momentarily, while the Kusagakur leader looked terrified. This wasn't supposed to happen for another 3 days. In that instant, he realized he had been completely manipulated by Iwagakure. From the start, they had never trusted him and were only using him. Retreat. Reacting swiftly, Tsunade slammed her fist into the bridge with immense force. Monster strength punch. Boom! The bridge began to collapse under her terrifying strength. Tsunade shouted. Iwagakure has us surrounded? Breakthrough immediately. At that moment, a distinct hawk cry echoed through the skies. Konoha's messenger hawk had arrived with intelligence. As the scroll landed in Tsunade's hands, she cursed under her breath. Damn it! Now the intel comes. Burning the scroll immediately, she bolted into the forest without looking back. Jiraiya and Orochimaru quickly assumed a three-man combat formation and began their retreat. There are traps in the forest, but they'll only delay the enemy briefly. We must break through now. Orochimaru's calm voice cut through the chaos. Iwagakure's encirclement was complete, and their only chance was to escape as fast as possible. Fighting head-on? The Iwagakure forces numbered over 1,000, an impossible battle. Huh? The Toad Sage hasn't made his mark on the ninja world yet? There's no way I'm dying here. Jiraiya laughed boldly, his eyes resolute as he yelled. Let the Toad Sage lead you to break through and become heroes of the new era. Despite Jiraiya's antics, there was no time for Orochimaru to retort. The three synchronized seamlessly. Orochimaru swiftly completed hand signs, while Jiraiya leaped high, forming the perfect angle for their combined attack. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The two unleashed their jutsu simultaneously, creating a massive inferno resembling a raging dragon. Fueled by the wind, its power grew exponentially, engulfing the forest ahead in a sea of flames. Screams of agony and the clash of jutsu filled the air. Amid the inferno, Tsunade pinpointed enemies by sound, swiftly hurling kunao fitted with explosive tags. Whoosh, whoosh, kunao rained down like a storm, tearing through the air with lethal precision. Explosions rippled across the battlefield, tearing apart Iwagakure's earth-style defenses. The roaring flames surged through the breaches, consuming the enemy ninjas in an instant. The trio's formidable strength and flawless coordination devastated their opponents, forcing the Iwagakure forces to retreat momentarily. This is a trap. Even Jiraiya, usually carefree, was now deadly serious, unleashing jutsu after jutsu. Don't hold back on chakra. Orochimaru barked. We need to break through now. Holding back would be fatal. If they were encircled, even twice their chakra reserves wouldn't save them. Summoning jutsu, Tsunade summoned 3 Katsuyu slugs, 2 of which immediately melded into Jiraiya's and Orochimaru's armor. As they pressed forward with relentless force, Tsunade's strategic support made their escape possible. Chapter 49, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 49. The border of the land of grass. Quick! We're only 3 hours away from reaching the border of the land of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The forest reverberated with explosions as detonating tags ignited rapidly, their echoes mingling with agonized screams. Everywhere, Konoha shinobi battled fiercely against a relentless wave of enemy forces. These hired rogue ninjas are insane. Damn it! The Iwa-nin are trying to stall us. Don't get bogged down. Retreat. Grim-faced, the Konoha shinobi moved swiftly through the forest. Despite their superior tactics and discipline, every skirmish delayed them further. The rogue ninjas' mercenaries bought with high bounties served as sacrificial obstacles for the Iwa-nin's larger strategy. Lady Tsunade. At the front of the group, Tsunade's expression was uncharacteristically serious. As she led the charge, some shinobi began noticing something peculiar. The legendary Tsunade Haim, renowned for her unyielding resolve, seemed oddly restrained. Shut up! Everyone, break through quickly. If we escape this forest, the Iwanin's encirclement plan will fail. Several jonin barked orders, urging their comrades forward with icy determination. But the truth was concealed beneath the urgency. Tsunade was an imposter. Disguised as Tsunade, Uchiha Shirou maintained his composure, knowing the group's fragile morale hung by a thread. If his identity were exposed before they reached safety, chaos would ensue. Squad 3, cover the left flank. Everyone else, keep pushing forward. The shinobi pressed on, leaving behind fallen comrades who held off the enemy at the cost of their lives. Over 100 Konoha shinobi had already made their final stand. On the opposing side, a dense formation of Iwanin in red, single-sleeved uniforms advanced with alarming speed. Their leader, a jonin with a livid expression, barked orders. Damn it! Konoha got wind of our plan. Move faster, we must cut them off before they leave the forest. In the world of shinobi, battles often hinged on intelligence. Once the element of surprise was lost, victory became uncertain. Shirou, this time the intel was timely. We might just pull this off, Uchiha Fugaku said, his tone uncharacteristically somber. Shirou, still disguised as Tsunade, responded in a low voice. Captain Fugaku, Lady Tsunade, and the others are still behind us. From the beginning, this was a trap. Fugaku fell silent, the weight of those words sinking in. After a moment, he sighed. This is the fate of a shinobi. But Shirou's mind worked furiously. He analyzed the situation, recalling a pivotal event from the Second Great Ninja War, the Sunin's near defeat after being surrounded by Iwanin. Based on their location, he concluded they were nearing that infamous battlefield. Fortune favors the bold, Shirou thought. A calculated risk now could turn the tide. 3 hours later. Look, the grasslands. We've reached the border of the Land of Fire. Cheers erupted as the remaining Konoha forces reduced by nearly half broke free from the forest. Relief was palpable as they crossed into safer territory. Poof! A cloud of white smoke engulfed Tsunade, revealing Uchiha Shirou. What? As expected, murmured a few shinobi, their earlier suspicions confirmed. Shirou, Fugaku called out, alarmed. Shirou turned to face the group, a faint smile on his lips. Captain Fugaku, my mission is complete. Fugaku's unease deepened. What are you planning, Shirou? The Iwanin's plan is only half-foiled, Shirou said calmly. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya are still trapped. They need help. We'll regroup with reinforcements at the border, Fugaku urged. But Shirou's resolute smile spoke volumes. That's your mission. Mine was to maintain morale by posing as Captain Tsunade. Fugaku's heart sank. Don't do this, Shirou. Everything you've done has been for the clan. There's no shame in retreating. Shirou's smile softened. Captain Fugaku, when did you get such a wrong impression? He continued, his voice steady. Lady Tsunade is still trapped, and as a proud Uchiha, I cannot let anyone mock me as someone who clings to others for survival. I will not run away. For the honor of the Uchiha. Fugaku froze, the weight of Shirou's words striking him like a thunderclap. Uchiha Shirou. An Inizuka shinobi moved to intervene, but a Hyuga jonin stopped him. This is the pride of the Uchiha, the Hyuga murmured, his gaze filled with respect. Chapter 50, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou 50. Shirou, these are all the explosive tags from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga jonin gathered the explosive tags from his fellow Hyuga ninjas and solemnly handed them to Shirou. Meanwhile, Fugaku remained silent for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. Raising his hand, he signaled the Uchiha clan ninjas to hand over their explosive tags as well. As he received each tag, Shirou observed the heavy expressions on the crowd's faces. Yet, for once, he wore a rare, relaxed smile. Don't all look so grim. I'm a Uchiha, and this time, there's a chance to survive. Fugaku chose to respect Shirou's decision. Handing over his tags, he spoke in a low voice. Shirou, Lady Tsunade is surrounded within the borders of the Land of Grass, but she'll surely attempt to break through. The best direction for her escape is through this rocky terrain. Get there ahead of time and establish contact. You can use these explosive tags to set traps. This area is also closest to the Land of Fire's border, where reinforcements can arrive the fastest. Reinforcements? Though Fugaku spoke of the possibility, his words felt heavy and grim to the seasoned ears of the group. They were all experienced jonin and understood that this so-called rescue mission was little more than a near-suicidal endeavor. Understood. As the group moved swiftly across the grasslands, Shirou nodded at them, still smiling. For the first time, the other jonin showed expressions of respect. Perhaps they had once viewed Shirou's promotion to jonin as undeserved and looked down on him. But now, each of them radiated newfound admiration. Shirou. A voice called from behind. Namikaze Minato, running alongside them, seemed to have guessed something. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a serious tone. Shirou, Jiraiya-sensei is also there. Before Minato could finish, a nearby jonin frowned and interrupted sharply. You're just a chinin, don't cause trouble. Shirou's plan is risky, but it improves the chances of success. Besides, he's faster and has greater stamina than anyone else here. The jonin's blunt remark left Minato momentarily speechless. Shirou, however, simply smiled and nodded at him. Minato, this isn't just about Lady Tsunade and the others. We've left many comrades behind. Among the jonin here, I may not be the strongest, but I am the most suitable. The others have their missions, and my mission is already complete. Most importantly, I can communicate with animals. In this forest, many flying beasts can help me navigate the encirclement. This ability to communicate with animals had developed as his sage body gradually fused. Shirou had deliberately revealed this skill to Tsunade, knowing that any falsehoods in a tight-knit team would eventually come to light. Thus, he never lied outright. If he had to fake something, he made it real. His risks were genuine, and his information was truthful. Who would doubt him then? Additionally, out of the nearly 10 Jonin present, their orders were to escort the younger generation back to the Land of Fire. Shirou's mission, however, was different. He had been tasked with disguising himself as Tsunade to stabilize morale. According to protocol, only he had the authority to make such a decision now. Shirou's smile was resolute, his eyes filled with determination. Use messenger hawks to relay orders to the Konoha ninjas behind us. Tell them to retreat and regroup at this location. Understood. The Hyuga Jonin added gravely, order all Konoha ninjas behind us to hand over half of their explosive tags to Uchiha Shirou. Yes. As the orders were dispatched, the group watched Shirou's pace begin to slow, his figure gradually falling behind the others. Konoha ninjas solemnly handed him their explosive tags as he parted ways. An Uchiha, huh. Even those who typically disliked the clan's arrogance seemed to gain a newfound understanding. Shirou, come back alive. Minato's gaze was resolute. Shikaku, usually calm, uncharacteristically spoke with gravity. Shirou, if the Iwanin's encirclement is complete, retreat immediately. Shikaku, sharp-minded as ever, had deduced Shirou's plan instantly. But he also knew this was a gamble, a bet that the Iwanin hadn't fully sealed their trap. His words were as much consolation as they were advice. I'll ensure Lady Tsunade and the others make it back alive. Shirou's voice was firm, his smile unwavering. He said nothing of his fate, which only heightened the group's respect for his selflessness. The group fell silent. Shirou's proud embodiment of the will of fire stirred their hearts. At that moment, who could call it fake? From above, one could see the Konoha ninjas racing across the grasslands, a single black figure breaking away from the formation. As Shirou disappeared from view, the remaining Konoha ninjas' expressions grew heavy. Damn it! I'm a Konoha ninja too. Uchiha cried out in frustration, tears of humiliation brimming in his eyes. In this cruel world, ninjas were tools, but they also valued the bonds of camaraderie. The group felt stifled not because they feared death, but because this time, they had to abandon a comrade. That's not true. Our survival has even greater significance. Shikaku's voice cut through the tension as he calmly analyzed the situation. Our presence impacts too many clans in the village. From a strategic perspective, staying wouldn't help. If anything, it would rob Lady Tsunade of her chance to break through. By retreating now, we increase her chances of success. She's closer to the Land of Fire's border, where reinforcements can reach her. Shikaku's reasoning left the group nodding silently. For now, their only choice was to focus on their missions. Meanwhile, Shirou, sprinting deeper into the land of grass, felt the weight of the task ahead. Overhead, birds flew alongside him. Though I can communicate with animals, most lack the intelligence for complex tasks, he thought, his expression serious. This mission carried two major risks. First, avoid detection and elimination by the Iwanin before finding Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Second, relying on reinforcements arriving as they had in the original timeline. Time to gamble. All or nothing.